Hey guys, I am back with another video, and in this video we are going to build a complete full stack app using the new Blazor with .NET 8 using Blazor SSR. So I was actually surfing the internet, then I came across this cool template. So this is the template, which is hotel booking template. So I remember I got a couple of comments on my couple of videos that people want me to create a hotel booking app using Blazor. So when I saw this template, so I thought let's integrate this into Blazor and let's create a full stack application using Blazor SSR for this one. So I have not prepared anything. I just saw this template. I like this template and I have just started to recording. I started to record this video. So we'll integrate this, we'll work on all these things. So and right now I don't have anything in my mind. We will see what this template has. We'll try to add a couple of other features to it. We will I got a couple of comments to integrate the payment as well. So we'll see, we'll integrate Stripe payment as well for hotel booking, and then we will create admin panel as well for this application. Right now the template, it has these only this basic pages. So this is the home page, which has this main hero section, main navigation bar, then this is the small booking form, till when, so check-in date, checkout date, then number of adults, number of childs, and then submit, then a little about us, then rooms. Okay, we can go to view details where we'll see the detail of the room. And I think, okay, that page does not exist in this template, but we'll create that page. We'll try to use the same theme. So we'll create the detail page, and then it has this amenities, description, view details, book now. And then that means on this book now we need to create a lengthy form. We'll create a new form apart from this. All right, after that we have this our rooms, book a room, explore our services. I think all these services also we should uh, create these database driven. So we'll try if we can integrate this also as a screen on the admin panel, so that all these things can be handled from admin panel as well. Then we have these testimonials, explore our stuff, subscribe to newsletter, and then this is footer. Then let's see what else we have. We have this about page, services page. So all these pages are sub pages of this home page, we could say, because all that information is already on home page. So we'll create reusable components using Blazor. So we'll render those on home page, as well as we will render those specific components on these separate pages. On rooms we have same thing, just number of rooms we are displaying 6 rooms here. On home page we were displaying only 3 rooms. All right, after that we have these pages. Booking page, do we have? Yeah, we have this. Okay, we'll use this booking page, name, email, check-in, checkout, and everything looks fine here as well. Cool. Our team, so this is that same page, testimonial. Then we have contact, we have contact form, and we have this map. Cool. So overall it looks fine, it looks clean, and we will have a lot of feature. Actually it is looking small, but it will have a lot of features. So now let's start working on this. And before that, I got this template from htmlcodex.com. So here is it. I'll add the link of this template in the description box. If you want to check out, you want to download, or you can buy the premium version of it as well. All right, now I will fit the complete demo of the complete app after this section. So right now I'm just starting to creating the project, and when I will merge all those videos and I'll create the final video, at that time I will simply inject the demo here so that you can see that what we are going to build. This is the basic template, but the final app demo I'm going to add that here, and after that we'll start from here. Okay. All right, so here's the demo of the application. So this is broadly the app we are going to build in this course series, and this is Blazing Hotel. Okay, so this is the app. This is completely fully functional app. Okay, first we have this main header. So this information, this contact information, email, contact number, here, and then same thing we have in footer, this contact information, this address, contact number, and this email. Then on contact us page, these three email IDs, all this information, this is coming from our app settings JSON, and we are using iOptions pattern for this. So all this stuff is coming from there. After that we have these social links. Right now these are pointing to my social profiles. Then we have this cool navigation bar. So this is the main home page. I'll walk you through for all these pages, but first let's see the home page. On home page we have this carousel where we have these two options, two buttons, our rooms, which will navigate to the rooms. All these rooms are coming from the database. Then let's go back to home again. Then we have this book a room button. If we tap on this, it opens up one page where we have this booking information, where we can provide a first name, last name, email, contact number, password. So when we book a room, it actually creates our user account on this so that we can see our bookings. We can make payment afterwards if payment was cancelled, or maybe we did not make payment at the time of booking. So we will have our user profile as well and my bookings as well. Then we have this check-in, check-out dates. We have number of adults, number of children, so that these room types, we have these room types. So these will be filtered on the basis of these things. Right now we have these four. So if I select, let's say, three adults, now I can see there is no room which allows three adults. If I select two, we can see these three. If I select two children, I can see only these two. So these are dynamic. Then we can select room type, we can add some special request, then it shows the price. So right now this is some dummy price. If we select this, so it shows, and this is driven on the basis of this is per night price actually. So right now this is 6 to 7. If I increase this, if I make it 6 to, let's say, 8, now this is 2 days. So this price got increased to 2400 rupees. And then we have book now, so that we can book a room. Right now we cannot book because these fields are not filled. I will show you other things as well, but again let's go back to home page. This was this main home page. Then we have this filter, this search section. So all of these things, all of these are separate components, and we are reusing the components. For example, this component, this search component, if you check, this is on all these pages. So this is a common shared component which we are using. All right, so using this, what we can do, we can search rooms on the basis of this thing. So we have these filters, we can choose these children and adults, then we can search it. So it will navigate to rooms page where we can see only two rooms, because these two rooms allow two adults and two children, right? If we remove all these and then we search, we will see all the rooms. Right now we have four. When I say rooms, these are actually room category. So this junior suite, it has this, it will have multiple rooms in this. So guest is actually going to see the room type and they're going to book a type. Then staff or admin, those people are going to assign the actual room number, actual room to this booking. That also I'm going to show you in this demo. All right, let's go back to home. After that we have this small about section. Here we have explore more, which goes to this about page only. Then we have three rooms here. These are also coming from database, we can click on this book now. If I do this book now, this is first room. If I click on this book now, it will navigate to booking, and here we can see this select a room. This drop down is already selected because we came from there directly, right? So this should be selected. So we are using this state also. Go back to home again. After that, we have this small call to action section. So our rooms, it goes to rooms, book a room goes to booking. We have these services, staff, then we have this newsletter. So we can subscribe to this newsletter, abcd@gmail.com. So subscribe successfully. This is fine. Then we have this nice footer. All these links are working. Okay. Then let's go to the next page, which is about. So this is kind of static page. There is nothing dynamic. Yeah, this section is of course dynamic. This newsletter is of course dynamic, and this information is also dynamic. Then we'll go to services. This is the main content of this is kind of static. Then we have rooms. All these rooms are coming from database, as I already showed you, and we can book any room from here. If I'll click on this book now, it will go there, and this room will be selected, auto selected on this booking page. All right. Here are rooms. Then we have this contact page where we have all this information. Then we have this contact form, inquiry form. So here also we can add something, maybe demo user demo@gmail.com. Oh, that was email. This is email. Subject is demo subject, and then some random message will go here, and then send message. We can inquiry sent successfully. So inquiry also got sent. All right. Now we can log in, or we can register as a new user. So complete user authentication and authorization using ASP.NET Core identity. We're using that. So let's create a new user right now. Let's say Abhay demo. Okay. Email is Abhay demo maybe gmail.com. Contact number, some random contact number. Password, it needs all the restrictions from ASP.NET Core identity. That means one special characters, numbers, lowercase, uppercase characters, all of those things. So I'm going to create uppercase a, lowercase a, 1 2 3 4 5 6 a 1 2 3 4 5 6. All the data annotation validations are working. If I make it like this, then we can see these are not matching. We need to, so on this page, this is static server side rendered with streaming rendering. So while registering it, it came here, abhaydemo@gmail.com. We can see this password. We can log in using this account. Now we can see this user here. Okay, everything is same. Now instead of login, we see logout button, and we see this additional menu here where we can see my profile, my booking, and change password. So if I go to my profile, I can see my profile, and I can modify this. So I can modify name, first name, last name, contact number, email ID. Then I have my bookings. So here I can see my bookings. Right now I don't have any bookings. So on bookings page, we have upcoming bookings, ongoing bookings, and past bookings. We don't have any booking yet. So this is, all these sections are empty right now. Then we have change password, so we can change our password from here if you want. All right. Now let me show you one thing. If I go to home, and if I go to, let's say, contact, and here you see, because I am already logged in, so it knows who I am. So this name automatically filled, this email got automatically filled in this contact form. Same thing if you go to book a room. Here you see, now we don't have those additional fields which we had, name, email, contact number, password, confirm password, because right now we are already a user and we are already logged in here. So this system already knows who I am, so it can easily make booking, right? I can show you that if I log out from here, you'll see I need to provide all these values, right? If I log in again, and if I go to contact page, or not contact, book a room page, now I just need to provide these things. Okay. All right, now let's make this booking. So let's select some room. maybe junior suite, and if I have some special request I will provide it. If I don't have that request, then I'm okay. Now we'll book now. So this is processing, and now it moved to Stripe payment gateway. So we have payment integration in this. Let's add abhaydemo@gmail.com. We can cancel this payment, we can add this payment. So let's do the add everything. I'm going to use some dummy values here. Abhay demo, and if I pay, so this is payment is processing. After that it will payment is done successful. It moved back to this payment success page where it is saying dear Abhay demo, this is the username, then payment is confirmed, you will be allotted a room soon. So we are good. Now if we go to my bookings, we can see this booking ongoing because I selected the same date. So this is in ongoing booking, and here we can see status is payment success, and pay now is disabled but cancel is not disabled. So we can cancel this booking if we want to cancel it, and pay now is disabled. It will have, let's make one more booking. So what I'll do, I'll go to book a room. Let's add some future date. So let's say 14 to 16. Okay, room, let's say saver, and some special request, okay, book now. It came here now, and I'll do this. I'm going to back, so this payment is cancelled, your payment is cancelled. Okay, now if I go to my bookings, upcoming bookings, I see payment cancelled. So payment was cancelled, that means I have this pay now button. But cancel booking, we cannot cancel a booking because that booking was not made actually, but we have the entry in the database. So we can pay from here as well. For ongoing booking, you see pay now is disabled, but for upcoming booking this is enabled. So from here also, if we click on it, it will again go to there on the Stripe, and then we can do all this stuff again if we want. Okay, now let me log out from here, and now I already have an admin account, so I'm going to log in with admin account. So there I will see, I will show you. Okay, so this my booking space, this was specifically for the guest only. So this is access denied for admin because admin cannot access that URL, that is guest slash my bookings. That page is specific for guest only. So let's remove that, and now we are here. This is the name of the admin. So first thing, let's update the name. So Abhay Prince updated, let's remove this updated, and yeah, let's update profile. So profile updated successfully. Now let's try log out, log in again. Now we can see Abhay Prince. Now we have all these options here. We have managed staff. So if I come here, we can see this is the staff list we have. We can add a new staff from here. First name, last name, email, contact number, password, confirm password, then designation. Or we can go back, we can edit some existing staff. Okay, we can demo designation, we can add anything. So update profile, this is demo designation. Okay, then it has it, we are using QuickGrid in this. So QuickGrid with paging and all this stuff, template column, property column, so you will learn about all these stuff as well. Now after that we have add stuff, the separate button also I have given, so we can create a new stuff from here. Then we have manage bookings. So these are all bookings which we have created so far. So here we can see ID, room number, everything, guest details, when this was booked, check-in, check-out, all this some special request, current status and remarks, everything we can see. This is also quick grid. We have this paging, we can move around this. So if I go to page number 1, this is the current booking for this payment was cancelled. So if you see room type is saver, no room assigned, right? So room can be assigned only after payment, but payment was not completed. That's why this status, this says you cannot assign the room, and then you cannot approve and you cannot cancel it. So admin also cannot cancel or approve it because this booking was inserted into the database, but this booking was actually not made because booking will be made only after payment success, right? If we check the second one, here we have 103 room assigned already to this booking, and this payment success Abhay demo. This is the one which we just did, to which we actually made the payment. So you see, no room assigned, assign a room button. We have this here. This is the information. We can approve or cancel this booking. If admin or staff want to, they can approve or cancel this. So right now let's assign this room. So there are no rooms for this room type available. This is junior suite. So what I'll do, I'll go to the manage rooms. I'll show you this. So we'll come back to this, but before that we'll go to manage rooms. It was junior suite, this room. So from here we can add a new room. We can provide room type, price, maximum number of adults allowed, maximum children allowed, then description, then we can upload image from here. And then these are the amenities. From where these amenities are coming, we have manage amenities page. So this is the manage amenities page. This is a simple HTML grid. This is not quick grid. Here we have this. We can create a new amenity here. Okay, we can provide some icon for this. We are using bootstrap icons. I don't know. You can say 24 hours water, or maybe water supply. Water supply. I don't know if FA water is a class. If I save it, we can see this directly here. The FA water supply, we can edit this. It came here. We can delete this if we want. Let's add some, maybe some testing. Okay, we'll save it. We'll add some test amenity. Save it. Icon is required. Save it, and we can delete this. So that got deleted from here. Okay, so these are the amenities. Now I have added this water supply. This should come on this manage rooms, and if I add a new room, I should see that water supply as well. So you see, we can see this water supply. Then we have this unit values as well for this. So this unit values is kind of, if we go to home page or maybe rooms, here you see one bed, one geyser. So this is the unit value. For Wi-Fi we don't need to have any value, so this is fine. Bed, I have not provided any value, so this is fine. Lift is fine. Okay, for this thing I have provided two. So this room has two beds, that's why we have two. This is the unit value. This is coming from there only. Let's go to manage rooms or maybe add room type again. So all these things, we can manage the rooms and we can edit any existing room as well. We can change the image, we can modify these values. After that, we have in manage rooms, we have this rooms, this thing. Okay, so if we click on this room, we will it will navigate to this page where we can add rooms to this. Add new room. So let's say 601. I'm adding it. This is available. Yes. 601. Let's add one more 602. This is also available. We can delete the rooms. We can make this available or not available from here. This is junior suite. Both of these rooms are available, right? Now let's go to bookings, manage bookings. Here this is junior suite. Now if I go to assign room, I should see 601 and 602. Okay. Now again set 602. I will save it. Now you see junior suite 602 room is assigned. We can change it from here. We will tap on it and it will show only the available rooms. If we go to manage rooms, junior suite, if we open the rooms, here we should see is available. This is not available now, 602, because this is already assigned to someone, right? All right, then we can manage inquiries. So all these are inquiries which are coming from this contact page. So from here, whatever comes, whatever we post, those got added here, all this information. Same thing, we have managed subscribers. So these are that the footer subscribe section, this subscribe our newsletter, this is this section. So all these things we can get here in manage subscribers. Then we have change password. So this is for admin. Okay, so admin can see these many things, manage stuff, add stuff. So if we log in with some staff login account, then this manage stuff and add stuff, these two options they are not going to see because these two are specific to admin. Okay, let me log out and let me check. Yeah, this is one staff account. Here you see my profile, manage booking, manage rooms, add room type, manage amenity, inquiry, subscriber, password. There are no manage stuff because staff cannot manage other stuffs. Okay. Now we can go to manage bookings. Here also we have all these things. Now we can cancel some booking. Let's cancel it. When we will cancel, it will display JavaScript alert. If we cancel, nothing will happen. If I press OK, then it will ask for me a cancellation region. If we cancel it, it will not cancel the booking. So we need to provide cancellation region. So here you say demo purpose and I'll say okay. Okay. So this was cancelled by staff or admin. The cancellation region is demo purpose. The status is cancelled. Okay. Now we can approve some booking. So if I approve this confirmation, if I say okay, then this is booked. So this is done. So this is how we can manage bookings from admin and staff side. So I think there are a lot of things. You're going to see a lot of different features. I think we have touched almost everything related to Blazor and related to this new Blazor SSR. We are using shared components, we are using multiple layouts. So if you go to layout, we have admin layout, we have inner page layout, we have main page layout, we are using enhanced form navigation, we are using enhanced navigation, we are using multiple forms on single page, we are using different reusable components with multiple parameters, we are using QuickGrid, we are using EF code, data first annotation, data annotations, code first approach, we have migrations, and there are so many things in this. Okay, all right, so I guess that's all about this demo. Now let's start working on this, and this is it is almost more than 26 hours complete recording. So what I have done, I have broken it down into 3 different videos which you'll find. I'll add these to a single playlist. You can check these from here. So the thing is, YouTube only allows 12 hours, maximum of 12 hours of video we can upload. So I'm going to break it down into 3 different videos, then I'm going to upload these. So I would recommend you to go through each and everything from start to end, and you will learn a lot, that is for sure. I'm guaranteeing you. So there must be so many things that you were not aware of. And one more thing, this was not planned, so I stuck somewhere, and you will get to know that how I think about some things, how I debug. So we will stuck somewhere, we will find different ways. I will explain each and everything in detail, that what. So sometimes there were 2 or 3 different approaches to tackle one problem or tackle one maybe use case. So I have explained everything. All right, so enough talking, let's directly jump to the coding. Okay, all right, so you might have already seen the demo, and now we'll start working on it. So I am here in Visual Studio 2022, and I'm going to create a new project. So I'll select Blazor web app. Next, then the name of the application. So let's say hotel booking Blazor. Location is fine. Let me change it, hotel booking Blazor. Okay. And next, then .NET 8, yes. Authentication type, we'll use individual accounts. Configure for HTTPS, yes. Interactive render mode, I don't know what we are going to use, but let's have server only. If we'll need WebAssembly, we'll simply add WebAssembly later. Okay, and do let me know in the comment if you want a separate video in that I can show you that how can you use the interactive WebAssembly or interactive auto mode with an existing Blazor application. So when I say existing Blazor application, that means a Blazor web app which you have created without interactivity, or interactive server, and now you want to add interactive auto or interactive web assembly to that existing .NET 8 Blazor SSR project. So do let me know in the comment. I can create a dedicated video for that. All right, include sample pages, that is fine. We'll remove those pages as per our need. Okay, so I have this default page. Now let's see, I had downloaded that template. So what we have here, we have index page, contact, booking, about, testimonial, team, service, room. So we'll start from index.html, but before that, let's see, we have CSS, then we have img with images and JS for JavaScript. Let's do this. Lib, I don't know, maybe we are using lib, but we'll see what we can do. So right now, let's copy all of these, okay, and let's add these to our www root folder, because from there they are going to be served, right? I pasted all those. All right, then okay, after that, let's see what else we have. Index, let's have the index page here. So I'm just copying it and just adding it to www root, just to check it. I'm not going to use it in here. I'll simply see how can we extract out and what is the structure of this page. So we have had in head, we have these couple of fonts, then we have animate CSS, owl, carousel, what is this, temp, us, dominus, bootstrap 4.min.css. Oh, this is also using bootstrap 4. Okay, maybe these templates are old, I don't know, we'll see. Then we have this bootstrap.min.css, which is coming from CSS. Let's see what version of bootstrap they are using. No, they're using 5. Okay, cool. Then what is in style.css? They have this separate style. Okay. All right. In body, we first have this spinner, then we have head, then we have this carousel, booking start, booking end, then about section, room section, video section, video modal. Okay, maybe we can play that video in modal. Services, testimonials, team, newsletter, footer, and then back to top, and after that we have these scripts. All right, all right. So let's extract the code from this file to our layout and our main app.razor page. Okay. So for this, what I'm going to do, I'll go to components, app.razor, which is the main entry point for our Blazor application. This is the same as index.html, we could say. So in here, first we'll add the styles. So let me pin this index.html. Then from here, let's go to head. And in head, we have Google Web Font, icon font style, library style sheets, bootstrap and style. Let's copy all of these. Come here. And inside this, after this, web icon, then we will simply remove the bootstrap and app.css which came with this Blazor web app. So right now I'm going to comment these out and I'll paste all those style sheets here. Now just remember, we should add all these styles before this line, which is the style for hotel booking blazor.style.css. That means this is the one in which it is going to inject the component level styles, right? So how it should work? first we will have the third party libraries, then we will have this very style.css which came with this template which can override the these third party vendor libraries. Then after that we will have this component level styles so that we can override the styles from library and from this common style in our component. So this is how it should work. Okay, after that let's again go back to index.html, then we'll see what else we can add in JavaScript libraries. The bottom section, let's copy all of these scripts and go to app.razor, and we will add all these scripts at the very bottom, save everything, and we should be good now. All right, after that what we will have, this spinner. I don't know why they're using this spinner. We should use, but as we are using SSR for home page, we will use SSR, that means static server side rendering. So there is no point of having this loader spinner, right? Because we are not using interactivity on home page. So we can simply get rid of this thing. So inside body, we will directly start with this div. We'll start with this div, and at the very bottom, we will have this anchor tag, which will be for back to top, right? That button. So let's add those like this, and then we'll move these routes to inside this component, inside this container. And now we are good. Our app.razor file is ready. Okay, now we can start working on all these sections. So first thing, let's do this. Let's copy all these things. Or maybe before that, let's check what we have in header. In header, we have this name of the application. After that, we have this number. Let's have it in the browser so that we can see that what we are looking at. So this name, this section, and then this menu bar. So this section is the header. So it should be on all the pages, right? So this is on all the pages. If we go to home, okay. So we can move this thing to our main layout, and then after that we will have this footer. So we'll have this footer as well on all the pages, and I think we have subscribe newsletter as well as a part of header, we could sorry, footer we could say. So we'll have these two sections, subscribe newsletter and this footer on the main layout, and then this header on the main layout. And looking, yeah, okay, so let's do this. So we have this header, after that we have this section which has the contact number and all those. After that we have this navbar. Cool. All right, so let's do this. This image was also on all the pages, right? This image, let's see if they are managing the height or size of this image, because I think this same image is on the inner pages as well, right? This same image, or is it different? No, this is the same image, right? This background image. Okay, they have different image. They have this image carousel here, and on inner pages they have single image. Let's see how they are maintaining it. On this navbar expand, this navbar, this thing, navbar expand, home, about, all these things. Okay, carousel starting from here. Oh, all right, all right, all right. So this header, we can directly move this header section to our layout. So let's open components, layout, main layout. Okay, in main layout, we'll start our page directly from here, from this header section. We'll move these two separate components, but right now we are just trying to integrate the template into our Blazor web app. Okay, we have header. After header, this belongs to this carousel and all these sections belong to the home page. So we are not worried about these on the layout level. But then we will have this newsletter and footer. These. So between these two, we will have our body. After header, we have footer, we have newsletter, and in here we should have our body. I'll render body directly. Then we can remove all these. Move these, save these, and now we should be good. Now let's extract the homepage content. So all these team, booking, carousel, we'll copy all these. We'll go to our components, pages, and home.razor page. Okay, and here we'll paste everything. Now we should see this home page with the exact same look and feel on that template we saw, right? Let's try it out. So I'm running it. All right, it came and it is looking great. Everything is working, right? All right, let's try to uh, use the complete screen for this. So it might be using container class from Bootstrap. Let's see, container flow, container XXL. What if we remove this thing? Or we could say container fluid. Let's see how it looks now. So I removed it and nice. Yeah, it is looking nice. Alright, so we'll use this. We'll use container fluid on inside direct child of body. We'll use container fluid and now this thing is working. Alright, so let's go to app.razor. We have this container XXL. Instead of XXL, we'll use container fluid. So save everything and we successfully integrated the app.razor layout and our index page. Now we'll start extracting out the things. Okay. Let's create a new folder in components folder. So I'll call it first. Let's stop it. Stop the app. I'll call it shared. Okay. And in shared, now we'll start adding the components. So first we have this carousel. So shared, I'll add a new razor component. Let's say home carousel. Home carousel.razor. Let's copy this section and add it here. Save. After that we have this booking start, booking end. So let's say booking. This is a small form, right? And we had one more form which is a bigger form. So let's call it booking small or booking, yeah, maybe booking small. Let's copy this booking section, copy and add it here. Then we have about section. So in shared, I'll create new razor component. Let's say about. Let's copy it. After that we have room start and room end. So it is rooms. Maybe we need to revise these components, but right now let's extract these out. So this is we could say rooms. Let's copy rooms. After that we have video start. So let's say video. All right. After that we have services. So shared, add new Razor component, services. Then we have testimonial. Let's create a new Razor component, testimonials, and we'll copy this HTML to testimonials component. Save everything. Then we have teams section. So shared, add, Razor component, teams. Then we have newsletter, shared, add, Razor component, newsletter. After that we have footer. So we'll say footer, and add it. Okay, so we have added all these uh, Razor components. We didn't create header component, right? So let's create one more header. So it would be header, and let's copy the header as well. So this header. All right. Save everything. Now we can close this index.html. We don't need this now. Now let's use these components in our main layout and home.razor page. So first thing, we need to access these shared components. So first thing we'll do, we'll add the namespace into this underscore imports.razor file so that we can directly access these components. So using hotel booking blazor dot components dot share. So save. Cool. Now let's go to our layout and main layout. On main layout we have this header section, so we'll remove this and we'll add our header component. Then we have newsletter, so we'll use our newsletter component here. After that we have footer, so we'll use our footer component. Save, and everything looks fine. Now let's go to home page. So components, pages, home page, we have this carousel. So let's use our home carousel, this component. After that we have this booking, so this is that booking small component. Then we have this about section, so about. After that we have room section, so rooms. Then we have video, so video component. After that services, this is. Then testimonials. After that teams. Save everything, and I'm going to run it. We should see the exact same thing which we were seeing earlier. We just extracted out the HTML into different separate components. That's all we did in this current thing. So we have this, we can see main, booking, about, rooms. I don't know what this section is called or what it should be called. Okay, this is that video section. If you click on it, YouTube video opens up. Yeah. Then we have services section, testimonials, team, subscriber, this newsletter, and then footer. So everything is still same, and this is also working. Move to top. Great. Let's continue. Now what we'll do, what we should do now. So because I have not planned this video, I don't have any agenda how I'm going to proceed. So you will see some brainstorming or maybe some thoughts around it, that what should I do next, and maybe we'll do something now and then we'll modify it later. Let's see. So what we can do, we can simply create all those pages what we can see in the navigation menu, right? On this template, if I open it, we have this about, services, rooms, and all these pages, separate pages, right? So let's do this. Let's create these separate pages. Our team testimonial, I think we can remove these two sections. We don't need these because these are already on home page. But booking, we can have this. Okay, let's have this page right now. Then maybe we'll set this booking form on the detail page when we'll work on this room detail page. That room detail page is not a part of this template, but we will add that form on this detail page. That's what we'll do. So right now let's do this about, services, rooms, booking, and contact. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages. Let's create these about, service, room pages. So in pages, I will create a new razor component. This I'll say about page. I'm not naming it about because we already have about in shared. So okay, let's do this. In shared, we'll rename this about to about section. Okay, and then we'll go to home page and we'll rename this to about section. And I guess same thing we should do with rooms, services, testimonials, teams. Testimonial teams is fine. Services and rooms, we should do the same thing for those two as well. So services section and rooms section. All right, go to home page, rooms section and services section. Save. Cool. Now in our pages we can create our about page. We'll just call it about, and here it should be page about us. Okay, this is going to be the route for this. Then inside this we'll see what elements we are going to have. After about, we will have our services page. So we'll say services. Then we are going to have, what was that? Booking. Then we had contact. So contact and rooms. Okay. Let's add the routes for all these pages. So this is rooms. So here I'll say page slash rooms. Then for services, we'll say @page slash services, rooms page, then contact. Let's say @page slash contact. Save. And booking, let's say @page slash booking, and then about We already have about us. So save everything. Now let's add these links from our main layout. So we'll go to layout, main layout, and we have this header. So let's go to this header, and from header, let's add all those links. The first thing, on the main name of the app. So let's call it maybe, I don't know, hotel booking or hotel AP. This is Abhay Prince. Okay, so index.html, instead of index.html, we'll have simple slash. So it will navigate us to the home page. After that, here also we have the name. So here we'll say hotel AP. Then these are the navigation menu. So we can have these like the slash, slash, or we can change these anchor tags to navlink. Navlink, 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 and navlink. I changed all of these to navlink. Okay, now let's fix the hrefs. So home page is slash, this is only, we can remove this active, which is the default active class. It will be handled by navlink. Then for about, we know we have about us, services, we have services, room, we have rooms. For booking, we have just booking, teams and testimonials. We do not have these as separate pages. And for contact, we just have contact. So save everything and let's run it. We will see the default h1 temp, h1 on all those pages, but at least we can see that navigation is working and all the pages are loading. So we can go to about, we have about us, this is the about header, services. Okay, we messed up the route, it should be services. If I add s, then we can see it. Fine, rooms, we can have it. Then home is home is selected and rooms is selected, both of these are selected. If I go to about is selected, home is selected. Why so? This is because how this navlink adds that active class, it uses a match. So for this match, we can use navlink match. So it is a enum which has two values. One is all, one is prefix. The default is prefix. So how it is working right now, if we are on the about page, the URL it creates, it is slash about us. So first it matches slash, which is for home. Then it matches this about us, which is for about page. So it considers that this page belongs to both of these routes, both of these navigations. That's why it is adding active class to both of these. Okay, so but this one, the first one slash, we need to tell it that just match this only. So navlink match dot all, we will use all, that means the complete URL. It will check if the complete URL is slash. When we say URL, this is path actually. So after domain, or we could say after localhost colon port, after that whatever it is going to check that. If that is just slash, then only apply active to this thing. Now if we save it, and we should add this thing on all other nav links as well. We have anchor tag only for there and this one. So save, and let's fix services URL as well. Services, save everything, and let's open that again. You see now it is only on about. If you go to home, it is home, about, services, rooms, booking, and contact. Okay, so URL is working, pages are getting loaded, and the active class is getting applied correctly. So we are good. Alright, now let's start adding the contents for these about services rooms and all these pages. So I'm going to stop it, stop everything, save, and let's check the template. So in template, let's start adding, let's add all these pages in our project. We are going to delete these pages. I'm just having these inside this so that I can easily check the HTML and copy the HTML to our Razor components. Okay, so I'm going to copy all these pages, add these here for now. So let's start from about. So the head section is right. After that, loader, not loader, we have this spinner. Then we have this header, and after header we have this page header start. Then booking start, about, teams, newsletter, and footer. So what that means is footer, newsletter, and this thing, this is already in our main layout and app.razor. Then this header is already in our main layout. So we just need to have these sections on our about page. Okay. So this page header start. This is the main page header. What is it? Page about li page header start. Let's check what we had on about page. So if I go to about page, okay, these things. Okay, and if I go to services, pages services, so you see this section. If you can see this section, this is common across all these, we could say inner pages, non-home pages, right? So we have the same background image, we have name of the page, we have this breadcrumb. After that, we have this booking form. So this thing is common. On contact, yes, this section is common. So we can extract this out in a layout. Now the problem is if we extract this to main layout, then on home page that section does not belong on home page, right? Belong to the home page. So we cannot use main layout for this. We can use another layout. But if we use some other layout, then we need to copy the same thing which we have on the main layout, because the main header, this contact section, and that footer section, and that subscribe newsletter section, all these also going to be part of the second layout, right? So what we can do in this case, in Blazor, we can have nested layouts. Okay. So what I mean by nested layout, I already have this main layout. In the same folder, I'm going to create a new Razor component and I'll call it inner page layout. Okay. So for any layout, first thing, it should implement layout component base. If you see on main layout, it will be doing the same. Okay. After that, we can set layout for the layout as well. Okay. So this is inner page layout. We'll say layout main layout. That means this layout, this inner page layout also has a layout, which is this main page, main layout. So now what is going to happen if we check main layout? We have header, we have newsletter, we have footer. Inside that we have this body. So that nested layout that is going to be rendered at the place of this body. So the header, newsletter, footer, it will be there, and then body, which is in this case it will be inner page layout. And our inner page layout, Now we can go to about and we can simply extract this thing, page header start. We can add it here, and after that the actual page thing, no, booking start is also a part of that, right? So here also we can say booking small. We already have this component. After that we can start adding our actual content. So that means because this is a layout, so we will say that whatever content we have, we will simply use at the rate body. So now all the pages can use this layout, which is this inner page layout. Let's see this. So if we go to about page, not about section, about page, on this page, if we do not add any layout, by default it uses main layout. But for this, we will tell it that don't use main layout, use inner layout. Inner layout. Now it is not coming inner page layout, right? We need to add the using, and if you want to use it everywhere, we can simply cut this using and add it to underscore imports.razor so that we can use it throughout our Blazor razor pages. Now we can use this inner page layout like this. Okay, let's see what we had after the layout. We had about and teams. Okay, on this we can say about section and team section. Save, and we should be good now. Let's try it out. I'm going to run it. There is some error. What is it? Inner page layout cannot have multiple base classes. What is the issue? Inner page layout, main layout. Class inner page layout cannot have multiple base classes. Component base and layout component base. Somehow it is thinking it as a component, but why? Layout component base. Oh, not implements. It should be inherits. My bad. Inherits. Inherits. Layout component base. Okay. Run it. Okay. We have home page. We have about page with the actual thing, whatever we need to have. Cool. Now let's work on other pages as well. But before that, now you see we have this about us and this breadcrumb. This is kind of fixed because we added these directly to this inner page layout, right? But these links and this heading, these are dynamic. So we need to find a way by which we can make these two sections dynamic. So we can have sections, right? We can try out sections. What we'll do, we have two approaches. Either we can simply create this as a separate component, and then we can remove this from here and we can use that separate component on all the inner pages, and we'll simply pass these parameters. We'll have this about us and all this section as parameters, but that is not what we are going to do. What we'll do here, we will add sections. So instead of this about us, here I'll use the section outlet with section name, and I'll say, let's say, page name. Okay, and then we can use this page name on our inner page. So let's go to the about page, and here what we'll do, we'll use section content with section name so that it belongs to that same section. What was that? Page name. So page name, and we can add a about us in here. Same thing we can do for other pages. So for example, for booking page, we'll do this. But before that, let's copy these two things, layout and this. So we'll go to booking page. We'll do this, and the text we'll use booking. Then contact, we'll use contact us. Then rooms, we'll use rooms. Then we have services, so we'll say our services. And one more thing, if you want, you can, we are repeating this layout for all these inner pages, right? There is one more approach. If you want to try that out, you can add a underscore imports page to this pages folder. Yeah, this pages folder. We can create a underscore imports.razor, and we can add this layout on that imports underscore imports.razor. Then it will be applicable for all these pages. In that case, we just need to go to the home page and explicitly define @layout main layout. Because for home page, if we add underscore imports.razor, it will force that layout to all the pages. But for home page, we don't need inner layout. We need main layout. So for this one, we will add layout, main layout, and we will remove that layout from all other pages. So that is also an approach. You can try that out as well. But I'll continue with this approach, what I'm currently using. Let's run the application and we can at least see the page header, that page name on that inner pages. Let's see. This is home page, about us, our services, rooms, booking, contact us. So that means this thing is working and this is dynamic. Okay. Then this section as well, we need to modify, right? Home pages, about us, room, services, and there is no point of having pages in between, right? We can directly have home and about. And because we directly have two sections, we can simply remove this. If you want to, you can have it. There is no problem. You can create one more section and you can use that section. But for us, there is no point of having these pages in between. We can directly have home and about. About is the same page, and home is actually, we could go from navigation menu, or by clicking the main name of the application, it will lead us to the home page. So we are good. We can remove this breadcrumb section. Okay, you can try it out. If you're stuck, you can add a comment in this video. I will try to help you out. Okay, what we'll do, we'll go to inner page layout and we will simply delete this breadcrumb section. All right. So save everything and now we are good. Cool. Now let's start adding the actual content to all these razor pages. So for these, let me do this. I'll close all the tabs first thing. Then we'll start working one by one. So about we already set. Let's go to booking. We had header, then page header, then booking start, and again booking start. This is different section, then newsletter, footer. So that means this first booking start, this is that booking small, and this one, this is the actual booking form. So we'll copy this and we'll go to our booking page, which is in our components pages booking, and we'll add that HTML here. We'll extract this out as well into a separate component, but right now let's have it like this only. Let's close these pages. Then we'll go to contact. Let's see what we have in contact. We have header, We have page header, we have booking stat, then we have contact section. So let's copy this contact section and let's go to our contact page and let's add it here. Cool, save everything, close these pages. After contact, we have room. So let's say what we have on room: booking start, room start, testimonial, newsletter. So on rooms page, we have rooms and then we have testimonial. So if you see in rooms, we already have a room section. The only difference is on room section, it has 3 items, but on this separate dedicated rooms page, it is going to have 6 items, right? So what we can do right now, let's have this thing only. Later we will extract that rooms list into a separate component and we will pass the dynamic data which we fetch from our database, and at that time we can define the number of rooms we are going to display there, right? So for now, let's have these rooms, or maybe yeah, let's have these rooms directly on rooms page. Where is rooms page? Okay, and after that it had testimonial section. So testimonials, save everything. After rooms we have services page. On services, after header, page start, routine start, we have services and testimonials, these two sections. So let's go to services. So here we'll have services section and testimonial section. Save. All right. After that, teams we have not created, testimonial page we have not created. So I think we are good. Let's save everything and let's run it. Let's, okay, about, we have this about section. Services, explore our services, we have our services section. Rooms, we have our rooms section. Booking, we have our booking section. Contact, we have our contact section, and everything looks fine now. Cool. We have integrated all the pages which came with this template. All right, after this, okay, right now it has this some static information. We'll made these also dynamic. Maybe we'll get these from app setting configuration, or maybe from database we can create a page on admin panel side for these things as well. So the email ID, contact number. Okay, all right, let's see what next we can do. I think we should move to our backend now, right? Because the main template integration, that is done. That means we can at least see the things. Now what we'll do, we'll simply start by adding our entities first, but before that let's clean this out. We added all these about HTML, all these HTML pages, so let's delete these pages. Now we don't need all these pages, so let me delete. And SCSS file also, this folder also we can delete. Then we are not using this bootstrap folder. It was added from our Blazor web app. We are using from this CSS. And then this app.css, this is what we added, or we could say this Blazor web app template added, so we can delete this file as well. But from here we will simply get this Blazor error boundary. We will copy this thing and we'll add it to the style.css inside CSS folder which we got from template. So we can have this here at the very end. We'll add these, and then we can remove this app.css, delete, and we are good now. Okay. Now let's start working on entities, but before that, let's see the design and we'll see what all things we want. Okay, so this thing can be left like this only. We'll have these things. After that, about us, these things also we can make these dynamic. All these we can have a maybe some config table and we can manage these from there only. Then comes explore our rooms. So that means the main thing is room here. Okay, but before room we will have our users. So for users we can have three type of users in this application, right? One would be the admin, the main admin who owns this product, this website, who can see each and everything inside this product, each and every screen he can visit. Then we will have one staff role. So staff, maybe we will have some restricted access to staff. They can maybe uh, create bookings and apart from that, what else they can do? Maybe they can manage rooms as well. And then we will have the guests. That means the end user who is coming to book hotel room. So we will have three set of users. So in data folder, let's create a new folder and I'm going to call it entities. Okay. Let's go there and we are using ASP.NET Core Identity. So the roles table, we will use the identity role only. So there is no point of creating role to this a new entity for role. There is no point of having that. But we will go to application user and what we'll do, we will add additional information to this application user. By default, this identity user, this is going to have only user name. It is going to have just username, email, normalized email, and all these information which we don't need right now. We just need to have access to this email, which ID and email which we will get from the base application user, but we will add the actual name. So we are going to have name and we can have first name and last name as well if we want. So let's have first name and last name. Okay, and apart from this we can have one property for role name as well, although we can get it from identity role, but when we'll create the user we will simply have a normalized role name, the simple string, so that we can directly use this role name. If we want to display somewhere we can use this. So if this is admin or maybe staff or maybe guest, we can use this directly. Okay, after that let's add some data annotations. So this is going to be required, and max length we will allow in first name maybe, I don't know, 15. It's a lot. Let's have 10 only. And then we can have a pattern which will be regular expression. We do not want any special character in first name. Okay, so here we can say that it just should be A to Z and A to Z the lower and uppercase A to Z, nothing else. So it should start from here, and it should have at least one character in here, and it should end at this place. Okay, cool. Then we will come here, and for the last name it is going to be null label, and we will have max length again 10. Then role name, it will be required, and it will be with the max length of, what was the admin, guest, staff. Let's have 8. I don't know what was that, staff 2245 GUST 2245, and admin 235 5 only. So let's have 10, and I think we are good. We have our application user ready. Now we need to add migration for this. We will add a separate migration for this one, then we'll add our entities, then we'll add a separate migration for other entities as well. So adding migration for this, we'll go to package manager console, and we'll run a command add migration, and the name is up to you. You can name this migration whatever you want. I will say add name role to application user. Succeeded, and it is here. Let's see, we have first name and bracket 10, last name, role name, and okay. So save. We are good. We added migration for adding these 3 columns, and first name is not nullable, role is not nullable, but last name is nullable, right? Yes. All right. So we have our application user ready now. After this, let's start on other entities. In entities, I'll create a new class. Do we need other information as well for application user? So let's say we have staff or admin or guest. Right now we are just having first name, last name, email, password, nothing else. We should have contact number, at least contact number we should have for sure, right? We should have contact number as well. So let's go to application user. Let's add one more. So string, we'll say contact number, and this also we are going to have it required, and max length 15. Okay, and then we can have regular expression for this as well. So we'll say that it just should have 0 to 9, and then in India this is fine, we just need 0 to 9, nothing else. But for other countries we might need plus, and then these parentheses, and then space. We need these as well. So I think we are good. You can modify it. This is not 100% accurate, but this can do our job. It is not going to allow other things, but we are good with this. And after this, we had this required and first name. So this, if you go to our latest migration, these are and worker, right? We don't want to add any special character, anything to these. We can have these varchar only. That means we can say Unicode false. These are not going to Unicode. So we can modify these things, previous ones, and we can add this Unicode false to this one. So now all of these fields are going to be varchar, not and varchar. And does these plus and these things comes under Unicode or no? I don't know. Let's remove this from here, but save and let's uh, create one more migration. Here we'll say add contact number. This migration should alter previous columns. Yes, now it is varchar 8 and earlier it was and varchar, varchar, and it is going to add a new column contact number. Cool. Save everything. All right. All right. Now let's add other entities. So we might change these entities later. So I am not preparing it, so I do not have any thought how I'm going to approach these entities, but whatever comes in my mind right now, I'm going to use those only. We might modify these on entities on the way, or maybe you can think of some other approach for these as well. So we could have different thought process for creating these entities. So we are good. The main goal is to complete the application, to run that application with all the features which we are seeing and which we want to add. Okay, so let's add a room entity. For this room entity, we can have integer ID, we can have name, description, tool, room level. What is this level? Room type. I don't know what is this room type. I'm just having these suggestions. Room name. Okay, let's see in our template what all we can grab from there. So for rooms, we will have name, then we'll have image, we'll have description, and we'll have price. 1, 2, 3, 4. These four things we are going to have for sure. And ID. So ID, name, price, image, description. ID, name, description, string image, and decimal price. And then description, then room label and room type. This is a simple site. We are not going to have any room type or room label, right? Save. After that, we have these features. We'll add these. Okay, let's think about this, but right now we are good with these. Let's have some audit properties right now. So we'll say bool is active. If this room is active, then we'll say date time added on when this room was added to the system. Then we'll have who added this. So we'll say added by. After that, we can have last updated on and last updated by. And both of these things are going to be nullable. After that, what we can do, we can have a helper property, helper column of type bool, where we'll say is available, so that we can simply display this on our home page or maybe on our rooms page, where the guest can check that room and guest can book this room. Okay. Hmm. And now I need to think. There is one case, let me think about it. So what I am thinking, are we going to add all the rooms? If I have, let's say, 20 or 50 rooms, am I going to add all of those? So the name, maybe the number can be yeah, number will be different, right? Yeah, the number will be different. So we can have this name as a room number. Yeah, for now, let's have it like this only. If we will need to modify this with some other approach on the way, then we'll see. Okay, right now let's have it like this only. Cool. Now we have these navigation properties in this added and last updated. So let's have added. We'll have added by. So we'll say application user, and this would be added by user, and we'll make it virtual. Cool. Added by user. This is from this added by, so we can tell it that foreign key is going to be this added by, and we are good with this now. So room is ready. We have image, we have all this. What these are saying? Show potential fix. What is suggestion? What is potential fix? Oh, null labor. I don't want this null labor. Okay. So this is going to be key, primary key for our entity, which is fine. By the way, I love data annotations. I use data annotations most of the time. If you do not like this data annotation, you are free to go to application DB context and just override on model creating, and after base.on model creating, you can have your model configuration here. Okay, I like this approach, so I use data annotations all the time. All right, so name is required, and let's have a max length of maybe 25, not more than this. Image is also required, and it is again going to have a max length of maybe 100, not more than this. Price is required, and for this we can have range, which will be from, it can't be 0, but let's start from 1 to maybe, I don't know, double dot max. Double dot max. Might we use this? Method group 2 max. So this is not that max value. Okay, so description is also required, and it will have a max length of, let's say, 200. Is active, is available, added on, added by, everything looks okay after this. Cool. Let's see what other entity we need. Let's check the template. We have this section, this 3 bed, 2 bathroom, Wi-Fi. So all these, let's say, amenities. So what we'll do, we'll create a table, amenity table. So public class amenity. I hope this spelling is correct. Then we can have an ID and then string name. And we could have string icon. So this icon, in this particular case, we can see these icons. Okay, and fine. Now we need to map. This is a master table for amenities. Okay, and then we can map these rooms and amenities. So for this, okay, we need to think about numbers. What I mean is that amenity table that is going to have this bath, which is, we could say, bathroom, this Wi-Fi, then this bed, but this number 3, this number 2, all these things we should okay, have this unit as well. So okay, let's see. So what we can do, we can have a class here, the one table for, we will say, room amenity, which is mapping. So how this is going to map? In this we will have room ID, then we will have amenity ID, and both of these will create the primary key for this table. So this is one case where I go to the model builder, that Fluent API, to configure this entity. Although we can do this when we have composite key, when we have a collection of columns for a primary key, we could set this column, then we can define that the order 0 for this is going to be key, and then we can do same thing for this one, like this. But for this particular thing, when we have a primary key is a combination of multiple columns, then I use this approach. So here I'll map this. So I'll say model builder, which is builder in this case. So builder dot entity, and this is going to be room amenity, this entity, and this has key, and this is a object with rm, sorry, not rm, ra dot room id and ra dot amenity id. So this is our primary key for this table. All right. Okay, on name, let's add data annotation on amenity first. So this is going to be key, which is default. If we have a property inside a class with name id, it automatically considers it as primary key for that table. And if that is amenity id, then also it will consider it as key. But I like to set explicit annotation, so it will be, I have assigned it explicitly that this is the key for this table. All right, for name, this is going to be required, which is actually required because we are not using nullable string, but still I like to use explicit annotations. So required, after that we can set max length, and this is amenity name, so maybe 50. I know it's, let's have it like 25. That's fine. Then for icon, let's have it as required, and max length 25 for this as well. Okay, now room amenity, we have these primary key. After that, let's have that number, and I don't know what we should call that, and it should be nullable, because maybe it can be, for example, for Wi-Fi, we don't need to set anything that this room has one Wi-Fi or two Wi-Fi. There is no point of that. But for bedroom, yes, For beds, yes. For bathroom, yes, we need to specify that it has two bathroom, three bathroom, or two bed, three bed, or and all those. So we can have it nullable. If the value is null, we will not, we will directly display the amenity name, for example Wi-Fi. And if we have this value, then we'll display the amenity name with this number. So I don't know what I should call it, maybe unit, I don't know. Let's have it unit. Do let me know in the comment what should have I named it, this call. Okay. And then because these two, room ID and amenity ID, these are going to be referenced from amenity table and room table. So let's use these as navigation property. So here we'll say public room and then public amenity to define the relationship. And let's add these virtual so that these can be lazily loaded. Virtual. Okay. And maybe for this room, I don't know, maybe we should change this because the way I am seeing it, maybe this can be the category of room or maybe type of room type or category type, room category, something like this. And then we can have maybe 5 rooms of this category of this room type. We could have 3 rooms of this type, right? So yes, we should, yeah, we should do this, right? So here we can have public class room type. This is going to be, let's use short because room types cannot be that much. Then we'll have name, room type name basically. And yes, that's all, I guess. Let's have the is active and added by, modified by, and all these properties is available. There is no point of having this inside this. So ID, name, and all others fine. Now let's make it required and max length maybe 50. So this is room type and now room class. This is when we have this name, it should be actually room number. I'm having it as string because maybe they can have it A202, something like this. So let's have it as string. Okay. And then image. We can extract this image and price, or maybe all these things. Yeah, maybe we can extract all these things out from this table room, and all these can be added to room type, which we could say room category or room type. Do let me know in the comment what you would prefer. Should it be room type or room category? Okay, so ID, room number. After that, let's cut everything out and add these here in the room type, because the description, the price, everything can be set on room type level. And then room will simply, we will have that this particular category or this type of room has 6 rooms, right? So there we can set the room numbers, that this is A201, 202, 203, 204, something like this. So we can have this room number here, and then is available. We should, we can have this here. This is going to be a kind of uh, computed value out of this room table. So here first let's have ID, then have room type. So here we will say public short room type ID. Okay, and this is also going to be required, which is actually required. So let's remove this. So in this room type, if we have these room numbers, and now here we can have that is available property is available, right? And then this is available on the room type level. This should be, let's consider that this room type ID, for this room type we have 5 rooms. Okay, so this is going to have 5 different rows. Let's say 4 are available and one is, or let's say 4 are already taken and one is available. So in this room type, this available is going to be true because there is still one room left inside this room type. If we have 5 rooms and all are taken, then this is available is going to be false. We could use this, or uh, maybe we can remove this from here. We'll see if we if I think that at that level, when we'll reach at that level, if we need that, then we can add that this property in that room type class. Okay. So here in room ID, room type ID, room number is available. And now this room amenity, it should be room type amenity. Because if we have one type of room, let's say a single bed AC room, this is a room type. So that room type, all the rooms which falls under that room type, those are going to have the same amenities. So that's why this should be room type amenity. Now we'll change it to short, and this is going to be room type ID, and this is going to be room type. This is again going to be room type, and we'll go to our DB context. Here we'll say room type amenity and then room type ID. Yeah, now it makes more sense. So that is what I was telling, that this is not planned. So we might change so many things on the way when we, so using this you can know how I think, maybe how I approach things on the fly basically. All right. Okay. Now we have these classes. In room, do we need any other thing? ID, room type ID, room number is available. And what else we can have? I think this is fine. After that, what we can have, what we need apart from this room related things, we will have, let's work on bookings. Okay, let's work on bookings now. So we already have application user, which is the user. For guest also, that is going to be the user. So now we will have public class booking. Okay. Now in this first, we will have a booking ID. So I'm taking it as long. After that, for this booking, we will have room ID. This is going to be room ID because we are going to allot room to some guest, not the room type. Okay, we can get room type details from this room ID. We have room ID. After that, we are going to have user ID. So in this case, we'll call it guest ID. Okay, we'll have guest ID, room ID, guest ID. And then Okay, we need to have other properties as well in the room type. You remember we have this thing, check-in date, check-out date, then we have this adults and child. So that means we should have some logic or some property or column in which we can define that this particular room can have at most two adults or three adults and two child or three child or maybe something like this. If I go to rooms, no, what was the booking? Here what I have, name, check-in, select adult, select child, then select room, then special request. This is different. Yeah, we should have these two things, right? So let's add these two as well, and these can be defined on room type level only because one type of room can have this setting. So for this, after description, we can say public int max adults, and then we'll have one more, we'll say max child or children. Okay, this room type can have maximum this two or three adults and two or three children, something like this. Okay. Okay, we'll see if we need to change these or we are good with these. Fine. Now we are bookings. We have guest ID. After that, we can have int adults. Then we can have int children. And then we can have date time, check-in date, and check-out date. Okay. And then we can have that special request. What was that name? Special request. Special request, yes. Or we can name it some remarks, maybe. And this is going to be nullable. And then, yes, we can have one more. And that is going to be, when was this booking uh, generated or created, right? We will say, let's say booked at. Or what approach we are following, at or on? Updated on, added on, so booked on. Booked on. Okay, looks like we are reaching somewhere. Okay, this can have one more field which is going to be decimal total amount. Okay, total price which was paid for this booking. Now the payment related columns fields we will add later when we'll work on payments. Okay, so for now I guess we are good. Then this room ID and guest ID, let's add navigation properties. So first we will have room, then we'll have guest, which is going to be our application user, guest, and both of these are going to be virtual. Fine. After that, this ID is actually key. Guest ID, this is required. And total amount, same thing. This should be range. 1 comma double dot max value. This is just for simple validation so that we don't insert some invalid value for this. That's all we are using this range for. And then, okay, we are good. I think is something missing inside this? Yes, it is missing. Or no, it is not missing anything, right? Everything is in place. Okay, we'll see if there is some missing piece. If we'll reach that point, then we'll fix this. All right. So I guess we are good, right? They can book, can do all these things. This is going to be filtration on home page. We have this section which is fixed. We have this section which is fixed. This thing we can get from our tables if we want. So number of rooms, number of staff, number of clients, that means guests, all these things we can get from our tables. Explore our rooms, we can have our rooms, image, price, room type, name, amenities, description. Then I don't know how we can use this section. Maybe we'll remove this section. Then comes our services. So we can have these fixed, or maybe if we want to make these dynamic, we can have table for these as well. Like this only, static. If this video does not get so much long, then maybe we'll create entity and tables for this one, and we'll add one dedicated screen for this in our admin panel. Okay, testimonials, maybe we can show one form for the guests when they log in to their account. There we can display this form so that they can add their experience. Then comes staff. So the staff, this is going to be okay, name and designation. So in application user, we should have designation and we should have image as well. Yes, we should have image as well. All right, so let's, for this testimonial, we'll work on this when we'll reach at this point. But first let's add the image, avatar and designation to application user. Okay, so where is our application user is here. So after contact number, we could say string, and designation, which is going to be null label, not required, but we'll have a max length of maybe 50 only. Then Unicode false, and there is one more avatar image. So public string and image, and let's have this also as null label. Say max length as 100. For room image, we have max length, description. Let's add Unicode false to the images as well. And here Unicode false. And if we go further, is there any other string property added by this is required? Then room name, Unicode false. Then amenity, Unicode false. booking, special remarks. First, we'll have max length of maybe 150, not more than 150. Then Unicode false on this one as well. Okay, I guess we are good. So save everything and let's move these types to their separate classes. Okay, so I'll use this refactoring. Move type to room type. Room is already here. Then we'll move amenity. Okay, this icon as well. Let's have Unicode false. And then amenity. Move type to amenity. Room amenity. Booking. Save everything and we are good now. Right? So now we need to add the migration. Right now, all these are simple classes. These are not bound to EF core or our DB context. That's why if we run migration right now, nothing is going to happen. We need to bind these types to our application DB context. And we have two approaches for this. Either we can have these as a DB set properties, DB set room type, room types, and this room type amenity, this is already going to add to this DB context. So how this works, you need to do one of these things, either add the type as DB set property or use that type in on model creating with this builder.entity and do anything with this. So it will attach that class to this DB context, and then when you will run the migrations, it will add the migration for that particular type. Okay, so we have room types. After that, what we have? Amenity. But before that, we have rooms. So room, and then we have amenity, amenities. Then we have room type amenity. We can have room type amenities. And after that, we have bookings, and we need to have users as well. So for that, what we can do, we can access the application users using this, or maybe we can use user manager to fetch the users. We'll use user manager. And I don't know if we can directly, yeah, user manager should give us iQueryable, right? It gives us iQueryable. Let's try. I'm just testing it, checking it right now, what it gives us. If I go to login, I'm just trying to see if I need to add user specific property in DB context or no. So login, DB context, login you, password sign in. Where is user manager? Sign in manager. Okay, maybe on register page. Yes, we have user manager dot users. This is iQueryable. Okay, we can apply where and all those things here. All right. Okay, we are good. We are good. We are good. All right. Now we have added these DB sets in here. But when we will access the room type, we'll access amenities as well, right? So inside this, let's add that also. So here we will add uh, virtual I collection of room type amenity. Okay, amenities. So that when I will access room type at that time, I can directly access list of amenities. That's why I'm using it like this. All right, let's see if everything is fine and we can create our migration or no. Okay, so here I'll say add migration, and this is going to be, let's say, entities, hotel entity, or let's say add entities. Let's see if there is some issue or everything is fine. Build succeeded, and then, all right. Okay, all these warnings, these are related to the decimal column, so we are good. If you want to fix these, we can use has precision or has column type, has precision. I think there is some data annotation level property as well for this. First, let's see what we have in migration. So for ASP.NET user, we are adding designation. Then we are using adding image. Then amenities table we are creating, which has ID, name, icon with primary key amenities. Fine. Then we have rooms table, which will have ID, in identity, room type ID, room number, and is available. We have primary key PK rooms. Then we have room types: ID, image, price, description, max adults, max children, is active, added on, added by, last updated on. And we have this foreign key. In rooms, this room type ID, this should be a foreign key. Room table, if I go to room, okay, this room type ID, I should have added that. So this is missing. I'll add one more migration. So you see this, checking this makes sense. If you have followed previous tutorial that complete full stack blog application using .NET 8 Blazor SSR, there also we had one problem with one of the type and it cost us uh, a lot of time basically to check. There was that problem. If we could have checked the migration, we could have detected that problem earlier. All right, so we have one problem now, we'll fix it. After that we have room types, so everything is fine. In room types we have added by this foreign key. After that we have bookings, ID, room ID, guest ID, adults, children, check-in date, check-out, total amount, booked on, remarks. Primary key bookings, foreign key, guest ID, and room ID, which is fine. Then we have room type amenities, room ID, amenity ID, unit, and it has two foreign keys. Fine. Then it is creating couple of indexes. So we are good. This migration looks fine. The only thing is this room, it should have a property of type room type. We'll say room type, and let's make it virtual, and it is room type ID, so we should be good with this, right? Room type has short ID, yes. All right, save it and let's add one more migration. So for this we'll say add, or let's say fix room type, or maybe room type navigation, something like this. Or we could have said maybe fixed room type foreign key, something like this. Okay, so it is creating an index and adding a foreign key for rooms, room type ID. So we are good. Save everything. And now everything is fine. Our database is pretty much ready for basic operation. I think maybe not basic. It should have maybe, I don't know, maybe it has covered all the cases, or maybe there might be a couple of cases missing. We'll fix those when we'll encounter some problem and or we'll reach at that point. Okay. So now first thing, what I want to run on the database side, I just want to run these migrations on the database. So for that, first thing, I will fix the connection string. So I'm in app settings.json. I'll fix it. So I'll add it dot, which is my server. Then database, I'll name it hotel booking Blazor only. I'll remove other things. Trusted connection true, multiple active results sets true. Then I'll use encrypt false. I'm using it on local, so I don't want encryption. Encrypt true, and we are good. Let's run these migration on the database. So for that, we can use update database command. Update database like this. And now it will create database and run all these migrations, which is, and we have some error. What is the error? A connection was successfully established, but is there an error occurred during the login process, the certificate chain? Yeah, that's why I added this encrypt. Oh, sorry, encrypt false. I don't want this encryption. So by default, starting from EF7, these connection strings for EF core, these are by default encrypt true. So I need to set it to false. Update database. Queries on the database. There is some error. The error is failed executing db command room types room type id on table rooms may cause a cycles or multiple cascade paths. If I go to data room, I have this room type. Know that this, okay, I should have changed it to referential action dot maybe no action. First, let's see what all tables it created. So I'll use Server Explorer here. Let's refresh this and add a new connection. Microsoft SQL Server. Continue. Server dot. Windows authentication yes. Option false. Trust. Database. What is the database name? Hotel booking Blazor. Okay. So here I'll check. I have migration history, amenities. These are ASP.NET, then bookings, rooms, room types. If I check here, amenities, so table data, there is going to be nothing in this table. I just want to see ID name icon. Okay. After that, we have bookings from here. Then we have room. Then we have room type, room type, and then we have room type amenity, room type amenities. Okay, that means everything is fine. Just that index or that is not created. ID rooms. How can we verify the mm, remarks booked, checked, guest ID, properties? I don't know how can we check the keys here, foreign keys and all those things. Okay, let's do this. For this one, we'll say referential action cascade instead of cascade. We'll say no action. So for this, we can go to our application DB context. Here we will have builder dot entity of room, it has, or maybe on room type dot has many. In room type, did I add room navigation property? Collection of amenities on room type. Let's add one more collection for rooms. So has many rt dot room, and this is, let's say, with one, and then delete behavior dot, let's say, no action. Do we have update behavior as well? On, no, we just have on delete, right? So we are good. Let's see if it helps. Save package manager console. We'll add a new migration for this. So we'll say add migration room type room delete no action, something like this. Both relationship between room and room types dot room and between room dot room types could use room type id as the foreign key. To resolve this, configure the foreign key properties explicitly. What first, let's say with one r dot room type. If I do this, is dropping that and adding this new foreign key. Let's try to run update database command again. So update database, and we still have that problem. Introducing for a constraint rooms, room types, room type ID on table rooms may cause cycles or multiple cascade paths. Maybe I'm missing something. Let me see what am I missing. So I did some research and I read a couple of articles, read a couple of Stack Overflow posts. So I found out that this thing, if we have this error in one of the previous migration, and then even if we fix this, it does not, we could say it does not pick up because it has the incorrect mapping in one of the previous migrations. It will throw error. The solution is to, we will keep on removing the migrations which we already added until we get that error that says that it can't revert now, and then we'll create a new migration, and at that time it will pick up the latest thing. So let's try it out. So I'll say remove migration, and I'll keep on doing this. Remove migration, it removed it. Again remove migration, and all right, again remove migration. So you don't need to do all of these things because the source code you will get, you will have the final actual migration which will not have this mapping issue. So you would be able to directly run it. This is just for debugging, or we could say the fixing it in the first place. Now we got this error that this is already applied to database, it cannot revert it. Now we are good. Now if we check, it actually deleted all these migrations, Now we'll create a new migration. So we'll say add migration. We can name it whatever. Let's say fix. And now it has generated. Now if we try to update the database, update database. Do we have that application context? Delete behavior? No action. Yes. Update database. Run. Let's see if it works. And it worked. Okay. Cool. So we have our database ready. We have our mappings ready. So everything is ready now. We can now start working further. Before that, let me push these changes to my GitHub. Now, what we'll do first, let's uh, create the super admin user first. Okay, so for that, what we can do for creating that, we can have a seeding service which will seed the database with that admin user. So for this, I'm creating a new folder first. I'll call it services, and here I'll say this is going to be a class with the name, let's say seed service. Seed service. Okay, and we already have DB context registered, right? Yes. So let's inject this, and because we are working in Blazor, so sometimes there could be race condition, multiple threads comes and try to access the same service at the same time. We could have the problem because the DB context by default it can be accessed by only a single thread, so we can have exception. So it's recommended in Blazor to use DB context factory instead of injecting direct DB context. So for that, what we can do, where we have this builder.services.add DB context, which was added by ASP.NET Core identity when we created this project. So we'll modify this and we'll say add DB context factory. Okay, so we can use this now. We'll go to our seed service. Here we'll say, oh, do we need this here? I don't think we need this here. We need to seed the admin user. Yes, we need to seed the admin user. For this, we don't need the DB context. But because the point here is this ASP.NET Core identity, it uses multiple tables with so many settings and all these things. So instead of adding all that data manually, we will use the approach they take using that user manager, user store, role manager, role store, which are given by ASP.NET Core identity only. So if we go to components, accounts, pages, and if we go to register.razor page, here this was automatically generated by ASP.NET Core identity when we created this project. So here you see we have all this configuration. There is a lot of things. So we are creating user, creating an instance of application user, then using user store to set the username, email store, set email, create user, all these things. Okay, so we'll follow the same approach. All right. So we are here on seed service. We can inject all those things. So first we need to have user manager of type application user. That is our user. So here we'll say user manager. After that we'll say I user store of type application user underscore, not underscore, user store. Okay, then we will add role manager. and this will be of type identity role, which is default role class. We can override it the same way we have application user. If we want to add any additional information to role, we can override, we can create a new class which will be a subclass of identity role. So if you check application user, its base class is identity user. So using this application user derived class, we can add additional properties which we want in our identity user. So same way we can follow for identity role if we want. But we don't need any additional information in role, so we are good with this. We have this role manager. Then we will have I role store. We'll see what all we need. Right now I don't know what all we will need, but we'll see what all we need and then we'll modify these accordingly. We'll remove or add other services. So role store, and I think we are good. Let's create fields. So user store, role manager, and role store. All right, we have all this information here. Now we'll create a method here, public async task, and we'll say seed database async. All right. Now for this user's credentials, in my previous video with Blazor SSR.NET 8, that Blazing blog version 2. So that was the complete full stack blog application. If you want to check out, I will drop the link of that video in my pinned comment and description. So please do check that out. That has a complete huge course, I think around 10 hours of course, in which we have gone through from scratch to end. We have built the complete full stack blog application there. For admin credentials, I have used direct hard-coded values here, but in this case, what I'm going to do in this current project, we'll get those from configuration. So I am adding those in app settings.json only. Here, let's say admin user, or maybe we can have one users, and here I can have, or let's say I'm going to use only single value, right? So let's call it admin user. Okay, here we could have couple of things. So name, let's use my name only, Abhay Prince. Then email, we'll use that username. So here we will say Abhay at Blazing Hotel. Yeah, we should name it Blazing Hotel, right? That's what we are following. Blazing Z, Blazing Blog, then Blazing Hotel. Yeah, let's change it. So Abhay at blazinghotel.com. Then name, email. What else we need? We need password. Now this is just dummy simple thing. So you could have one approach that either you cannot have these in app settings, you can provide it from other source, or you can have it here for the basic initial setup, and when your application runs for the first time, at that time you can show a change password screen to the admin user, so they can simply change the password so that we won't have this issue. There are multiple approaches to tackle this. So here I'll have some strong password. So I'll say, let's say @Abhay 123, and it has everything, right? Special character, then capital, uppercase, lowercase, and numbers, right? So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So we can force the password format using this identity settings from here, but we will go with the default. So default needs all these things, that it should have one special character, numeric values, and then uppercase and lowercase combination of characters. You can modify these if you want. Cool. So I'll have this. Now, in order to access this, we have multiple approaches. We can use options pattern. Do let me know in the comment if you already know about options pattern. If you don't know about options pattern, I can make a dedicated video for that options pattern. So I'm not going to use that options pattern in this particular video. Do let me know in the comment if you already know it, or you don't know about it, you want me to create a dedicated video for that. We can have a small tutorial of maybe 15-20 minutes so that I can explain that in detail. How can we use these options? Also, we have three types of options. So one options are we will inject these, and these will be the same. We cannot modify these, or we could say we can modify these, but it will not pick up the latest values. And there is one type of option pattern in which we will have these, and whenever we modify anything here, it will automatically pick the new values and it will use those. All right. So in this particular thing, I'm going to access this manually. So when I say manually, I'll go to seed service and I will inject I configuration. Okay, so I'll use this configuration, and from here I'll get the admin database values. So here, what I'll do, I'll say var admin user email, something like this. Okay, let's access this. So we can access this from configuration dot get, and yes, we can get string, and the value we will need, this will be admin user colon email. Okay, so get value like this. This is a shorthand of configuration dot get section admin user dot get value, this thing. So this is a shorthand. We don't need to have those get section then get value. We can directly have get value, and we can separate sections using colon. All right, now we have this admin user email here. Now we'll check if this email already exists. That means we already seeded the database, or we already seeded this admin user already, then we'll simply skip it. So for this, what we can do, we can say var db admin user. So here we could say user manager dot find by email async, and then admin user email. We will await it. Now we will check if db admin user is not null. That means we have this value, so we don't need to do anything. We'll directly return from there. So we'll say database already has admin user. No need to do anything. And we'll directly return from here. Cool. Now, if that's not the case, then we will follow the same approach which is being followed on register.razor page. Okay. So we can use that thing here. We will say first we'll create a user. So we'll say var application user equals new application user, this one, which is our application user, identity users derived application user. Now we'll add values. Okay, we can directly use this like this. Oh, okay, we have first name and last name. Where is application user, first name and last name? Okay, so we need to modify our setting. I'll say first name First name and last name. First name is Abhay, last name is Prince. All right. So here I'll say first name equals we can follow this admin user first name, then we'll say last name, then we'll say email is from there, so we don't need to set explicit email. It will be set by the next step which we'll take. So we'll add the values here which we have added to application user directly. We will not add identity user values. So we have first name, last name, then we have role name. So role name, this will be using, we have role, right? Did we create role? Entities and we did not create user roles. All right, so let's create a new folder and let's call it constants and constants. I'm going to, although this is not constant, but enums we could say these are kind of constants. So here I'll say role, or let's say role type. So it will be public enum role type, and here I'll say super admin, or we could say admin. After admin, we are going to have staff, and then we are going to have guest. All right, let's add this namespace to our. Did we create global usings? No, right? Okay, maybe we don't need this everywhere. We'll see if we need this. So role type, we can use this role type enum directly in seed service. So here we'll say role type dot admin dot toString. After role, what else we need? We need contact number. So for this also, we can go to our settings and we can add one contact number. So here we'll say contact number. It can be any contact number. So contact number equals like this. Then we have designation and image. So designation is actually admin. So we can directly say this is administrator. Administrator. Then we have image. So right now we don't have any image, so we can skip this. We'll work on this later. So I guess we have added all these values. Let's use this admin user last name, contact number, and this is telling us that this would be nullable. So we know these are not going to be nullable. If these are nullable, if this is null, so we will simply, it will throw exception and we are okay with that. Because that should not allow this, because we need at least one admin user in our application to it to run successfully basically. All right, so we have application user ready here. After this, what we'll say user store dot set username async. It needs application user, so that we have here application user. Then it needs username. So for these usernames are email ID actually. So for this, what we can use this admin user email. We'll await it, and then cancellation token. So we can provide default. So now we have set username async. After that, we'll set the email. So for that, we need to have access to email store, which is actually, if we go to register page, we have this thing, email store, which is get email store. If we go here, we have this thing, iUser email store of type application user. We can convert user store to this type. We can cast it to this type, and this is actually underscore user store. So now we have email store, and on email store, we can say set email async. Okay, let's await this as well. Await, and we have set email store, set email store application user, same thing, right? After that, we'll simply say create user async. So let's copy this section. Here we'll say result equals underscore user manager dot create async user, which is our application user, and the password we can get from our configuration. So we'll get the password from our configuration like this. All right, now we have result. If there is some problem with this result, if it was not able to create this user, we will simply say that result.succeeded, this section, we can get the errors. This errors is actually a collection of enumerable of identity error. So we can say errors equals result.errors dot select e dot we have description. So now we can merge these into a single string. So we'll say string dot join with maybe comma, or maybe environment dot new line, and then we will have all these errors here. We have errors here, we will return from here. We can simply throw exception from here. So throw new, I don't know what type of exception it could be, but we can have just exception. So message and inner exception, so we are good with message only. All right, now if this was succeeded, after this we will check if we already have admin role added to our database. So for this, we'll do the same thing we did for admin user. We try to find this user by email. So here we'll say var, or we can directly add a if statement here. We'll say await role manager dot find by name async, and the name we are looking for is admin. Okay, we should add all the roles at the same time, right? Yes, we should. All right. So here we will say role type dot admin dot toString. If this is null, that means we do not have role in our database. So for after this, what we'll do, we will insert all our roles to the database. So for this, we can say for each, although we have only 3 roles, we can use these one by one, but let's have some fancy approach. We'll make it dynamic. So here we are saying that role in, we'll say enum dot get values, and we can define the enum is our role type. So get values, it will return role type array. So this role is actually role type. get value, get names. So this is role name, string role name, and we can use role manager dot create async, and we'll create a role, and this should be identity role. So here we could say role equals new identity role, identity role, identity role. And here we can have name equals role name, and then we can simply create async. This will be role. We can await it, it will create one by one, or we could have these in a collection and then run task without van all kind of thing, but we are good with this one by one. So now it will create all our roles. We have 3 roles, so it will create all these 3 roles in the database. After that, now we have ready, we have our user ready, we have our role ready in the database. Now we need to map this admin user to the admin role, right? So for this, we can say user manager dot add to role async, add to role async, not roles. So here application user, which is our application user, and then we need to map it to string role. So this role is going to be role type dot admin dot toString, and here also we'll say await, and it returns the same identity result. So we could reuse this result. Result equals this, and if this was not succeeded, we'll simply throw the same exception here. All right, so we are good, I think. Let's have this exception message tell that it is while creating user or adding user to the role. So here we'll say error in creating user, and then we can have it like this. Let's copy this line, add it here, and here we'll say error in adding user to admin role, and then these errors. And now we are good. So we have created our application user, and then we have added that we have created our roles, and then we have added the user to the role. So we are good now. All right, cool. Now let's do this. The seed service, let's register it. This seed service role store. We are not using role store. We can remove this. Role store, where is role store? It is here. It is here. All right. Okay. Let's save everything and register this seed service to our DI container. So we'll go to program.cs, and here before builder.build, we'll say builder.services.add transient seed service, and we are good. And after this, we will modify one thing in the default identity setting. First is services.add identity core. It is saying options.signin.require confirmed account. We will make it false. We are not using emails right now. So what it needs, when we are creating any user, it will generate it should generate a unique code, verification code, then it will be sent to the email, and from that email user will click on that link, it will come here, it will confirm the account, it will set it into the database that email is verified, and then only that user can log in. Right, so I am skipping this thing. If you want me to create a dedicated video for this flow for ASP.NET Core identity, it does not have to do anything with Blazor. This is purely ASP.NET Core identity. It will be same for Blazor, Razor Pages, MVC, or any other approach. Okay. So if you want me to create a dedicated video, do let me know in the comment. If I got couple of comments, then maybe I'll plan a dedicated video for this. But for now, I'm simply skipping this thing. All right. And after that, by default, it does not add the role, identity role related stuff. But because we are using role manager, because we are using identity role, so we will say here add roles, and it will be of type identity role like this. And it should be before add identity framework store, because this order matters, because in our previous video when we were working on that blazing blog application in .NET 8 Blazor SSR, at that time I added it here and it was not working. So maybe I don't know if this should be before this, if this order matters. If not, if I was missing something, so do let me know in the comment if you know about it, that this order matters for this case. All right, so we have this setup, we have this seed service. Now what we will do, this seed service, we will run this seed database seed async method when our application is running for the first time. Then only we need to do this. There is no point of using it again and again or on demand, because this is a kind of a required bootstrap step for our application. So we'll run this at the very beginning. So for this, what we'll do, we will create a method here after app.run, after everything in the same file. Here I'll say async task, and I'll say seed database, or we could say initialize async, or we could say initial setup. We could name it whatever we want. Right now we are just using database, so we can just say initialize users maybe, or we could say initialize admin user. Okay, and we will get service provider here like this. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll say service provider dot we should create a scope here. So here we'll say using word scope equals service provider dot create async scope, or we could just use create scope. Then we can get our seed service equals, from this scope we'll say scope dot service provider dot get required service. And now we have the seed service. We can simply run our seed database async method. We'll say await seed database async. And now we are good to use this initialize admin users. And this we'll do after var app equals to builder.build. Now we'll say initialize admin user. And here we'll say app.services. We'll provide this services here. And now we are good. Okay, what it's saying, local function can be made static. Yes, make static, no problem. All right, now let's do this. Let's add a couple of breakpoints. I'm adding it here. After that, let's go to this method. I'll add it here. So we'll see if everything is working fine or we have some issue. Let's try to run it. It should create our roles and the admin user. Let's say finger crossed. All right, it hit here. Continue, and we are here. We have our admin user email. Yes, then it is trying to get it from database. Now we have it null. That means we have not added this admin. We have application user now. If we check it, we should have last name is Abhay, first name is Abhay. Oh, I messed it up. Or okay, in settings, app settings.json, I have it Abhay and Abhay. Okay, I'll modify it, but for now what we can do, we can modify it here only. So I'll make it Abhay to Prince. All right. Okay. Now user store set user email, email store set email. Now this result, it should create, it is succeeded. That means it created this user in the database. Now we are here. We see result was succeeded. That means our application user, it will have all the values filled up. Normalized email, username, password, hash, everything is here. That means our user got created. Now we'll check for roles. It came here, it is null because we don't have any role in the database right now. Let's see what we got from this enum. We have admin. It created this role. Fine. Then we have staff, second role. Then we have guest, the third role. It is also got created. Then, okay, we already have all these roles. Now we will just add this application user with this role, and this was also succeeded. That means we added this role. Now if I continue it, it will open just fine. Now let's do this. If I stop this and run it again, okay, breakpoint got hit again. This is a, this will run only when we are starting our application. It will not run for the, if our application already started and if we are making request to our application, then it will not run. So we are okay with this. See database. Now this time if we come here, we should have this admin user, so it will directly return from here because we already seeded our database with this user. So if we continue, we will be here and everything is fine. We can move around, it will not hit that thing again, so everything is fine. Great. So that means we have created our entities, we have set up our database, we have created our roles, and we have created our admin user. Now we can easily start working on the admin panel, or before that login page. We can start working on our login page. Okay, great. First, let's see if we got this thing in database. So I'll go to our app settings.json. We have this hotel booking Blazor, this database here. This is the one, right? Yes. Let's connect. We have tables here. So if we see the ASP.NET roles, it should have show table data. It has this guest, admin, staff, these three roles which we added, right? Now if we go to ASP.NET user roles, it has this user ID and role ID. This is our role ID is FC57, right? So if we check FC57, this is admin role. Then if we go to ASP.NET users, here we should have our admin user, which is this one, right? Admin user, all these things. And this starts from the C23. So if we check here, we have this C23. So it got mapped to this. So we are good, right? Now let's start working on login page. All right, so for this, first let's work on the functionality, then we'll work on the UI. What I mean is, if I run this, I need to remove that breakpoint. We don't need that breakpoint now. So remove this breakpoint as well, continue, and if I go to slash account slash login, okay, okay, because I modified the main layout. All right, great. First thing we'll do, we'll remove this third party login provider. We don't need these. The second thing, we will maybe remove this resend email confirmation and forgot password. These two things, we are not going to work on these two functionality inside in this project. Then we'll move this login user to the center of the screen. Okay, let's do this first. So we have this in components, accounts, pages, login.razor. Okay, so first thing, we have this call md4. After that we have this call md6. We will remove this md4 and md6. Okay, it has md offset 2. Call md offset 2. If I remove this, we have this call md4, and let's use offset 4. So from starting, leave 4, use 4, and then after it there will be 4. So we are good with skipping those. And then we will remove forget password, and we'll remove resend email confirmation. All right, save. Let's see what we have now. We have it here, and it did not get moved to the right. And these offset classes, so we have, where is it? We added that offset class, right? Call md4 md offset, we don't have that. Maybe because this is some mismatching of the bootstrap versions we are using. Okay, we'll use our favorite flex box. So for this, what we will do, we will go to this container, this row. On this row, we'll say dflex, which is display flex, and justify content center. So just move it to the center, and let's move this h1 as well to the inside this only. Insert section. We are good. Save it, and let's check it. And it is in the center. All right. Maybe we can add some spacing from the top and some, what we'll say that, maybe border shadow, something like this. Leave it like this only. Okay, right now let's leave it like this only. We'll see if we want to modify this. All right, so first thing, we have this thing. Now pay attention, I'm going to click on this login without adding anything. So if I press this, the page gets reload, and then we get this email field is required, password field is required. Okay, so these things should not reload the complete page, but because this is a SSR, there is no interactivity on this page using maybe internet server, WebAssembly. There is no direct interactivity. It is a form. We are logging in, we are clicking on this button, complete page gets post to the server, and there it checks all these validation, and then it returns the complete page. So in Blazor with .NET 8, we have one thing which is called enhanced forms. What that does, this is a edit form. On edit form, we will add this enhance parameter. So this is same as enhance equals true, but for this thing we have this shorthand approach that if we say enhance, and if this is of type bool, it will automatically consider it as true. So by adding this enhance, we are telling Blazor that this form should be enhanced. What that means is you should not post the complete page to the server. There should not be full page refresh. You should simply use fetch the ajax request to submit this form. Okay, now if I added this enhance And now if I open this, and now if I click this, you see we directly got these errors and the full page reload was not happening right now. All right, and these messages, these are duplicated, so let's remove the top ones. We are okay with this email field is required and password field is required in here. So for this, let's check here. We have validation summary, so we can remove this validation summary. If now it will remove those top error list. Now we are good. We have email field is required, we have password field is required, we have this thing, we have login. Okay, let's start working on login. Now if we go, we have this login user. If we go to this method, we are saying here we have sign in manager dot password sign in async. After that we are simply checking for all these cases and it is logging in. Now with this password sign in async method, in our particular case there is a problem, and the problem is how it works. It will use claims, it will use cookies with the claims with the logged in users details, and by default it uses just ID and the username, which is email in this case. So it will have only ID and email, but that is not all what we want, right? So we have application user, we want user's name, that means first name last name, we need role name, and we need image, and maybe we need the designation as well to display it somewhere. So what I mean is we need all this information with of course the user ID, which will come from identity user. So we need all this additional information. This is not going to add by default to the claims using this password sign in async. So we need to change this approach. We need to modify this code to make it compatible for our use case. Okay, so the main point is we need to add additional claims to this signing in process. So for this, what we can do, we cannot use password sign in async. It does not allow additional claims. So the approach we will take, we will first check if this user actually exists in the database. So that we can use await. We have our user manager. We can check the same thing. Do we have user manager here? We just have sign in manager, right? Let's inject user manager. So we'll say user manager of application user, and it will be user manager. So we'll use the same approach we were using in our seed service. So on this, okay, let's stop debugging. All right. So here on user manager, we'll say find by email async. And this email we have in this input dot email. All right. Now it will give us the currently the user which is associated with this email ID, which is of type application user. Now if this email does not exist, then it will return null simply. So here we will check if user is null. Okay, so we will set this error message invalid login attempt. Okay, we are good with this message, and here then we'll say error invalid login attempt, and then we'll simply return from here. We don't need to do anything further. Now if this email exists, this username exists, that means this is correct, this user exists. Now we need to check if the password is correct. So for this, what we can do, from sign in manager, we have a method which is check password sign in async. It checks password for this user. So we have application user, then we have string password. So this password we have is in this input dot password. And then we have lockout on failure. We are not locking out user for invalid attempts. So we'll say false. Now it returns sign in result, which is I guess password sign in result, also sign in result. So we could use this thing here. So we'll say var result equals await and this thing. Then we'll check if this result was succeeded or no. So let's do the opposite. We will check if it was not succeeded. That means there was some error. So let's use the same error message. If you want to explicitly tell what is the invalid login attempt, you could modify this. So here we know that user does not exist. Here we know that incorrect password. Now, if this was also not the case, that means this user does exist in our database and the password is correct. Now we are good. Now we can allow user to enter in our system. We are allowing user to log in. Now, this sign in manager, it has one more method, sign in manager dot, we could say, what is that? Sign in with claims async. So it needs user and then it has is persistent and then additional claims, which is an enumerable of claim. So this is the additional data which we want user to persist, to keep in the identity in claims, so that we can use that data to identify the user and its other details, for example first name, last name, image, role name, and all those things. Okay, so for this we'll create a collection here. So I'll say claim claim array. I'll say additional claim equals, I'm going to create an array here. In this array I'll use new claim and we can provide type and value to this. Okay, so this type we are going to use, let's say first name, or we can simply use one name only. We'll just say name, or let's say full name, and the value will be from this user dot. Now we have first name and last name, right? First name and last name, we need to use this, or we can create a computed property on this application user label. So here what we'll do, we'll say public string, we'll say full name. Okay, or we could say display name, it's up to you. So here I'll say full name and it will be the first name space last name, and then we'll apply trim because we have last name as nullable. If user did not provide last name, then we will have first name space. That does not make sense. So this trim will simply remove this space. So we will always have the actual correct username without any additional trailing or uh, yeah, okay. So full name. Now if I add it directly here, it is going to be part of this application user. That means this application user is an entity. That means it will add this to the database. It will try to use this from the database, but that is not what we want, right? In database, we just want first name and last name. We don't want this full name. We want this to our application level only. Not go to database, just use it from here only. So for this, we need to tell this. We need to tell entity framework that do not consider this full name property as a database property. So for that, entity framework EF core provides us not mapped attribute, which will say that not mapped to this database. So if you are creating application user, don't use this to create it. If you are fetching the user, don't get it from the database. That is what we are saying. Now we have this full name. So now we can directly use it here. Here we will say user dot full name. All right, we are good now. For this name, instead of hard coding, we could say name of application user dot full name, or maybe we can create some constants. We already have this constants folder, right? Let's go here and let's create a new class. Here we'll say maybe app constants. I'll make it static because this is going to be just for constants. Inside this, I'm going to create a inner class. I'll call it for the simple mapping, not mapping, simple, we could say grouping. So public static class, here I'll say custom claim types. Okay. And here I can say public const string full name, full name, and then we had role name in the application user, right? What else we had? Contact number. I don't think we are going to display it anywhere, so we can skip this. Designation, we might show this, so we'll use designation. Then we have image, we can show this image, and then email and the okay, let's use email as well. We'll express this at email. ID. So it by default uses ID in the default claim types, that is that name identifier claim. So we can directly use it from there. All right, we have custom claim types. We can use this now for the key names. So here instead of this name and all this, we'll say app constant, app constants. Okay, let's use this using statement, this constants to the imports.razor, so that this will be available for all our components and razor pages. Okay, so I'll add it here underscore imports.razor like this, save, and now it will be available in all the razor pages. App constants dot custom claim types dot full name. Okay, now let's add all our claim types which we want. So here we'll say, let me copy it a couple of times. After full name we have role name, then we have image, then we have email, then we have designation. All right, just these. So for role name we can say user dot role name. For image we can say image, but this is nullable, so we need to have some default value, so we'll have simple default empty string. Email, email, this shouldn't be nullable. If this is nullable by any means, we can use the same user dot username. All right, then comes designation. Username is also nullable. Okay, we know this is not going to be nullable, so we are good. User dot full name, sorry, designation. So designation, and for this also we can have empty string. Now we have additional claims. Now we can use this. So with this sign in with claims, I think first we need user, which we know we have this user. After that, we use each persistent. So we have this input dot remember me field, and then these additional claims. Cool. Now it returns nothing. It is simple sign in. So we'll simply say await. It does not return anything because we know that password and everything is fine. We already checked that, so it will simply sign in directly without any issue. All right. After signing in, what it was doing earlier, it was simply redirecting the user. It was doing this thing. So we'll do the same thing here. We'll log it, user logged in, and then redirect manager.redirect to return URL, whatever return URL we have. Now we can clean this method up. The existing code we are simply removing. Save everything, and now we are good. Let's try it. Let's try. I'm running it, and we should be able to log in using the admin credentials. Okay, let's quickly check the admin credentials. We have app settings, we have Abhay at blazinghotel.com, and password is this one. Okay, application is here. We'll go to account/login. Here in email, I'll say Abhay at blazinghotel.com and password, and then I'll simply log in. And we are good. It moved us here and we cannot see anything. That's because it successfully logged in, but we are not displaying anything anywhere. So in order to display it, let's go to the main tab bar, main navigation bar. So in layout, we have nav menu. Are we using this? No, we are not using this. On main layout, we have header. If we go to header, in header, we have hotel AP. First, let's change it to Blazing Hotel. And then we have top section where we are displaying email ID and contact number, right? There only, or maybe we have all these navigation menus. After all these navigation menu, let's add one more navigation menu just for our we'll modify it, but right now I just want to display the logged in user's name maybe. So here we could use authorize view. Inside this we will say authorized. If user is authorized, then we will display something here. Let's copy this nav link only. So this will be whenever we are inside authorized view, it gives us access to context variable, which is of type authentication state. And inside this context, we can get user, which is of type claims principal. And on this user, we can get our claims. So here we'll say find first, and we could say we have find first value as well, right? Find first value, find first value should be find first value. Okay, we have find. We'll check this now. So on the user dot find, what is it? User dot find first. We can provide type. So the type, maybe we can use our app constants dot custom claim types dot full name. Okay, and then from here we can get the value. We'll modify this. We'll fix this thing. We will create some extension methods and all these to simplify this approach. But right now I just want to display that we at least have something. All right, I'm saving it. If this is authorized, then only it will display this. Okay, edit code, stop, and let's run it again. So we'll see if the login was successful and if we are getting these additional claims, because this full name comes from that additional claim we added. So you see we have this sub happiness which came from the claim. So that means login process was successful. We have successfully logged in and we are able to add the claims and fetch the claims. All right, it looks great. Well, let's continue then. Let's see what we can do next. All right, so let's do this premium version button. let's change it to login or logout. If user is not logged in, we will display login. If user is logged in, we will display logout button here. Okay. So for this, what we'll do, we'll say same thing, authorize view. Inside this, we'll use two things. First, authorized, and the second one, not authorized. So if user is not authorized, let's copy this, paste it here, and let's call it login, and then change the URL to account/login. Okay. Now if user is logged in, we will display logout button. Now logout is a bit different in Blazor SSR, this thing. So there is no page or no direct route for logout. The way we handle logout, that is in our components and identity component endpoint routes. So we have logout route here. So this is minimal API endpoint route basically. So here we can directly navigate to the /logout, but because this is a post endpoint, we need to make that logout inside a form, and we need to post that form. So it will come here, it will sign out, and then redirect to the whatever default return URL we have provided. Okay. So for this, we can take help from the default nav menu which we got with this Blazor SSR template. So here we had that logout form. This is the logout form. So let's copy it, go to our header and paste it inside authorized, and in here we will change this button type submit to this anchor tag. Should we do this, or maybe on this button let's add these classes which we have in logout. So let's use these classes on this button. So button and these classes, and then logout, and then this icon like this. This is complaining about this current URL. First let's remove that this thing. So we'll see current URL is actually the current URL which we got from navigation manager to base relative URI navigation manager.uri. Okay, now we can use this same approach because current URL is going to be different for all the pages. So the thing is how it is going to work. It will have the current URL in this current URL variable. It will, when we tap on logout button, it will simply post that form to our that endpoint. Then it will log out from there, and then it will redirect to the same current page. That's how it is going to work. Okay. So I think we can copy this all of these things in here with code. So inside code, and we need to inject navigation manager and implement iDisposable. So we are implementing iDisposable, injecting navigation manager, and then doing the same thing with this current URL, and we are good now. Let's check it. So I'm running it. Now we should see this login and logout button. Okay, it's here. We can see the logout button, and now we can see login button. Right now it is login. This arrow Should we have this arrow like this only? This is right now arrow right. What if we make it arrow left and use this before this login? Okay, for login we will have it left, and for logout we'll have it right. But right now let's have it like this only. Let's register, login, and now we can see logout and we can see our name. So that means login, logout. This link is working. Let's fix the icon. So for login, I will use the icon first and then make this icon left. Okay, icon left, and on the logout, let it be like this only. So save, logout, login. So on this one, let's it has ms3, which is margin start 3. So on this logout button we will say margin and 3, me3, and it looks nice now, right? So login, and if we log in it should say logout. Great, this is working. Now login, we are saying register as a new user. Let's work on this page. Now we want user to register into our system, this hotel. Now there is one point, this register, this should only allow guests to register, right? So there is no registration page for admin, so there is no point of that. Then for staff, admin will be able to create, or we could say register staff users. Staff cannot register themselves. And then this register, so this will be only for guest, whoever is looking to the hotel, viewing it and trying to book some hotel room. So it will be for that only. Okay. All right. Let's fix the UI first. Move it to the center. Remove this third-party external login providers and add a login button, and then add the additional fields here which we need. If you remember, we need all those fields. Which field? Uh, First name, last name, email, contact number, all those things, right? All right, so first let's move it to the center. So we'll go to our register page in components, accounts, pages, and register page. Okay, on this register, first thing we'll move H1 inside our column D4, and then on row we'll say dflex, display flex, justify content center. Okay, and then we'll remove the second call MD6. Cool. So save everything. Let's see how it looks. It is in center, register, create a new account, fine, register. Now, first thing, let's add the login button here, same as we have on login page, right? This register as a new user, same thing we'll add here. So if we check login page, login, and this one, after login div we have this div. So after register we can have this, it was inside a div, that button. So let's wrap this inside a div only, and then we'll say account login. And here we'll say register as a user. We'll say already have an account, login. Cool. So save everything and let's see it how it looks. Okay, login. And now we are on login. We can go to register. Let's add some spacing between these. So maybe on this P or on this div, we can add a class. Class, we'll say MT3, margin top 3. Okay. So let's add this on this div. We'll say class MT3 and same thing we'll do on login page. Class MT3. All right. Save everything. Now we are good. Now first thing, let me stop the app. Go to register page. And here we have input model, which is here. But we need to create a different model for our user registration because we want additional things. So it is right now having just email, password and confirm password, but we need others as well. And what are those others? First, we need first name, then we need last name. After that, email, password, confirm password we already have. Then we will have contact number, string, contact number, and then what else? If you go to our application user, first name, last name, role we will assign from our backend. Contact number we are getting, designation it will be for staff only. Image we can work on this, or maybe we can allow this for staff only, or maybe we can allow this for guest also, but not from here. We will allow this thing from manage profile, maybe from inside. So I think that's all we have for this section. So for first name it is required, and the max length we need is around 15. After that, last name is going to be nullable. This is not required, but we will have a max length of 15 only. Then comes contact number. Is this required? Yes, this is required. Let's use these things only. The same data annotation which we have on the this thing. Okay, so first name and last name also we can use the same regular expression. First name, last name. I think we are good now. Let's add these fields. So first name, last name. So we are here form floating MB3. This is let's do this. Instead of call MD4, let's make it call MD6. We will use two column layout. After validation summary, we don't need validation summary. We can remove this. Cool. Now here we'll say div class row. And now we will have div class call SM6. So the half of this call MD6. Here we will have this form floating for our first name. So input dot first name, input dot first name, Autocomplete, remove this. We don't need this. Area required. True is fine. Placeholder. First name. Alright. First name. Let's copy this. Call SM6. And here we'll say last name. Last name. Last name. Last name. And placeholder last name. After that we have email. This is fine. After email we will have our contact number, then password and confirm password, right? Okay, so after email let's have contact number, contact number, contact number, autocomplete, remove it, and this will be contact number. All right, then password and confirm password. So we are good. Save. And now we should see all these new properties and new fields on the UI. Okay, let's run it. Have it here. We'll go to login page, register, first name, last name, email, contact number, password, confirm password. So we have all these fields here. Okay, maybe we can make these email and contact number and then password and confirm password also with the same MD6. Yeah, let's do this. But we can check validations are happening, but still this form is completely posting. So because we do not have that enhance attribute on this edit form, so let's first add the enhance so that it uses enhance forms navigation. After that we will wrap all these things into call sm6. So div class call sm6, 2 3 4. All right, email, contact number, then password and confirm password, password and confirm password. All right, save everything and let's 6 was a lot. Let's use call md5 on the top, then save it and let's see how it looks now. So it's a lot better now and the validations are working. All right, now let's work on the saving this user part, registering part, actual register part. So for this, let's go to our code and let's stop this. We'll see what we have on this page and we'll modify it according to our need. So this is register user. Here, what it is doing, it is just getting the user, create user, which is, I guess, application user, and then set user store, all this, and it is doing that basic stuff, that creating the user only without our additional fields and role. So that thing we'll do manually here. So here we have user, the application user. Now we'll fill out other values. So user dot first name equals, we'll get this from input dot first name. Then last name, user dot last name, we'll get input dot last name. Then we'll get email. This email is from user identity user, so we don't need to set this explicitly. We'll set contact number, input dot contact number. And what else we added on this page? We added these three fields only, right? Right. But we'll set couple of other things. So role name, it should be role type. That was role type, right? Role type dot guest dot toString. And after this, role type, contact number, designation, we are not setting. And apart from this, everything is fine. Cool. So we have set these additional properties. After that, it is creating the user, setting the email, it is creating this user using create async. If there was some error, it would simply return this. If that's not the case, it will come here. And now we need to map this user to this guest role. So this role name which we just set, this is just for our display purpose. This is not actually going to be used directly if you say in any logic which we have. So for example, when we have when user logs in, then we have this particular couple of claims, right? So in those claims, that actual role that will be set automatically by this ASP.NET Core identity, so we can get that from that role. So we need to set that. So we'll follow the same approach we did. Oh no, we can directly say user manager dot add to role async. Yeah, we can do this. Application user, which we have as user and then role. So this role is going to be, we could say user dot role name, or we can directly say this thing. And we can await it. Okay. And we will have this same if statement here. Let's use this result equals this like this. Create async identity result. All right. So we have this now. After that, this section, user ID, code, callbacks, email sender, all this is happening if we are allowing email confirmation. That thing this code is doing. So in our application, we are not doing this right now. So we can simply skip this section. We can remove this for the sake of simplicity only. After that, what it was doing, it was signing in this user and then redirecting this user. But what we'll do, we will not sign in from here. The reason being, we have a different additional logic to user to sign in. We have other things as well. So we can remove this from here. We'll simply log it and then we'll redirect user to return URL, or we can redirect user to login URL as well if you want. So we can say account slash login if you want, like this. All right. I think everything is fine now. Let's have default values for these. The way it was having these. All right. All right. Let's try it out. Run. We'll try to register one user, guest user. Let's see how it behaves. Okay, application is running. We'll go to register a new user. Here we'll say guest Abhay. Let's say guest at blazinghotel.com. Contact number, some random contact number, 123456, 123456, and 7. Incorrect password. So the field contact number must match the regular expression. This we need to fix this regular expression. This is fine, right? If this is not 0 to 9, let's fix this, but it is all 0 to 9 only. Okay, let's check this, but before that we have this password thing. That is fine. Let's see what the issue is with contact numbers regular expression. Oh, it should be. It should be 0 to 9 and all these, right? So if we are having it here, stop and run it again. Okay, application is here. Login, register, and guest user, guest one at blazinghotel.com. Password 123456. 123456. Register. And we still have this must match the regular expression. This is the regular expression which it must match. This does not sound good. Online C sharp regular expression. Let's check regular expression. We have this 0 to 9. Let's copy it from our code. Oh, that means it should start from here and then start, use 0 to 9 and all these, and then and here. Okay, so stop it and run it. We modified this regular expression a bit. Regular expressions are always tricky. Okay, let's try it one more time. Guest one at blazinghotel.com. 123456, 123456, register, and yes, this works. But now we have password must have at least one non-alphanumeric character and all these things. So let's apply this. So we'll say @guest123, @guest123 with G capital. Now it moved to the login page. That means the registration part was fine, and if we try to log in it, we should see guest Abhay. That means we can see this user. So this thing worked. Everything is working fine. We can log in using a guest account, and we can log in using the main what we say admin account. All right. Okay. Now let's do this. What we'll do, we'll add one link here which will be logged in user specific links. So for admin user, we will display uh, manage staff, manage rooms, manage bookings, all those. And if the logged in user is guest, we will display maybe my bookings. And if it is staff, we can display manage bookings, not manage staff, right? So let's do this only. We'll open, login registration is working. We are happy with this. Now what we'll do, we'll go to our header. In header, we will simply copy there was some drop down, right? This is hotel AP. First, let's change this to Blazing Hotel. And then Blazing Hotel. This is the main home page. After that, we have toggler. Then we have this thing. Item drop down. This section. Pages section. We'll simply copy this pages section. And maybe after contact, we will add this section. Okay. Inside this, instead of pages, we are going to display, okay, this should be in authorized view only. So let's cut this from here, and it should be in authorized view in authorized section. So I'll add it here. It is saying pages, it should display user's name, so we'll use this section. In here, so now it is displaying username. After that, we are going to display all our links. So first thing, we should have my profile. Let's use, let's say my profile. So this will be common for all regardless of the authorized user. But now we have one situation on this context dot, what all we have user dot identity, add identity, claims, clone, find first, is in role. Okay, we can use is in role, but I wanted to display these outside of this, but looks like we are in here. Can we use authorized view inside authorized view? I don't know. What I wanted to have on this authorized, we can set roles, something like this. Let's check. Blazor authorization, maybe like this. If we go here, ASP.NET Core 8. Okay. Role. Claims municipal data. That is fine. This is fine. Authorize route view. Authorization. Authorize view. Role based. on authorized view we can have roles. Okay, we can nest authorized view. Great. All right. You have the admin role claim, you have the both admin and super user role claims. Great. Let's do this. Rules. Context, then this is inner context. You can define if you want to access something. All right. Let's try to use this. So this is authorized view. We are in authorized. Oh, in authorized view. Okay, we can set the roles on authorized view. Okay, so for this authorized view, we don't need any role in here because we are good. Because this section we want to display for all authorized users regardless of their role. Then after my profile, I will have one more authorized view. And here I'll say roles equals, let's say guest. This is can be assign dynamic role type dot guest dot toString like this. Cool. We have this. So for this we'll say my bookings. Now we'll add one more authorized view with roles uh, type at the rate role type dot staff dot toString. So whatever staff can see, uh, admin can also see that thing, right? So inside this rules, we need to provide multiple values. I don't know how to provide those comma separated like this, but we'll do this staff, comma, admin. Okay, so we'll make a copy of this. We'll say manage bookings, and then we'll copy this one more time for admin only, where we'll say manage staff, manage bookings. We already see my bookings, so let's move it before this staff and admin. So now it will see. Now let's see what we have here. So guest, it would see my profile and my bookings. Then comes staff. Staff will see my profile and manage bookings. After that comes admin. Admin will see my profile, manage staff and manage bookings. Okay, we'll add other menu items as we approach there. Then we'll see. Right now, let's see if these roles and all these things are working as expected. All right, let's run it and let's see if this thing is working. We have some error. What is the error? Content element authorized of component authorized view specify the parameter name like child content authorized. What is it? Here it was saying if we come here, but this authorized view it can be for both authorized and not authorized. Authorized view. Let's see what it is saying. It is saying child content of component authorized view uses the same parameter context. Okay. Context. So whenever we have authorized view, we need to change the context name so that it can know that which context you are using. So context, we will say, let's say guest context. Then on this admin, we'll say admin context. Then this section here we'll say staff admin context, like this. Save it and let's try to run it. And it ran. We don't have anything here. Let's log in. We are logging using guest. So guest Abhay, my profile and my bookings. This is fine. Let's log out, log in, and this time log in using the admin role. So Abhay Prince, here we can see my profile, manage staff and manage bookings. That means the role is working, right? And these menu items are dynamic on the basis of currently logged in users role. Cool. Now we can start working on this. All right. So we first need manage rooms and manage amenities. These two things we need first, because these two are going to be the main building block of our hotel booking application, right? Because that is what guest is going to come and see. All right, let's do this. So first let's add those items. So manage amenities and manage rooms. So I think both of these options can be accessed from both staff and admin. So let's copy these things. So here we'll say manage rooms and manage amenities. Amenities. Save, and we are good now. Let's remove this section. All right. Now, what is this contact? This authorized view, we have that contact, nav link, this is empty. Let's remove it. I don't know why it is there. Okay. Now, we will work on these sections. So first we need to create the pages for these. Okay. Or before pages, let's create services. So we'll start from, let's say, amenities service. So service, then we'll be having one, let's say, room service. Then we are going to have one, oh, we need to have room type as well, right? Or maybe we can have this room type related stuff in room service only. Break these services as admin services. When I say admin, that means admin and staff. And then we could have public facing services, or we can use the same service for both of these. Uh, should we use same? Let's create separate. So amenities service, or we can have same only. Okay, so what we'll do, amenities service, room service, we will have room types inside this only. And then what else we need? What else? Right now we don't need anything else. Okay, so we'll start working on here. First, we need to inject our IDB context factory of type our application DB context. Okay, it will be context factory like this. And now we can access this context factory. So first we'll start working on listing the amenities. So public, async, task, amenity. Let's check what all we have. ID, name, icon, that's all. So we don't need to create separate DTO for this. So array of amenities, and we'll say get amenities async, and here we need to get context db context from this context factory dot create db context or create db context async. We can use either one. So and then we could say return context dot amenities dot to array to array async, and we'll use await. All right, so this section, this creating, and now then we need to dispose this. We need to dispose this context dot dispose or dispose async. Okay, instead of doing this, we could say we can add using here only, like this. Now it will be disposed, but this context and this section, this is going to be repeated for all the methods. So we could use like this only, or we can create a separate method which will work as a, we could say, some template pattern. So it will provide this context, we will query that context, and after that it will simply dispose it. Either approach is fine. Let's go with this approach. All right, so I think we are good. We are listing down all the amenities. Then we'll have one endpoint, public async task amenity. I hope the spelling is correct. So we'll say save amenity async, and we'll get the amenity object here. Okay. First thing, we'll create the context. After that, we will check if the amenity object we got, if this has id equals 0, that means we are creating a new amenity. If that's not the case, we are updating an existing amenity. So update existing amenity. All right, so if we are creating a new one, we don't need to do anything. We just need to add that amenity to this context. So await context dot amenities dot add async amenity, and on this amenities we could say when we are getting, we could say as node tracking. You could use this as node tracking in, you can define this on the db context level itself if you want. So how that can be done, we can come here in the application db context. we can override a method that is on configuring, and after calling this base.on configuring this, we are calling this so that we have this base identity DB context. So if there is any identity related setup in this identity DB context, so that can also execute. If you are creating your DB context as a subclass of DB context only, then you can skip this. There is nothing in this in DB context. All right. So here, what you could do on this option builder, you will have use query tracking behavior track all, which is default. No tracking, you could use this. So now as no tracking will be applied with all automatically, we can skip this, and whenever we need tracking on the query basis, we would allow that using as tracking like this. So whenever we need tracking, then we'll use as tracking, and if we are not using that, then we are good because it will have automatically that as no tracking. All right. So context.amenities.add async. Now, if we came here for updating an existing amenity, for this, what we'll do, we'll first get the amenity from database. So we'll say db amenity equals await context.amenities.find async amenity.id. Okay, now we have db amenity, and in this db amenity, what we'll do, db amenity dot name equals amenity.name, and db amenity dot icon equals icon, because these are the two things we are allowing user to modify. Now it could be nullable if we are trying to modify an amenity which does not exist in our database. So we can check it here. If db amenity is null, we'll simply throw from here, throw new, maybe invalid operation exception, we could say. Amenity does not exist, like this. And if that's not the case, we are simply setting this. Now what we can do on this amenities, we would say as tracking, and then instead of find async, we could say dot first or default async a dot id equals amenity dot id, like this. All right. So we are tracking this, and this amenity, that means whatever modification we are doing on this db amenity, it will be tracked automatically. We don't need to call update method. If we are not doing this, if we are removing this as tracking, then what we need to do, we will need to do context dot amenities dot update, and then this db amenity. We need to do this explicitly, right? That's how ef core change tracking works. So we can remove this because we are tracking this change here. Now after this, we will simply say await context dot save changes async, and it is going to modify this amenity. If this is the it will going to create this amenity, and if we are in edit mode, updating mode, then it will simply update this. What it is saying, fix formatting. Okay, use coalesce operation. Okay, this is also fine. We are good with this. All right, it will save it. After saving, we will simply return the same amenity object. So we saved it, we got the list. And I think on amenity, we just need these two operations only. Yeah. So our amenity service is good. Let's do this. On this amenity service, we will extract out an interface. So extract interface, add to the current file only. We need both the methods. We'll say okay. And now we'll simply register this amenity service. We'll go to our program.cs. We have our seed service registration. After this, we'll say add transient and amenity service and amenity service. Now we can directly inject this amenity service in any of our page. Wherever we need it, we can inject this. All right, let's go to components. And here we have pages, and inside pages, we can maybe create a new folder and we'll call it, let's say, staff admin, something like this. So that's just a physical grouping. So here what I'll do, I'll say create a new Razor component and I'll call it manage amenities, and I'll apply at the rate page here. Then here I'll say staff hyphen admin slash manage hyphen amenities, amenities like this. Cool. Now we want this page to be accessible by staff and admin only, no one else. So what we'll do, we'll add an attribute here. That will be authorize attribute. And on this authorize attribute, we are going to define roles, and these roles are going to be staff and admin. These two roles can access this page. No one else can access this page. All right. Okay. So on this page, let's inject our amenity service. Let's add this at the rate using both of these usings. Let's add these two underscore imports so that these can be accessible from all the Razor components. Imports, we added these. Save everything and it should pick up from there. Why is it not? Let's close this and open it again. All right, we have this amenity service. So we'll say amenities service. Cool. Now here we can have a list, or let's say table of amenities. So here I'm going to create one state variable here. So private amenity array, and I'll say amenities with default array, blank empty array, and then I'll say override on initialize async, and here I'll say underscore amenities equals await amenities service dot get amenities async, like this. Now we have our amenities here. We can display this, but right now we do not have any amenity, so it will not display anything. We should have some one page which will have the form to create or modify this amenity. Now what we can do, first let's have one h1 where we'll say manage amenities. Okay, now if we create a separate page for this, a dedicated page. That page, it will have just two fields, name and icon, right? Nothing else. Now for these two things, if we create a new page, that is fine if you want to do this. And then we have another approach. We can make this page interactive and we can have that form on this page only. So we can have it interactive server or interactive WebAssembly or interactive auto, and then we can have the form here. If we tap on create this create amenity or edit amenity, then it will simply open up that form here only on this page, and then we can modify that. But it will need that interactivity. But let's try another approach. What we'll do here, we will not do both of these things. We will not create a separate page and we will not create a we will not make this component as a interactive component. Let's do this here. First thing, uh, let's have a table. We could use QuickGrid as well if we want, but first we will use QuickGrid, but let's first have the data displayed in table format. So I'm having it here like table class table, and then inside this I'm going to have t head, tr, and in here I'm going to define th. So first we'll have id, then we'll have name, and then we'll have icon, and then we'll have edit link. All right, then we'll have our t body, and in t body we will use our for each loop, and here we'll say a in underscore amenities, and here we'll use our tr with first td at id, so at the rate a dot id, then second one would be name, and third one would be icon. This is fine. So right now we are not going to see anything. Now we need to have one form. Let's do this. I'm going to create a form here. We can use edit form, and for this we need to have one model here. So I'll say private amenity, and let's call it model get set with the default value get set. What is it doing? Oh, because of this. Okay. On edit form, we can define our model, which will be the model only, model property, and then we could have at enhance form. And because we are using this in a statically uh, rendered page, so we need to provide form name as well. So here we'll say form name amenity. This is fine. And here we can have, first we'll have our data annotation validator. After this I'll have div class mb3 margin bottom 3. Then I'll simply have one label with class form label. Here I'll say name. Then I'll have one input text with bind value as model.name. Then classes, let's say form control, form control, and placeholder we'll say amenity name like this. And then we'll have validation message for model.name with a class bootstrap class text danger to show it as red color. Okay, now we can copy this mb3 name and icon icon icon, and then third one we will have simple button, submit button. So here I'll say button type submit, and then I'll add a couple of classes btn sm btn, let's say success, and here we'll say save. And I think we are good, right? Now if we open this page, manage amenities from staff admin, let's copy this thing, go to our header page, and there we had that manage amenities. Let's add that link here, save everything, and let's try to run it. Right now that page is static SSR page that does not have any interactivity, so we'll be having that problem that uh, edit form that will be displayed on the page from the beginning only, but we do not want that, so we'll fix that. If I okay this thing, oh, this problem was in that also. Let's see what we can do. Manage amenities, and we are here on manage amenities. First we have this form, right? After that we have this table. So we do not want this form always to be here. First let's move it to the center. What I mean is I'll have all this data, the complete section, everything on this page inside a container, div class container. Okay, and then this edit form, after manage amenities, let's add one HR, and then for this edit form, let's do this, let's move it. So I'll have a div class row with display flex and justify content and align self. Does that property works? I never used it. It's a good time to use it. So I'll say div class justify self. We don't have that justify or just align self. Align self. Okay, we'll see. So right now I'm adding justify content. Okay, let's do justify content and right. In here I'll add this thing, but inside this edit form, let's have it as div class call sm3. Have it in here. Well, let's see how it looks. It is here, the list is here, Now manage amenities. We have, okay, we can, yeah, we can have it like this. Have this form on the left and have this thing. And yes, we can have this form always here, right? And then we can have this table on the right side. Yeah. So because these pages were not part of the template which we are using in this, and I have not planned this video already, so you'll be seeing this a lot, that I'll start something, then I'll not, maybe I'll do something else and will be something somewhere else. So let's do this only. So this is fine. Let's move this table to the right section. So let's remove this thing. Let's have div class row. We don't need the display flags now. So first we'll have call sm3 like this, and then we'll have call sm9 div class call sm9, and we'll move our table to this section. All right. Okay, now inside this t body, let's do this. If amenities dot length, if it's equals 0, that means we do not have any amenity. So we'll simply have one tr and we'll have one td with call span 3, because we have 4 columns. So call span 4, and then we'll display one, let's say h4 with class text danger, and we'll say no amenities yet. Create one from the left form. Something like this. And if that's not the case, it will simply render out this section. So we are good, I guess. Let's see it, how it looks. No amenities yet. Create one from the left form. We have this form here. If we save it, it was not full page refresh, right? Because we are using, okay, now we have one problem. You see, I'm writing something, I'm typing something, and when I hit this save button, it still says name field is required, but we have provided the name field. Then what is the issue? The issue is whenever we click on it, the it gets pushed to the server to the same page. It comes here and it gets reset to this. We need to tell it that you need to get the value for this from form. So supply parameter from form. So when it comes for the first time, it will use the default new, and when we are posting it, when we are clicking on this button, then it will come here and it will fill these values from the form. But form means whatever input text or whatever input fields we are having in the form. All right, so let's save this and let's see if it picks up these changes. Right now we have this thing, and if I do this, we still have this. Let's try to rerun this if it's working. Supply parameter from form, this is fine, and edit form, model, enhance form name, amenity, yeah, everything is fine. Let's see, we are here, manage amenities, and I'm adding something, and yes, icon field is required, name we provided, so it is not giving that thing. Now if we do this, yes, so this thing is working. All right, now we need to work on saving the amenity. Okay, so whenever we are clicking on the save button, it should save the amenity. Let's do this. So here we'll go here on this edit form, we'll say on valid submit, we'll say handle, or we can say save amenity async like this, and let it generate this method for us. It is not generating, so let's go here and let's create this. So private async task save amenity async like this. Now we have this model here, we can use this model to save it. Now how can we save it? We will say uh, first we will check if we have, no, let's do this, await amenity service dot save amenity async, right? And here we can pass our model and it will get saved amenity in here, right? It gets the amenity, right? Now if we do this, we do not have any visual indication that something is happening. What I mean is, let's do this. I am refreshing this. If we provide those values and if we hit save, it should create a new amenity for us. It's here. Oh, I'm sorry. Login, manage amenities, and let's say Wi-Fi. And what is the icon for Wi-Fi? It was this one. Icon for Wi-Fi is FAFA Wi-Fi. Let's do this. And if I hit save, it got saved. How would we know that something happened? We should have some visual indication, and when it got saved, at least we should see this here, right? Now if I refresh this, I can see this. That means that saving was done, but we could not see anything here. So let's do this thing. And for this icon, we can display this icon here, right? So what we can do, after displaying this icon's name, we can say this. Let's do this. Let's have a span with this and an I class at the rate a dot icon like this. So save it and we should see this icon here. Let's use the same class they are using. On this they are using text primary, right? So let's see, and we can see this icon here, right? FA Wi-Fi, and this is the icon. Now let's first fix displaying that new updated value here. So how we can do this? We have two approaches. First one is, we know we have added this, so we can prepend this new value to this amenities. Second one is, we can simply tell this to refresh its state. When I say refresh its state, how we can do this? We can simply inject uh, navigation manager, navigation manager. Then we can call one method from this navigation manager, which will be navigation manager dot refresh. Okay, let's try it out I'm going to first stop it and run it. Okay, it came. Let's check some other amenity as well. So we have this bed, and the icon is going to be FA bed. Okay, we are logged in. Manage amenities. We are on manage amenities page. Now it came here. After this, what we'll do, let's create second one. We'll say bed, FAFABED, bed hyphen bed, right? And now if I save it, there's something happened. If I refresh it, yeah, something happened, but it did not refresh this thing. And why so? Okay, that means navigation manager is not working in this case. And if we add that thing to this one, that is also not going to work. I don't know. Let's try it out. If we add this newly saved amenity to underscore amenities, amenities dot uh, can we prepend? Yes, we can. Saved amenity. If we do this, it is not going to refresh, or will it? Mhm. Let me stop it and run it again. Okay, let's check the next one, which is this bad. Or maybe let's have some dummy incorrect value only. We'll delete those. So I'm saying ABCD, ABCD, and if I save it, we do not have anything. But if we refresh it, we will have that ABCD here. Next thing, let's try this. Let's try to use this navigation manager dot refresh. So navigation manager dot refresh, it refreshes the currently, if we are on some interactive component, and if we use navigation refresh, then it refreshes all the static component. That's how it works. But let's see this if it works. If it does not work, then we'll need to then we will see what else we can do. Right now I don't have anything in my mind. Let's see what works for us. All right, manage amenities, XYZ, XYZ, save it, and it also didn't work. All right. Okay, so that means let me think what we can do. When we force it to refresh, it should have that value in here. Or is it because let's try this. Let's try to add a breakpoint and we'll see what we are getting here. Let's run it. Manage amenities on initialized async. We have 4 amenities. Continue. All right. Let's add one. PQR, save it. And it again came to on initialized async. We have 4 amenities now. Came here. We have breakpoint there, right? Save amenity async. Saved amenity. We will get PQR amenities dot prepend and we have only 4 amenities, still 4. It should have been 5. Prepend is not working. Prepend is not working. When we say prepend, oh, it returns a new sequence that begins with the element. It does not modify the existing collection. Okay, so we can do this, and if we are doing this, we have another approach. So let's do this. Instead of calling link queues append method, we will say saved amenity as the first saved amenity as the first element, and then we'll use this notation. It will copy all other items in here. Now let's save it and let's remove these breakpoints and let's run it. Maybe it will work. We were using the wrong method. That was the problem. Maybe, let's see. Okay, it came. Manage amenities. QWE, save, and it worked. It worked. Great. Cool. Let's check one more thing. Do we need navigation manager.refresh here? Let's check this. Manage amenities, ASDF, save, and we don't need the refresh, right? So we can have this data now. All right, now we need to fix 2-3 things first. This is coming in this order. We should have it in ascending or descending. We should follow single approach, and then let's move these icons to a separate column. So if we are using the default ordering, we can move this saved amenity to the very end. So what it will do, it will simply have these amenities and then we'll have saved amenity like this. And inside this, after icon, we can say icon class, icon CSS class, and then icon. Maybe I moved it to the first after ID, the second one. So on this we can have call span 5, and in here we can, after ID, we can have this thing here which will display the icon, and then after name, and then the last one will display the class name we are using for this. So save it. We fixed the ordering and we fixed the UI a bit. Save, and I want to show you one more thing. Before that, let's first run it and let's see if functionality is working. Then we'll fix one thing. We'll make better UX. So if I go to manage amenities, we can see these things. Let's add some gibberish, save, and we can see this. It came to the very end. So we are good with this. Now what if it took time? So here I would say await task.delay, and let's say it was taking 2 seconds of time. Save. Now if I create something, I'll save it and nothing is happening, and then it came, right? So this time we should have some visual indication that something is happening, right? So when we say something is happening and this page is statically server-side rendered, so we do not have any interactivity on this page. So for statically server-side rendered page, we have one thing which is streaming rendering. So we could add one attribute where we'll say stream rendering. Now what it will do, it can push multiple updates to the client from the server. Okay. Now what we'll do here, we will simply say we'll have one private variable here, private bool, we'll say underscore is saving. Okay. So when we'll go to save amenity async, we'll say save is saving to true. And after everything, we'll say it's saving to false. Now if this it's saving was true, we will make this button disabled. So here the save button, we'll say disable equals not, no, we'll say underscore it's saving. So if this it's saving is true, disabled should be true. That means this button should be disabled. Now inside this, we could have some uh, visual that loader icon also. So let's get that from bootstrap. So get bootstrap.com, and from here we'll go to docs and let's search for spinners. Spinners, search for spinners, and we can use any of these. So inside button we can use like this, spinner border spinner, then we have this button disabled, this is the spinner and this is the state loading. Okay, let's copy this, we'll add this inside button. So in here what we'll do, we'll say if it's saving is true, inside this button you should display this. If it's saving is false, just display the save text. Okay, now let's try it out. Let's make this uh, delay to 3 seconds now. So I'll save everything and stop and run this. Now we should see this loading indicator on that button and that button should get disabled. All right, manage amenities and let's use him jklm and anything and save. You see loading, and this is disabled right now, and after that we got it and it will be getting saved again. Okay, we should add this validation as well. The same name should not appear more than once, and but this thing is working, and after saving these values should get cleared from this, right? So that means loading is working. Let's use some other thing, anything, save. You see this thing is working. So now we have streaming rendering enabled, so this is working. It is a good UX. Now let's fix these small things first. After saving, we should reset our model equals new. We are resetting it. Then second thing, we'll go to our service, and in service we could come here when we are creating or updating amenity. we will simply check if that name already exists. Then what we'll do, we can throw exception, or we can Mhm. Let's throw exception, then we'll handle that exception on the UI. Or we have another approach, we can have the response or result class which we can use here. So let's follow the second approach. I usually follow that approach. In our models, in our oh, I don't have any models folder. Let's create a models folder. Models, and here I'll add one class which I'll say, let's say, method result. Let's make it a record of type T data. Okay, it will have bool, its success, and T data data. And we can have string error as well if there is any error message, something like this. Now we can add couple of helper factory methods inside this. So we'll say public static and method result of t data. We'll say success, and we can expect t data data to this. And from here we could return this same object with is success true, error message null, and data as data, like this. Then we could have one failure method here. In that case, we are not going to have any data. We will just have error message. Error message. Message. Okay. Here we'll say false. The error message will be this error message. And instead of data, we'll say default. Whatever it is. Cool. So let's add this namespace to our components and underscore imports.razor file. At the rate using this, so that we can use this type on all our components, and then we can use this method result in our service as well, amenity service. From this save amenity async, it would return method result of type amenity, like this. Okay, let's change this inside the interface as well. All right, now we can return from here. Now we need to modify this final return statement. So for this we have two approaches. Either we can have it like this only, or we can simply simplify it. We can create an implicit operator here. So here we'll say public static implicit operator. The return type would be this method result of t data, and the input type is going to be data. Here it will simply return, or we could say it will simply call success of data. Using this, what we did, we can directly return data if the return type is this. What I mean is, you see, now that error is gone. We are directly returning this amenity from here, but the return type is method result of amenity. So it will automatically consider it as saved success case. It will assign this data to data, and then its success to true automatically. All right. And okay, so first thing, now we will check if that name exists already. Okay, so here we'll say if await context dot amenities dot any async a dot name equals amenity dot name if this name already exists. Okay, so from here we will return error message. So we could say return method result of amenity dot failure, and then here we would say amenity exists already or something like this. All right, we're still typing so much, right? We can use the same implicit operator for this as well, although this is for especially for error case this does not make sense, but we can use this if we want. It will be confusing. It will not, the intent is not going to be clear if someone is looking at your code, so this is not a good practice, but still for making our lives easier I'm doing this. So failure, I'm going to use this error message like this, and now I can directly, instead of returning this long string, I can directly return error message. So here I'll say amenity t already exists, something like this, and it will be a valid return case. All right, it is working fine. Great. If that's not the case, we'll create it, and same condition, similar condition, not same condition, we'll use in this update existing case. Here what we'll check, we will check if this amenity exists with this name, but that should not be this current amenity. So a.id is not equals to amenity.id. That means this name exists with some other amenity, right? So amenity with the same name. Yeah, this makes more sense. Amenity with the same name already exists. Cool. So we are returning this, and if everything was fine, we are returning this amenity. Now we can use this in our component. We can go to our manage amenities component. Now it will be freaking out, but we are good with this. So here we could say this is going to be result, and then we'll check if result dot is success, then do all of this which we are doing. We were resetting model, we were modifying the amenity, and here we will say result dot data. Result dot data. All right. If that's not the case, we will have some error. Let's display that error message. So for that, we will have one more variable here. Here we'll say error message, or let's say error only. So we'll set this error inside this. So after if, we'll say else. If its success is false, we will set underscore error to result dot error message. Or if this is null, we'll say error in saving amenity, like this. Let's display this underscore error. In this form, we'll have div class mb3, and then we'll simply display this error, but we'll display this section only if that error exists. So here we'll say if not string dot is null or white space underscore error, then only do this, display this at the rate error. Okay, now I think we are good. Let's try it out. Saving, it should clear. We should still see the same thing, but it should get cleared. And after that, let's introduce, okay, we can use the same name. And we need to do one more thing. Let me stop this first. Whenever it comes to this method, first thing we'll reset the error. We'll say error equals null. Now run it so that it clears the previous error. We'll come here, I'm running it. Let's see what we have. All right, we have this. Manage amenities. Fields are required. ABCD, ABCD. If I save it, loading, we need to change this loading text. And we see amenity with the same name already exists and it did not create that. Let's change this to red color and then change that loading to saving. So this button loading, let's call it saving, and this thing, this error, let's do this text danger so that it gets displayed in red color, and let's wrap it inside this small tag so that it looks a bit smaller. All right, okay, let's see. Saving ABCD, ABCD, save, saving, and amenity with the same name already exists, right? Now if we create some new amenity, and if I save it, saving, and then it will save it at the very bottom, right? We are not seeing that icon because that does not exist. Let's use some icon. We saw that icon, right? What was that icon? This first one, the second one, bathroom. So it was FA bath. Let's call it, we'll say bathroom, and it will be FA bath. Save. So it is saving, and we can see this. You see? So that means everything is working fine here. This logic, saving, populating, this thing is working. All right, next thing is we will let's add those action buttons. So edit and delete the amenities. Now if we are saying delete, that should not happen, right? Because we this will be mapped to the room types. So if we'll remove it from here, it will be So what we should have is active field in this, or let's say is deleted field inside this. So we are aligned soft delete only, not hard delete. Okay, so let's do this. First, okay, we will do this later. First, let's work on edit functionality, then we'll work on this delete functionality. Okay, because deleting requires additional property to be added, additional column to be added, running the migration, all those stuff. So hold on that. We will first work on edit functionality. So here I'm saying I'm adding one more TD, and inside this TD I'll say it's a button, type button, class btn sm btn primary, and here I'll say edit. Now the problem is this section, this page is SSR. That means if we click on this, nothing is going to happen because there is no interactivity in SSR, right? So we need to somehow figure out that we are trying to edit. And when we say this, we are trying to add it, then we have uh, two approaches, I think. So first approach would be we can wrap this edit inside we can wrap this edit inside a form. Let's try it out. I have two approaches in my mind. Let's see which one works. So I'm going to have a form here. Okay, and in this form method will be post. We don't need any class. We will make use enhance form, so data enhance, then we will use form name. So this form name, this should be unique for this form only. So for this we can make it dynamic. we'll say we'll say edit underscore or hyphen, the name is up to you, what you can name it whatever you want, and here we can say a dot id. Okay, and inside this I will have that button, and I'll change this button to submit button. Submit like this. All right, now what should happen when this form gets submitted? So here we'll say on submit, we will call a method. We will say edit let's add that here. We'll say private void edit amenity, and we will get int id, and from here what we'll do, oh not id, we should pass the complete amenity object. So we'll get amenity, and we'll set it to model. Model equals amenity, because we are now going to edit this. Okay, so let's call this method from here. So we'll say edit amenity with this a, which is the current amenity. All right, let's see if it works. If it works, we are good. If it does not work, then we'll use different approach. Save everything. Let's run it. Where is it? Okay, it's coming. Log out, log in, and manage amenities. We have added, let's try this ABCD, it should come here. And we have a valid anti-forgery token was not provided. All right, so when we use this anti-forgery token, this is by default enabled. Let me zoom it for you. This is the error. So whenever we use form, for edit form, anti-forgery support is inbuilt there, but for these forms, these are HTML forms, we need to provide explicitly. So here we could say anti-forgery token, and when we add this, let's try it first. We need anti-forgery, require anti-forgery attribute as well. Let's see if we need that or it works without that. For edit form, we had that edit form, right? This edit form. For this, that is inbuilt there. Okay, it came, manage amenities, and if I add it, yes. Invalid operation. Edit form requires either a model parameter or an edit context. edit form. We are not using that edit form, right? That edit form is different. Form name amenity. And for this form name is this different form name. Form name this. Let's see if adding that attribute helps. So there are a lot of things which I am trying for the first time with this Blazor and .NET for this SSR. So we'll be learning a lot together. We'll be doing and learning together. Okay, so here we could use require anti-forgery anti-forgery token, right? This is the correct name. Yes. This everything is fine. Private void edit amenity, and all these have a different form names. Let's run it and let's see what we have. Data enhance. Is this correct? Okay, manage amenities. First, let's see if that form name is getting applied to these. On this form name underscore handler value edit 1, that means that is getting applied. This is how it has the form name. All right, after that what I'll do, let's go to console and network preserve log so that we can see what is happening, and let's edit this. And we have this. Let's see what request it made. It made this request, which was it was fetch request. Okay, that is fine. Payload was handler added 3 and request verification token. Okay, and then we had this data, but it is saying edit form requires either model or this. On parameter set. I don't know why this error is coming, because we have multiple forms, but that should work. Okay, okay. If it is not working, then we'll go to the second approach, which I have in my mind. I'm going to use anchor tags here. I'll use a href, and this will be this same page, this current page with an additional value with, let's say, id, or we could name it whatever we want. It's up to us. Here we'll say a.id. Okay, and I'm going to add the same classes so that it looks same as button. Text will be same edit, and let's remove this form and let's remove this require anti-forgery token as well. Okay, and in here we have this id, so we need to access this id somehow. So that somehow is going to be, I'm going to create a property here. So private on this amenity, is this integer or short? This is int. I should have created a short. No, integer is fine. There could be, I don't know. Let's have private int id, or we could say amenity id get set. Okay, and here we will say supply this value from query, because we are adding this id in query string. Now the names are different. This is amenity id and this is id. So we will tell this supply parameter from query that name in the query string, that is id, So you need to get that ID and map that ID to this amenity ID like this. Okay. All right. So when it will come here, what we'll do, we will check here if this amenity ID is greater than 0. That means we got some value from there. If that's the case, we will define this model. We will say model equals, we will get that ID from this amenities dot, we could say first dot default a dot id equals amenity id. Now ID invalid amenity id, so we should not directly assign it, we should check it where amenity equals this. Then we'll check if amenity is not null, then set model equals this amenity. Okay, we are doing this, we will set this, and then it will have this amenity and it will modify this. We can make the changes. Let's see it. We don't need this now. Let's see if this works. Ideally it should work. If we are not, maybe there is some, I don't know, but let's hope for the best. It should work. I'm running it. Okay, we have it here. Manage amenities. We have, and all these have these links. So I'm going to open this XYZ and we can see the values here. All right, PQR, and everything is working fine. All right, so we are seeing it. And if we add some invalid ID, then it will simply display blank values because that does not exist. So we are good, right? Cool. Now there is one problem. If I am in edit mode, okay, if I'm in edit mode here, what it would do, it will, if I'll save it, it will say this already exists. No, it saved it. Why? QWE6. Okay, it is going to update it. Okay, all right. But no, not update it, sorry. 6 and 6. It added it here, but it actually updated it. So this UI is not correct as per our implementation now. What just happened? We used this, we edited this, it saved it, or we could say updated it. Then we have added this here because our code says after saving it, save amenity async, after saving it, whatever result we got, we are simply appending that to this amenities list. But for edit case, that's not the case. This was applicable only for add a new amenity case, right? In that case, we were modifying it. If that's not the case, we should not modify it like this. What we should do? First, we'll check if before this thing, let's move it below. Here we'll say if model.id is greater than 0. Or we could say model.id is equals 0. That means we are creating a new amenity, then only we'll modify, we'll add that amenity to this amenities collection. Stop and run. Where is it? Okay, it came. Manage amenities, and if I go to, let's say, XYZ, and if I save it, saving, save, we have this XYZ here and we have nothing here, so that means this is fine. Let's create a new one, new one. Save. Now it should be added to the bottom. It did not get added. Why? Oh, because we had that id equals to 4, so it thought that the id will be this. So we have some unexpected behavior now. Okay, let's see how to fix this. What we'll do, let's add a breakpoint here first. I want to see what is happening right now. And I'm just removing this task.delay so that I can check it quickly. I'm going to run it. I'm going to add breakpoint in on initializing as well. All right. Manage amenities on initialized sync. Continue. Now let's open this XYZ only. It came here, it got amenity, it set the model. We have ID for XYZ. Continue. And now if I save it, let's say I'm modifying XYZ icon to 1, save it. It again came to on initializing and it got that 4 and it modified the model. That should not happen. Right? That should not happen. We need to somehow check if we are coming here for the first time or if we are using the if we have clicked on some submit button then we came here, right? We need to check in there. So for that, what we can do, if it is greater than 0, then first thing we will check, we need to have access to HTTP context. We need to check if this is a GET request, that means we clicked on edit link, or this is a post request, that means we have modified the items and we clicked on save button. For this, what we'll do here, we'll add one property here of type HTTP context, and it will be provided as a cascading parameter HTTP context. Okay, and then we will check here. So if HTTP context dot, we should have some page on login HTTP context as cascading parameter, and HTTP methods dot is get, we can check like this, right? So here we could say HTTP methods dot is get, then we can say HTTP context dot request dot method. I already copied everything. Okay, so if this is get, then only do this. That means then only modify this model, else model's value will be provided from the form when we will be adding it. Now we have one missing piece, I think. That is for this model, the ID. In our form, when we are saying supply parameters from form, it will supply all the parameters which exists in this form. Then add this edit form. So we have name, we have icon, but we do not have ID. We need to have ID as well. So we can have that ID as a hidden field. We are not going to display this. We will just have it to track if this is in edit mode. Input text, and we can add type as hidden like this, and we'll say bind value equals model dot id like this. What is the issue? Int to string. input text, we could say input number, save, and we are good. All right, let's try it out if it works the way we are expecting it to work. There is one thing which we should do. If this is the case, we are here, and after modifying it, when we modified it, we should modify that value in the collection itself. Okay, let's first check if we are able to save it, and then we'll modify it in the table. So I am here, I'll go to manage amenities, ID, this is here, which it should not be here. Okay, we can fix this, but let's see if we can get the actual value. That is fine. So I used xyz1, save it, and xyz1, this does not get updated. If I refresh this, then I'm going to have this updated value. Okay, so let's first fix this thing, and then we'll fix this thing, both of these things. Let's fix both of these. So instead of this input number, let's use the HTML's input element. So input type hidden. This is not going to be changed on runtime, so we are good. Input type hidden, and the value is going to be model.id. Let's remove this. Now it will not be displayed. After that, in edit case, save amenities async. When we are here, if the model.id was 0, then append this. If that's not the case, then we need to fetch that amenity from this list. So we can do this thing, but we have, but right now we can directly use first because we know for sure that this is going to be in this list. Okay, so instead of amenity id, we'll say model.id. Now this amenity, we need to modify this amenity. So we'll say amenity dot name equals response, not response, result dot data dot name, and after name we will have icon, result dot data dot icon, like this. Save everything and let's try it out. Stop and run. With this, I think everything should be done with this page. The delete functionality, we'll work on it later. Manage amenities, we are good. Let's create new, I'm saying 15th amenities. So FAABC, and saving it, saving. What happened? Is there some error? Yes, there is some error. Network error, Blazor web. If you go to network, all, patch, refresh, 15th, 16th, FAABC, save. We have some error, but it works fine. The response is here. Response is not completed. But why so? View here, model.id equals 0, then do this. If it's not 0, then do this. It's saving false. We are setting it saving to false. What happened? Let's add a breakpoint and let's see what is happening. Refresh. We'll say 17th. SV here. This is not working. This amenities collection, this does not have all the data, but that shouldn't be the case. It should always have the data. Okay, let's try it one more time. All right, we have 17th. Now we'll have 18th. FA, F8, save. We have breakpoint. If we check amenities, we have 17 items. Oh, okay. If I come here, model.id, it's not 0 because for model we have 18th. The reason is we have already saved this model. So it actually modified this value because the way entity framework updates the creates the values, it mutates that object because this is of reference type, so it is mutating this, and that's what is happening here. So what we should do, we should make a clone of this. So we will say clone equals, we can say uh, model dot, we have two approaches. Let's follow this approach. We can simply expose a method here. So I'll say public amenity clone, and here I'll say member wise clone as amenity. And what is the issue here? Possible null reference. We know this is not null, so let's like this. All right. So now we can use this clone. So here we'll say model.clone, or instead of creating this directly, I'll say this model.clone. Now it is a different object. Now it's a different object which is going to be mutated. That is a clone of this model. This model will be intact, so we are good. We are not mutating this model. All right, let's try it out. It should work now. Let's run. Okay, I hope you are learning a lot of things. Please do let me know in the comment if you are still following, and please like this video and share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe my channel. I'll be posting other complete full stack apps as well, using Blazor, using Blazor Hybrid, .NET MAUI. All right, 18th, now let's say 19th, FA19, so save, it came here, yes, continue, and it got saved, and we can see the 19th here. Now let's try to modify anyone. Let's say 15th, we'll modify 15th. 15th, I'll say updated, and now if I save it, it will come here, and if I check the model, I should have, oh, ID I have 0. This is not good. This is not good. This is not good. And why this is not good? Because we used input type hidden, we directly use value, we did not bind this value. When we say bind, so the way it works, it all these input text and all these for forms, when we post form, these needs the name HTML attribute. So it get handled by input text by default, but we are using this input type hidden, so it is not being handled. So here what we can do, we can try if bind value is working. If it does not work, then we will need to figure out something else. Mhm. Okay, there is some case logout. It has the information, but it is not able to figure out the name. If I log out and log in, then it figures out. There is some case. We need to check that. And okay, it was in previous project as well. I missed that. Okay, maybe we'll fix this if I remember this till the end of this course. Alright, so let's check if name is getting set through these. So you see on this input type hidden value 0. No, it is not going to work. You see this name underscore underscore request verification. On this we have name, model dot name. Then for these also we are going to have model dot icon. So let's do this manually. So on this input, we'll say value equals to this, and we'll explicitly set name equals model dot id. It should work now. Value 0. Now we need to refresh. Name, input type hidden, name, value. Okay, let's refresh. This should be string model.id, this text, not the actual value. So I have not added at the rate to this. Alright. Or you could have used name of model.id. No, that should have added name. Okay, we need to have this only. Manage amenities, and now if we check, we have name model.id, model.name, so it should work now. Let's modify this abcd. I'll say abcd updated. I have just modified the name. I'll save it. It should come here. Now if we check model, it should have 3 abcd updated. I'll go here. Everything was fine. Updated values. Continue. It got cleared and abcd updated. That means this functionality is working. Now on this abcd, let's try to, or maybe this xyz, let's try to modify the css class. So let's use this fa bed, this only, or maybe some other, maybe fa pencil. Remove this. Continue. We don't need breakpoint now. fa pencil. This is not a valid cs. What do we say? Font or some icon. Let's use some other which we know exists for sure. fa bed. Save. Yes. Edit is working. Now if we create a new one, uh, new one, and oh, let's add a breakpoint. I need to check something. If I save it now, what I have in model? I have 0 and 0, new one. Okay, that means we are good. Alright, it is creating. So, creation. So, create and update of these amenities. This is working. This list is going a bit long now. We can have some, what we could say, that scroll bar here on this table. Let's do this quickly. On this table, we can add a wrapper. So I'll say div class, or maybe let's add some style here. I'll say max height. Let's allow 75 vh vertical height. Then I'll say overflow y, just use scroll. So save it and let's see if that is working. Come here and let's check. Okay, did not came. If I refresh this, still not. I need to stop and restart. Sometimes hot reload does not work. Okay, manage amenities, and we have this. Cool. All right. So this screen is fine. Delete functionality, we'll work on this later, but right now we are good with this. Great. Or maybe let's work on delete functionality also right now only. Okay, let's work on that. So for this, first let's go to entity or amenity, and we are going to add one column here, property public bool is deleted. Okay, and fine, save it, and let's add the migration for this. To add migration, add is deleted to amenity. Right, so it's deleted, amenities, we are okay. Now instead of manually running the migration, let's go to our seed service, and in this let's run all the pending migrations. Okay, so for this what we'll do, we'll inject our database, that means idb context factory of type application user, not application user, application db context factory context factory. Let's use this here. So here I'll say using var context equals context factory create db context. Okay, now I will check if context dot database dot get pending migrations, we could use a sync version or we could use a sync dot any. If there is any pending migration, just run that context dot database dot migrate. All right, so it will automatically migrate our database whenever there are any pending migrations, so we don't need to manually run update database from this package manager console or command line. All right, so we have added is deleted to our amenity. Now let's go to our amenity service. Here we will create one more, or maybe we can, what we can do, can handle this from the here only. Or okay, it's better to create a separate method. So public async task, and here I'll say delete amenity async, and I will get int id. Okay, and here I'll say same. I'll get the context. Sorry. So context. Then I'll simply say context dot amenities dot first dot default async, and this should be a dot id equals this id var amenity. We will check if this amenity is not null. We will say context dot amenities dot, okay, no, we are not removing it, we are soft deleting it. So we'll say amenity dot is deleted. Okay, we need to await it. Await. So amenity dot is deleted equals true. So we need to add as tracking because we are tracking the changes for this. The change is deleted. And then we'll say await context dot save changes async. And the return type for this, let's have method result of bool. Okay. So if it was saved successfully, we'll simply say return true, or we'll say return false. All right, let's add this method to our interface, and now we can use this. So in order to use this, okay, let's add this flag is deleted flag in this get amenities async, because we might need this amenities list from somewhere else, or we will no, we just need this list in for admin only. Okay, we'll see if we need it, we'll add that this is deleted flag. Right now let's have it like this only, or should we add that condition here? Let's add that condition here. We'll see if you want to revert it, we'll check it. So a dot is deleted. If this is not deleted, then only we will return this get amenities async. All right, let's go to the component pages, staff admin, manage amenities. Here, after this add it, let's add a delete uh, delete option as well. So how can we approach deletion? Can we approach deletion? Maybe this approach, this can work the same way, because the form that was throwing exception, maybe because we have edit form here. I will check it, maybe sometime I'll try if we can have one edit form and multiple separate form elements. Maybe there is some, maybe that does not work. Someone has not tried it. But for this one, for deletion, or maybe let's do this. Uh, we can add this deletion thing in this form only. Or let me think. Or maybe we can follow that approach which uh, here is this, in this endpoints would log out, right? We can follow this approach, right? Yeah, let's do this. All right. So what I will do, let's create a new folder. I'll call it endpoints, and I'm going to add a new class file in this. We'll say endpoints only. What should I call it? Endpoints. And here I can say public static uh, I endpoint route builder. We will say map uh, custom endpoints, something like this. I don't know, maybe we will change this name later, but right now let's leave it like this only. Return builder. And here what we can do, we can say staff admin group, and here we could say builder dot map group, and here we will say staff admin. We'll just have this thing, and on this we will say this requires authorization, authorization policy, authorization data, policy name, configure policy, require okay, require authorization. And after this what we can do, because this staff admin we want only with staff and admin, right? Nothing else. So here what were all those? So we had policy, I authorize data, policy names, and then we have this action delegate authorization policy builder. So we say auth policy builder. Let's see what we can have here. Auth policy builder dot require role. And we can define roles here. So the roles we need, role type dot admin dot toString, and role type dot staff dot toString. All right. So because this is a single line, we can make it expression body like this. All right. Now here let's define staff admin group dot map post or map get. Ideally it should be post, but because we do not have forms, or maybe we can have form. Okay, let's do this. Map post, and here we'll say staff admin. After that, we'll say what was that? Manage manage amenities. This, then we'll say delete, and then we will have the ID here. We could say amenity ID like this, and this will be of type integer. All right, now we can define our handler here. So I'll say sync, and I will inject. We need to inject our service, right? I amenities service, amenities service. Okay, amenity service integer. Here we will say await amenity service dot delete amenity async and amenity ID. Okay, we need to use this int amenity ID, and it will be deleted from here. Then what we can do, we can simply redirect to this current URL only, right? So how we are getting current URL in that, or we know that we are deleting this manage amenity, right? So we can directly navigate to this. So here we will say typed results dot local redirect, and here we'll say this slash staff admin slash manage amenities. Let's try it out and let's see if it works. Return typed result dot local redirect. Let's try it out if it works or not. But before that, we need to map this, map custom endpoints. So we'll go to program.cs, and before app.run, we'll say app.map custom endpoints. Okay, okay. Let's go to manage amenities, and here after this anchor tag, we will create a form. Okay, method post. Okay, and action, it will be uh, what is it, this URL slash delete, and then slash at the rate a dot id, and then here we are going to have button type submit class btn sm btn danger, and text we'll use delete. Let's see if it works. Maybe we might have some different approach, but right now I cannot think of any other approach. So maybe I'll try to think of something later, or if you know any other approach we can do this, please do let me know in the comment so that other can also think in that way, or maybe we can have a healthy discussion related to this. All right, we have it here. Let's check in header how we are handling that form there. So shared header, and we had return URL, button type submit, logout, action, method post. That's all. Same thing we are doing here, right? All right, let's try it out. If we are able to delete the amenities, I'm running it. It will first run that migration and then it will load up. Okay, application is here. And again we have this. Okay, edit, delete. And I want to delete ABCD, updated ABCD. And that got deleted. Cool. We have that message for a short time because we have streaming rendering true, right? That's why we see that message. We can fix this if we want, or we can leave it like this only. So things are working. Cool. And this is a complete page refresh, and it will be like this only. The reason is, okay, maybe we can leave it like this. Reason is that form is not posting to this Blazor component, that is posting to some other uh, page, which is that endpoint. But we are good, I think. Cool. So we have at least this functionality. Let's fix these buttons. We need these buttons side by side. So we have two approaches. Maybe we can have both of these buttons in two separate columns. We have a lot of space on this. So we can have these in two different columns. So here I'll add one more column in the header. Then here I'll add this call span 6. And then I will move this to a separate TD. All right. So edit, delete, create and list. All that is working fine. Save and we are good. Cool. So I think we are good with this. Let's see it one more time. Whenever we just modify just the HTML template, the hot reload does not work. Okay, it came here and we still have the same thing. Let's check what is happening here. How come these things are here? That means it has the authorization. Authorized view is fine, but somehow it is not able to get the name of the user. So if we go to header, in here, let's do this context.user. I just want to check, so I'll add a block here where I'll say context.user dot claims dot select c dot type c dot type equals c dot value. I just want to see what all values we have here. The string dot join environment dot new line comma this thing. label and this. All right, save it. I want to see what our claims and values we have right now, so that at least we can see what is happening. So we have all these columns. We have name identifier, we have name, email address, role. It means we don't have additional claims which we added, right? All other claims are there. Fire, name, email address, security stamp, and role. Okay, now at least we have something. I'll try to read about it, research about it, and if you guys know something about it, do let me know in the comments so that I can maybe learn something new, because I have no idea what is happening here. The additional claims we have added, though somehow we could say got expired or got removed from the HTTP context if we rerun the app or maybe after some time. But these claims, the basic claims, these are still there. That's why we see that logout button, but we cannot see the name of the user, right? We can have some workaround for this. Maybe if this is not there, we have user ID, so we can simply get these details and then maybe we can refresh, kind of thing. We can refresh these claims, we can add those additional claims again, something like this. I don't know, maybe we can try that, but we'll do that at the very end, not right now. Right now we'll just focus on the functionality which we are working. So we have this. After that, this also, let's add a HR tag after this table. So after table, or maybe after this entire day, we'll have an HR, and I want to add a style here, and I'll say height is 5px. Save it. Let's see. And because that this is HTML change, it is not going to pick it up. Okay, we can remove this thing. Now we know what the issue is, but how to solve it? We have a workaround, but how to actually solve it, I have no idea. So I will check it later. Let's go to header and comment this label out. Let's run it one more time. So we have finalized our manage amenities section. Let's log out, log in, admin, manage amenities, and we have this line. We have saved this. We can edit FA Wi-Fi. We should be able to have some. No, we are good. Okay. So after Wi-Fi, let's again do this bad. I will say FA bad. Save it. Amenity with the same name already exists. Yeah, that is also a problem. If we have that amenity as deleted, so when we are checking it, we should skip the is deleted check, right? So because we are dealing with IDs, we will be mapping room type with amenity ID. not the name. So we'll go to our service, amenity service, and here save amenity. And now if this is this and not a dot is deleted, we need to add this condition. Same thing here. All right, save it, rerun, and let's try to create it again. Okay, it's here. Manage amenities, bad, FA, bad, and we can see this bad with this icon and everything is fine. We can edit it or we can delete it. Cool. Again, add bad, FA, bad, saved. Great. So manage amenities, we are good. Cool. Now we can start working on other items. Let me think what next we can work on. Let's just clean this. I'm going to close all these apps, all these tabs. Okay, so let's start working on manage rooms, which is manage room types, we could say. We'll work on that. For that, we have this room type entity. We will create a DTO, a slim model from this room type. We don't need all of these properties to create a new room type. Okay, so in models, let's create a new class and let's say room create DTO, something like this, or room create model. Okay, and for this, let's copy the room type properties. We'll see what we can do in this. These navigation properties, we don't need these navigation properties because this room create model, this is not a part of entity framework core, EF core. This is not an entity. This is just a model which we are going to use on our Blazor page to create the entity, create the room type. Okay, and added by, we don't need this. Added on, we don't need this. These we will handle from our backend side. Last updated on, last updated by, these are going to be used when we'll work on edit the room type. Okay, then what we have now: ID, image, price, description, maximum adults allowed, maximum children allowed, and is active. So I guess we are good with these. Data annotation we already have. Required max length, Unicode false. There is no point of having Unicode here. This is from entity framework core only, so we can skip this. Then price, we are okay with this, or maybe we can use the new data annotation we got in .NET 8. We could say denied values, and here we can say 0. So 0 is denied. Or maybe let's go with range only because we don't want to allow negative values. All of this is fine. Price range 1 to max value. Then we have description, maximum adults, max children. Okay, I think we are good. For these also we can define the range. So we could say start from 1 and maybe max, I don't know, maybe 10. Max children, it can range from 0 because maybe we are not allowing any children. any child in this room type category, and maybe 0 to 10 only. Let's have 10. All right, so I think we are good with this model. Let's clean this up. Okay. All right. Now this image, for this image, what we should do, we will allow, we want image upload functionality. I have not tried if we could use the iForm file here. I don't know. I have not tried it with Blazor SSR. So let's try it. In the previous video in which we created that complete full stack blog application, in that we used interactive server component for this. Maybe for this also we might want image preview functionality. If we want preview functionality, then we cannot use SSR. We would need interaction, so we need to make this component as interactive component, so interactive server in this case. Okay, so maybe let's use interactive server only, then we can leave it like this, and then we can upload the image and then use that image URL here. Okay, let's go with this approach only. Now let's go to our pages, or maybe before pages, let's go to services and let's create a room type service. Room type service. Okay, we already have one room service. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, so room type service, in this first we will inject IDB context factory of type application DB context factory. All right, let's create a method public async task method result of uh, maybe boolean, or maybe let's return the ID. We'll see what we need to return from here. Okay, so method result of GUID, and let's say create room type async, and it will get create room, or what was that? That room create model. Room create model. All right, and we will need user ID as well, who is performing this operation. Okay, all right. Now here, first we will get our DB context. So using word context text factory dot create DB context. Now here, we can check maybe room name, maybe what I mean room type category. If we are adding duplicate category, then it should not allow us to create that, right? There is no point of having two room type or room categories of the same name. So here we will say if await context dot room types dot any async rt dot name. We don't have name in this. We should have name, right? Room type, room type, ID, image, price, description added on. Oh, we missed. And what we have in room? We have ID, room type ID, room number is available. Yes, so in room type, we should have name as well. So public string name, and we will have same thing required, max length 100, this is fine, and Unicode false. Cool. So room type, and same thing we'll add to our room create model, and we'll just remove this Unicode string name. Okay, so let's add the uh, migration, because we added this new new property to this room type. So this should be added as a column to this table. So we'll say add migration, add name to room type. Room type. Build failed because we are still working on that room type service. Let's comment this out for now so that this migration gets added. Build started, build succeeded, and it will add this add column name into room types varchar 100, and we are fine. Okay, now it will automatically run when this seed service runs. So when we start our app, it will automatically update the database. So we are good on that part. All right, so let's uncomment this. Now we should say rt.name equals model.name. If we have any room type with the same name, we should not allow it to create, right? So from here we would return string. We will say room type with the same name. We can provide the name if we want. So model.name already exists. Okay, method result string, it would be error message. Fine, so it will return failed this thing. Cool. If that's not the case, we will continue, and then we will generate our entity from this model. Okay, so we can have these mappings using some maybe third party automapper or something like that, or we can create our own mapper, or we can directly use here inline. So I'm going to use inline. Here I'll say var room type equals, I'll say new room type this, and then we'll start adding the properties. Name is model.name, added by user ID, added on, it would be datetime.now. Then comes amenities, we'll see description, then image, model.image. After that is active, model.is active, then max adults, max children, then price, added by user, this is navigation property, amenities and navigation property, ID, it will be auto generated, last updated by, we don't need this because we are creating, we are not modifying it, last updated on, same we are creating not updating, rooms, this is again a navigation property. So I think we are good with this. We just need these amenities. Okay, so what we'll do, room type, this is fine, we'll simply add this. And now before this we need to have a list of amenities as well in this room create model. So here I'll say public enumerable amenity. ID name icon is deleted. We don't need all these. We can just get ID. Right? When we are creating, we can just get ID. So I'm going to get a list of integer. Okay. So on the UI, we will show maybe list of checkboxes, and staff and admin can check all those checkboxes, which allows, no, not just checkboxes, because we need unit as well, right? So if we go to room type amenity, here we have unit. So we would need unit and amenity ID, these two things. All right. So for this, what we can do, we can create one more model, public class, and we will say room type, or let's say create room type amenity model. And here we will have int id and int unit, which is nullable because this is nullable in our room type amenity. Okay. Okay, so in our create room type model, room create model. Oh my god, these namings, room create model, but it should be room type create model. So here it should be room type create amenity model or room type amenity create model. I know I'm not good with these names. Sometimes I'm pretty good with these names, but right now my mind is not working, so I'm just throwing whatever comes to my mind at this particular moment. Okay, so our room type create model, this is going to have a list of, or we could use array of these. We'll say amenities like this, and we'll have a empty array as default value for this. All right, let's rename this file as well. So this should be like this, and let's this room type amenity create model in here only. We could send it to this, or maybe we can create it as a nested class because it belongs to this only. All right, now what we'll do, room type service, it should be this. Okay, now we have room type. So first we'll create a room type. Here we will say var, no, we'll say await context dot room type dot add async room type. Okay, then we will say await context dot save changes async. Now this room type got added, and now in this room type dot id we would have the actual id. There is one more other approach as well to get this id before saving changes. So in that case, we need to create a proxy object of this room type. When we are creating this room type, we need to create a proxy. We need to add one, I think, NuGet package in EF Core. This is, maybe this is directly included. I don't remember. I used it with EF Core, I guess 3.1 in the past. So we can create that proxy. It kind of creates a temporary object, and then we can directly use that ID before saving changes, and then it will save all these changes. But right now I'm just preferring simplicity. So let's go with this approach. Now we have save changes. After this, we will check if this for this room type. So model dot amenities. If we have provided any amenity, if this length is greater than 0, now we need to add these amenities as well. For this, what we can do, we can say model.amenities.select. We can create a list of amenities which we can save, where we'll say room type amenities object. Here we'll say model.amenities.select new. We need room type amenity, this entity type. Okay, so for this entity we need amenity ID, which we don't have. This will be auto generated. Sorry, no, not auto generated. This has a.id. It will come from this amenity which we are creating here. After that we have room type ID. This we can get from this room type object which we just added to the database. So we will have room type dot id. Pay attention, this room type dot id, we cannot access it before this line 39, because when we added this, when we called the save changes async, that at this time it created this room type into the database and it generated the id and returned it and set it to this room type object. So we can access this id after this line. All right, then we will have our unit, a dot unit. Now we have all these items. Okay, now we could say await context dot room type amenities dot add range async. We are adding multiple items, right? We are good. And I have not added two list or two array to this, because I know that this room type amenity, I'm not going to use it more than once. If there is any case, if you want to use some enumerable or iQueryable more than once, it's always a good idea to materialize it so that this thing does not execute multiple times, right? What I mean is, if I could have maybe I have set this room type dot count, something like this. Now what would happen if I say total amenity, something like this? Now what would happen when I call this count? It is actually going to create, and let's say if this amenity has 5 amenities added, so what it will do, it will create these 5 objects. After that, when I'm adding it here, I'm using it again, at that time it will again create 5 different objects, because it is going to evaluate this, select, execute this statement, these statements twice, because we have not materialized it. We have not added maybe two list or two array or like something like this, right? So right now I am sure that I'm not going to use it multiple times, so we are good with this. Okay, we added this using add range async. Then we could say context.save change async, and we are good. We have added our amenities as well. Okay, and after that we can simply return room type dot id. id is room type dot id is short. Okay, so it should return short, not GUID. Room type create model, we have short id, right? Okay, so in here we don't need this id, because we are creating at creation time, we don't have id. All right, so I think we are good with our save create method basically. Okay, okay, let's extract interface from this service. Add to current file. We'll keep on adding other methods as well when we'll reach to those places. We'll need one for edit, we'll need one for to list down the room types and all this stuff. We'll do this. We have this create room type async, user ID. All right, let's register this to our dependency container. So we'll go to program.cs. And we have our services here. So we'll say add transient iRoom type service. We'll add room type service as implementation, and we are good now. We can create room type now. Okay. All right. Let's go to components, pages, staff admin. Here I'm going to create a new Razor component and I'm going to call it, let's say, save room type. Okay. I named it save room time because we are going to use the same component for editing an existing room type category later, right? So we'll use the same component only. First thing, let's add the route. So page, we'll say, let's say manage room types slash new. Okay. All right. Now we will make this page as interactive. Should we make it interactive? That's the question. Let's first start without making it interactive. Let's try. So here, first we will need our model. So I'm going to say private room type create model. Model equals new. And here I'm going to create an edit form. But before that, I'm going to create a div class container, and then I'll have h1. I'll say create a new room type or create room type, and then hr, and then we'll use edit form. On this edit form, first we'll have our model, which is this model. After that, we will use enhance form for this. So let's add enhance. Then we'll use form name. Let's say create room type. The name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. This is just to tell Blazor for static server-side rendered pages that this data is belongs. We are currently posting this model. So you should call the method which we defined on this form name. So what I mean is this on valid submit, we will say save room type async. So it should need to know that which method it should call. So here we will say private async task save room type async. All right. Inside this, first we'll add our data annotation validator because we want validations here. All right. After this, now this room type model, because we are using SSR on this, we need to change this to property. So we'll use this model like this, and then we will add supply parameter from form so that it can be used with form, so that we can post the form and it can get the values from for this form from the form which got posted to the server. All right. Now let's add all the properties. Room type model, where is that room type create model? We have these properties, so let's add these here. We will start adding one by one. So name image, it will be maybe on right or Okay, because we are not using SS, because we are not using interactivity right now, so we will not be able to see the preview. So we can use it like this. Let's create this form as two column layout. So here we'll say div class row, and then div class call sm6, and then we'll use the class mb3 margin bottom 3. Then we'll have our label with class uh, form label, and then name. After that, we'll use our input text with bind value as model dot name, and class form control, and placeholder as room type name, and then we'll use our validation message for model dot name with class text danger. All right, so we have our name ready. Then we can copy this and let's add. We may modify this later, but let's have these like this only. Image, we will have input file model.image, and we have one problem. Okay, let's see. In model.image, the problem is this image right now it is string, but this should not be string. This should be of type iPhone file. Or should we use, okay, let's try to see how this works. So for this string image, let's create one more property of type iPhone file, and here I'll say image file. Okay, and I'll remove required from the first image. We will generate this before sending or maybe in service. Okay, so this should be image file. Image file. Let's see if this works. I never tried this iPhone file with Blazor SSR. So I just want to see if it works. Alright, after that name image we have price, description and this. So price and description, it will be a long text. So we can use text area for this, but price is simple. Max adults and max children, these are also integer values. So I'm just thinking how I should have the, so maybe price, max adult and max children, we could have these in the left side and then description on the right side. Okay, okay, so let's do this. Call sm6, then mb3. In this I will use, first I'll use price. It is going to be input number, model dot price, model dot price, and price. Then I'm going to copy this call mb3 two more times. First for max adults, and then max children. Okay, then in the second uh, column div class call sm6, I'll use div class mb3, and in here I am going to use first we'll have our label with description, then the validation message for description, but instead of input number input text we will use input text area, bind value model dot description, and we can define rows, default rows, let's say 5. All right, now we have added all this. Now we have is active, and then we have our amenities. Okay, so first let's use is active flag, then we'll see how what we can do for amenities. So for is active, uh, to think about how to lesson 12, how to handle the list of amenities here, because these values, these are not simple single values, right? We need to have one checkbox and then one unit, right? And we are not handling this, right? For Wi-Fi. Okay, so first let's have a list of amenities here. So private amenity, amenities, and then we'll override on initialized async, and we will inject our uh, amenity service. Let's see in amenity service what we are having. Amenity service, get amenities async. For this one we just need active only, right? Oh, get amenities async, we have this. All right, we'll inject this I amenity service, and we'll get all the amenities in here. So here we'll say underscore amenities equals await amenity service dot get amenities async. Now we have this list of amenities. We need to loop through these underscore amenity, and then we need to have some data type here which would allow us to have two different set of data. One checkbox to enable or disable that particular amenity, and then second the unit value for this. I need to think about it. Let me think. So let's create a model here I'll say private class, and let's say amenity selection model, something like this. And in here, we are going to have a couple of properties. ID, which is amenity ID, amenity ID, then name, because we want to display the amenity name, then one boolean which would tell us that if this is checked or not, this particular amenity is selected or not, and then that unit. All right, so this collection of amenities, let's change this to this color amenities, and now we will fetch these amenities, and then we'll generate this amenity selection model. So underscore amenities equals this amenities dot select. Okay, then new, let's create a constructor to make our life easier. So here I'll say int id string name bool is checked and nullable int unit. Okay, and let's set these values here. So here I will say amenity ID and name and is checked and unit. These should be ID, name is checked and unit. All right. So now we can say here new amenity selection model, and then we can define a.id, a dot a is amenities, amenity, yes, amenity service, a dot id, then comes name, so a dot name, and IntelliSense is not working. I don't know why it is not working. Then is checked. Right now there is nothing selected, so we will make it false. Right now we'll get the actual value when we will work on the edit room type functionality. Right now we are just creating a room type, so initially there is no amenity selected for this particular room type, so we will have it as false. Then comes unit, which will be null. By default value is null. All right, now we have underscore amenities with all these. So this for each. Now here, what we can have, we can simply have, let's say on this div, we will have display flex and justify content evenly. All right, now let's have a div wrapper for one amenity, and then we will have a label, and we will have an input checkbox. Okay, and for this we will bind value with a dot is checked like this. Then we will display the name, a dot name, and then we will have an input number at the rate bind value. It would be at the rate a dot uh, not at the rate a dot unit, right? Yes. Then let's have a class form control sm, and let's have a placeholder unit value. I don't know if this unit name makes sense. It should be something like value or I don't know. Do let me know in the comment what should be the correct name for this. Or this unit is fine. Alright. So now we have this. Save. Let's try to run it and we will see. Okay, now we have one problem. We have a problem here. This amenity selection model, this is a different model. Okay, we are missing this here. Dot to array. Now the problem is when we will click on save button or submit button, which we have not added yet. Let's remove this thing and let's add the submit button. So this is div class row. In here we will say div class save call sm maybe 6, and here I'll say div class display grid and then button type submit class btn primary, and then we will say save. Save everything and let's see how it looks. It's here, login, manage. We have not added any link, right? To open this page. Okay, we'll add this, but right now let's use this URL directly. So here we will say this, and we have this Wi-Fi and back. Let's add couple of other amenities as well. I don't know if a lift is something. No. And what else we can have? Maybe water supply. No, we would say geyser. This no. Okay, now we have 4 amenities. So we'll go back. We have these 4. So first thing, this save looks ugly. Okay, let's try to work on this styling first a bit. So let me zoom it. All right. Then we are here. So instead of space evenly, I don't know, maybe start and or we have what other classes we have? Between would oh we can use between for this. Yeah, this looks fine. But the problem is if we will have 2 amenities, then these will be on very left and very right. But we are okay, we'll see that. Then we come here, this input, and okay, form control SM, we are missing the actual form control class. Then we will have this issue which says, so that means on this instead of display flex, let's use display grid. Okay, and then we'll work. Then we can have these things maybe 4 or 4 in a row, and then we can have these or would be able to do this. Or maybe call as them, let's use 3. and then we can directly have this unit value without an issue, or maybe this also looks fine. If we move it to the bottom, yeah, let's do these two things: justify content between, and on the input type numbers, let's add form control SN. Oh, sorry, form control. Okay, so we will come here, we will say between, and then on the input numbers, we will say form control, and then form control SN. All right, then comes, okay, this is, so it should be called and 6. All right. Now, what I was saying, then when we'll click on this submit button, it will going to submit this form. So it will submit only this model, not this section, right? So what we can try, maybe we can add this amenity selection model as a property on our main model. Then when we'll submit the form, it will actually submit these values as well. Okay, so let's try to do this. We'll go to our room create model. Here we have this room type amenity create model, which is the final value when we are saving it. Then let's cut this amenity selection model from here and we'll add it here. Make it public. Okay, and then use this as the property here. So here we'll say amenity selections, something like this. We might not need this first one now in that case, right? Because we can get ID and unit from here only. Amenity ID and unit. Okay, we'll see. We may remove these amenities, but right now let's use this. So amenity selections. Stop it. We'll go back, and here now we don't need this, and then we don't have this underscore amenities. What we will do? We will uh, set model dot amenities equals this, and this amenity selection model, now this is a subclass on this room type create model. So room type create model dot amenity selection model, not amenities, amenity selections. All right, and then on this thing, this for each, we will use model dot amenity selection. Now we need to check. Okay, we need to have both of these two things. The reason being, this thing, we amenity selection models array, we need to display it on the UI, so it should have all the amenities available, right? We might check and check from it, and this amenity, this first one, it will have only the selected ones, only the checked ones. Okay, so we need both of these. This one is just to display and get the user input, and the second one, this amenities room type amenity create model, this is uh, by which we are going to save the data into a database. All right, save, and we'll come back and let's try it out, that when we will come to the same room type async, do we have this amenity selections or not? Okay, so let's run it. It's here, manage room types. We have these. Now let's have some dummy value. I'm selecting Wi-Fi, not providing value. selecting bed, providing value 2, not selecting lift, providing value let's say 3, geyser, no change. Okay, so let's see what we got. And let's add description as well. When I hit save, it came here, it is saying object reference not set to an instance of an object. And why so? Model dot immunity selections. It has default value as blank array. And now why it is saying this? Let's add a breakpoint here as well. Continue, continue. It came here and we are good with this. We have amenity selections. Continue. It will display and Wi-Fi, bed, lift, and then save. We came here on initially. Okay, this time this is working on server. And at this time, it is not picking up the values. So let's see what happened. Network. This time we need to continue and we'll check why it is not getting these values. All right, network. If I do this, continue, and same thing, save. When I hit save, we have this fetch request, payload, and if you check payload, the reason is it is using a.ischeck a.unit. The name is a dot, but it should be model dot that amenity selection, then indexing on that. So this is being a bit what we'll say complex. So what we can do instead of doing all this, these are admin pages. So these are going to be behind the authentication. So we are good if we use interactivity on this page. Instead of using SSR, we could use interactive server render mode on this. That will make our life easier in this particular case. So let's use interactive server. Then what it will do, it will not post this. So we can remove this thing. Save room type, it will only run once, and now we will have the actual selection in save room type async. Right, let's try it out. Now there is no need to submit this using, it will not submit. Now this enhance, it will not have any effect. Form name, it will not have any effect. So we can remove these two things because these two are only for static server side rendering, that is SSR, Blazor SSR. That's the reason that instead of posting the complete form, it will do a fetch request. But when we are in interactivity mode, then it is not going to submit the complete form in any way. So we can remove these two things. All right. Now let's try it out. Run it. And here is it. Manage room types, continue. Oh, you saw it came twice. The reason is because this is interactive component, we have not defined any pre-rendering true or false. So by default is pre-rendering true. So first it that on initializing it ran on server, then second time it ran on client. So That's why, and we can fix it. We have two ways. Either we can disable pre-rendering, and for this particular case, we can easily disable pre-rendering because there is no point of having pre-rendering because we don't want any SEO support or anything on this. Then, second approach could be we can use persist component state. So for this, I already created a dedicated video in which I showed the all the details. How can we implement component persist component state, application state to persist the data on server side when pre-rendering is enabled, and when the control comes to the client, it will easily use that cached value on the server. So if you want to check out, I'll drop the link in description. All right. So now whatever we'll do, we will easily access that Wi-Fi, bed, this three, and on this nothing. If I hit save, it came here, and if we inspect model now, model is fine. This amenity selections, we have these four. So first is checked is true, Wi-Fi unit is null. This is fine. For second one, this name is bad, value is 2. This is true. So we can access this. Then third one, lift. We have value, but is checked is false. So we are not going to use this value. When we'll save it, we will not use this value. Then comes the fourth one, geyser. For this also is checked false, so we will simply skip this value. So whatever amenity selection model has this. Now we don't need to have this as a property on amenity selection now, right? So that means we can stop this because now we are not posting these amenity selections with the model, so we can simply cut this amenity selection model from here, and we'll move back to our component. Here we are going to have it, make it private, and we can remove this. Then we will use this same thing, underscore amenity selection model, underscore amenities, and then we are going to use this underscore amenities here like this, and here also we will use underscore amenities. All right. Okay, cool. Now we have save room type async. We came here. Now we will set the model dot amenities, and this should be from underscore amenities. We will get all the selections where is checked is true. From here, we will select new room type create model dot room type amenity create model, and here, okay, let's have a constructor here as well. So here I'll use int id null label int unit, and I'll add these values id and unit to id and unit. Okay. Then from here we can set a dot id, amenity id, and a dot unit like this dot to and now we should be good. Yes. Now we have filled model dot amenities with only the checked values. All right. Now we can save the amenity. Yes, save this room type. Now we can save this. So let's inject I room type service room type service, and then using this room type service. Okay, before this, let's set the pre-rendering to false. So new interactive server, render mode, pre-render false. All right. Then in here we can directly use it. So we'll say await room type service dot what was create room type async, and we can pass our what. And we have some error, and error is we need to provide user ID. Okay, user ID. So we need to get user ID, and this is interactive server rendered page. So we can inject authentication state provider here. Authentication state provider, let's say auth state provider. And from this auth state provider, we can get our user ID. So we would say var auth state equals await auth state provider dot get authentication state async. And from this, we can say auth state dot user dot we can get the user ID from this. For user ID, we know the claim type it uses claim types dot name identifier. This is the unique ID, user ID in our case. So dot value var user ID. Okay, now this could be nullable. Do we have any other properties on auth state? Auth state dot we have user dot can we access identity? Yes. So is user nullable dot user, this is not nullable, dot identity, this is nullable, dot is authenticated. So we can check this. If user dot identity dot is authenticated is false or null. So what we'll say false, or we can say if identity is null, or auth state dot user auth state dot user dot identity, and intelligence again stopped working. Identity dot is authenticated is false. Continue. We will what we'll do, we will return user to login page. And how can we do this? How are we doing this from login? Sorry, logout page. We have a form. We are posting the form, and the form we are posting to identity component endpoints. We are posting that form to this logout where we have these two sections. So sign in manager dot sign out async, and then we have local redirect to this slash return URL. Okay. And our login page, what is the URL for our login page? Slash account slash login. Or we can use this approach. So from register page, we will have a link to login page, this one. Let's use this approach. Return URL, return URL, return URL. What is this return URL? It should be the current URL. Okay, so here what we'll do, we will inject navigation manager, inject navigation manager. We'll call it navigation manager only. And then in here, it means user is not logged in. What we'll do, we'll say navigation manager, or let's paste this navigation manager dot get URI with query parameters. It's return URL. This should be this current URL only. So that means navigation manager dot URI, which is the current URL. Okay. So this is the URI which we want to work navigate to URI. This. Okay. Now we will use our navigation manager. Navigation manager dot navigate to this navigate to URI. Or we could say login page URL. Something like this. We'll do this and we'll simply return from here. Alright, if that's not the case, that means user is logged in, we are good to go and we can save it. Now here we know that this is not going to be null. So we can add this exclamation sign, that means null forgiving operator, that you don't need to worry about this. It will never be null. So we can directly access valid. So now we have user ID as well. We can pass this user ID directly. Create room async method results short. It will return newly created room ID. Okay. Where we would say word new room type ID equals this. If this new room type ID, not new room type ID, it would be method result. So if result dot its success, then simply return to manage rooms. So here we would say navigation manager dot navigate to, and we will navigate user to manage what is the URL. Let's check our layout. So layout, main layout, inner page layout, we have that in header. So shared header and for manage rooms or manage amenities, we should have manage rooms, and here only we can have this manage room types actually. So instead of booking, this should be staff admin manage amenities. Same, we will use staff admin manage rooms. Should we have room type and room pages different? Let's have room types only. From room types, we will, because rooms just have numbers and ID of this room type ID. So rooms are associated with room type. So we can use the manage room types only, and from there we can manage rooms. So the name, let's have it manage rooms only, but the actual logic and actual things, those are going to be for room types. Okay. So manage rooms, or maybe we'll see if we need dedicated separate pages, then we'll see later. So let's have it manage rooms, or maybe manage room types. Let's use this URL. Here we will redirect to this page. We'll simply return from here. All right. If that's not the case, that means the saving was not successful. We got some error, right? So for that, let's have one piece of state here, private string, let's say error. Sorry. Okay, so error message and with default value null, of course, underscore error message. Error message. All right. And if we came here, then we could set this error message to result dot error message. If that is null, we will simply have some generic message, and which shouldn't be the case, but still uh, error in saving room type, something like this. All right, and we will reset this error message when we are directly entering to save room type is same. So we'll reset it back there. All right, now let's use this underscore error message in our HTML. So on this button, we have this collection 6. Let's create one more collection 6. And here we can check if uh, string dot is null or white space underscore error message. If it is not null or white space, then we can simply add one p with text danger and we'll display error message here. Let's do this. Let's make this the first column and then button in the second column. All right. Okay, let's try it out. To save everything, run. Let's see if it works or not. Okay, it's here. Log out, log in, manage rooms. And we have not defined this page. This is fine. Manage room types new. We need to fix this also. Okay. If we hit save, we have all these. Save, we have some error. And what this error is, let's see, console. For more details, turn on detailed exceptions by setting this to true, detailed errors. And if we check in here, we have something, and that something is DB update exception. Column does not allow null. Which column? Image. Okay, image is also required. All right. So one thing what we can do, we can wrap this section, create room type in try catch block. Try catch exception ex, and we can come here and set ex.message. All right, now it will show that exception, but we need to fix that image. We'll work on upload image, but before that, we just want to see if we can save it without any error. So what we'll do here, we will set model.image to empty string. Okay. Staff admin manage room types. Let's fix these two things as well. So the URL for this page, we want this to be like this. Staff admin manage room types and then new. and let's create this page. So in staff admin, we'll add a new Razor component. We'll call it manage room types. Manage room types, and attribute authorized roles staff admin. First, let's add a page narrative here. So we'll say staff admin manage room types, and then we add this attribute. Now if you see, we are adding this same attribute authorized with this role staff admin, same on manage amenities, same we need to add on save room type, because all these pages inside the staff admin folder, all these requires have one of these two rules, staff or admin. So instead of adding this on all these pages, what we can do, we can create a new file inside this staff admin folder, and that is going to be underscore imports.razor file. Okay, so it will be only for this folder. How imports.razor works, it gets applied to its containing folder, to all the files, all the siblings, basically we could say siblings and children. So in for this underscore import, this new file which we created, this whatever we will add inside this underscore imports.razor, it will going to be applied on all of these three pages: manage amenities, manage room type, save room type, and whatever other folders we add to this, it will be applied to all. So let's cut this authorized attribute and let's add it to this thing, authorized, and we can remove this from these pages. Manage room types, we can remove this from here. Save room type, we are not having it here, so we are good. So manage room types, we have URL, we have this thing. All right, let's try to run it now, and let's add this save room type link in our header as well. So manage rooms, let's add this URL here, and here we'll say add room type. Save, let's run it. Now let's see if it works. All right, it's here. We have these two things: manage room types, add room types. Let's add some dummy data to this. Mhm. 1 1 1 1. Let's say we have lift Wi-Fi at, add this, save, and it came back to manage room types. That means we got it saved. Let's check in the database. Stopping it, Server Explorer, or okay, we are not going to use as a SMS, so we are going with the table room types, show table data, and we have this value, this thing. And if we check room type amenity, here also we have three rows: room type ID 222, amenity ID 122.23, unit 111. So we have successfully saved room type and room type amenities. All right, we are going good actually. Now next thing, we will pull those room types on this page, or before this let's work on that image upload in room type. Then we'll work on this manage room types page, and after that we'll work on edit a room type functionality. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break, then I'll be back. You can also take a quick break, pause this video, after taking a small break. All right. All right. So we are on save room type.razor page. Here we should have that upload file, this input file. Okay. Model.image file. Now we don't need this iForm file, image file. We can remove this. Okay. And what we'll do for this one, we will directly say on change, and we are going to use this on change, which is from Blazor. This lowercase on change, this is HTML on change, but we need this on change. So on change this, and we can name it whatever we want. So let's say on image select or something like this, on image select async. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to, and we don't need this validation message, we want to display the selected image. So we want to preview the image before uploading. We want to show a preview. So for that we will work on this method, image select async. Would it create? No, it will not create. So let's create this method. I'm going to create it here. So private async task this, and this should be input file change event arguments, this one. Okay, now we want to preview the image, so we can convert this image to base 64 and then we can display this. So for this what we'll do, we will have one more state variable here, private string, and we'll say image URL, something like this, and the default value would be null. Then we'll set the base 64 image for this underscore image URL, and we are allowing only single image, so we will work with single image only. So how can we use this? So we'll say using where we'll get the stream from this image. So we'll say e dot file dot get or open read stream. Now we have this image stream. Now we'll create a new memory stream using memory stream ms equals new memory stream, or we can say using var ms equals to new memory stream. Then we will simply copy this image stream to this memory stream, and then we can use this memory stream. Okay, so how can we use this? We will generate the image URL, but before that let's convert it to var base 64 image data. Okay, so here what we can use, we can say convert dot to base 64 string, and it takes an byte array, and we can convert this memory stream to byte array using toArray method. Now we have base 64 image data ready. Okay, now we can generate our image URL. So we would say image URL equals, and for base 64 The format is data colon image, then type of the image mime type, then colon sorry semicolon, then base 64 comma, and then the base 64 string, which is in here base 64 image data. All right. Now this PNG, this could be PNG or JPG or JPEG. It could be any image format, right? So we, or maybe WebP. So we need to get this dynamically. Okay. So the simplest solution could be we could get the extension of the image. We'll say path dot get extension and e dot file dot name. Then it returns the dot, so it will give dot png, but what we need just png, not dot. So we want to skip the first character, so we could say substring from 1, we can use this, or we can use the range syntax, that would be from 1 take all. So one is index, so it will give us png or jpg or whatever it is. Then we can add this extension here, and now we are good. We have this underscore image url which has this base 64 image url. Okay, now what we will do, where we have this image upload, here inside this div class mb3, in here, or maybe before this mb3, we will check if this string dot is null or white space underscore image url. If this is not null or white space, that means we have this image. So we will set img src equals this underscore image url. Then we need to provide a fixed height and width so that it uh, looks good on the UI, does not break the UI. So here we would say, let's say, we can have, I don't know, I think img fluid, this class comes from bootstrap, I guess. Img fluid. Let's check it, how it looks. Okay, let's run it. Okay, app is here. Login, and add room type. Let's choose a file. Let me generate some images for hotel, or maybe we can use any image right now, so maybe this one, and we can see this. Okay, we can see the preview, and if we check the source, it would be this. You see, the image src is data img image slash jpg base 64, then the base 64 representation of this image. So this preview functionality is working, but this is breaking, so we need to work on this as well. Let me think what we can do. Where can we show this image? Maybe we can have this image section on the right only in the main container before all these, so that this does not break like this. Okay, let's do this. Instead of having this, where is it? In here, what we will do, on the very top, this is, we can have two columns. In the first column, we will have all these form fields, and in the second column, we can have the image. Okay, do this. Div class row, then div class call sm6, duplicate this and add this image here. After image, we will add this image control layer like this, and then all of this thing we'll cut it and we'll add it inside this call sm6. Come on. Paste, and this sm6. Now what we can do, we don't have to use this sm66 because now all of our, okay, this should be the second column. So what we'll do, we'll move this image to the right column, cut this, and it again does this. And in the first column we will have all our fields, so no need to add these call sm6 and all these things. So let's extract out these inside this call sm6, the top one. Cut, paste, then cut this, paste, and then we can extract these things, this button, amenities, and error message. These things we can have outside of these two columns. So div class row, call sm6, call sm6, and then in here we can have call sm12 for these, and then error message and save button. All right, so let's see it now. I'm saving it. So it looks like this now. So image is here. Let's add some spacing for this save button and these amenity selection. So for these, what we can do, this amenity selection on this div. Let's add class mb3, the standard margin we are using for all the fields. All right, so we have this save. We can change the image. Okay, so it is looking fine, not that great, but okay. Or maybe we can move these these uh, amenity selection to here, right? So let's move this here in the left column only. Okay, how would it look if we don't have this image? Let me refresh. It will look like this, which is not great, but let's be it like this. Maybe we will try to modify this UI later. I don't know, or maybe we can live with this only. Well, let's do the saving of this image. Right now we are previewing it. So when we are saving the room type, then we should save this image as well, right? So for this, we need to have access to this image inside this save room type async method. For this, what we can do, we can have one more variable, and this would be of type browser file, because this is the type of this e.file, iBrowser file. Okay, so here we could say image, and this is going to be nullable. Okay, so now underscore image, and here after displaying it, we could say underscore image equals e.file. Alright, so now we have this iBrowser file. We can access this file in here. So right before saving the creating the room, we should save this image here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new folder. Sorry, not new folder, new method. Private async task will say save image async, like this, and we can pass this browser file, or maybe we can directly access this here. So here first we will check if image, or maybe we can check it on the consumer side, that means here only. What should we do here? We want to save it. So first we need to have some path where we are going to save the images. So for this, we'll go to www root folder, and here we are going to create a new folder for images, or maybe we can create this folder dynamically if we want. Let's create dynamically only. So we want to access this www root folder, and for this we need to get the web root path, and that we can get from inject I web host environment. So web host environment. From this web host environment, we can access the web root path. So this web root path, this is the www root folder. Okay. All right. So first thing, we need to generate a dynamic name for this file. So let's use GUID for this. So here we could say uh, name, and we could say uh, room type img hyphen, and then we can say GUID dot new GUID, but then we need extension. So for extension, we can do the same thing. We could get the extension from path dot get extension image dot name. It will give us dot, that period, so we can directly use it like this. Okay, so now we have this new file name which we are going to save this, save with this name. Now what we need to do first, we will generate the folder path where we are going to save this image. So for folder path, we can use path.combine. We need to get to this www root folder. So web host environment dot web root path. Okay. Then we need to go to images, and then let's say room types, and then we will save the room type image inside this folder. So we are good with this. Till this URL we are good. Now first thing what we'll do, we'll say directory dot create directory, and then we'll provide folder path. So what it will do, if this folder does not exist, it will create, first it will create images folder, then inside that images folder it will create this room types folder. Okay, so we are good now. We have our folder path now. After this, we need to have the complete file path. So here we'll say full file path. For this, we could say path.combine folder path and then this name of the file, or let's call it image name. So it makes more sense, image name. Now we have this full file path. Now we can save this file path. How can we do this? We can simply say await using, we can create a file stream fs equals new file stream, and we can use the constructor path and file mode. So path, this is going to be full file path, and then the file mode we will use create. We want to create this new file. Okay, now we have this file stream. What we need to do, we need to copy this image which we got inside this underscore image. We need to copy this image to this file stream. Okay, so for this what we can do, we can do the similar approach we were doing here. So we have this image stream, so we'll say using var image stream, but this time it would be image.file.openRead stream, or image is already file, image.openRead stream, and after that we can simply say image stream dot copy to async, and this will be this file stream. Await, and we are good. We have saved this file to this path. Now saving file, it could lead to some unexpected errors. So for this what we can do, let's wrap this inside a try catch block. So try, and if we got exception, what we will do, we will say we have error message, right? So here we will say error in saving image, and then we can display the ex.message, the actual error here. All right, so we are good with this save image async. Now when we are creating this save room type async, so here what we will do, first we will check, ideally we should not check, or maybe we should check before doing anything. We can simply check here if the image is null. That means image is missing and we are not allowing it to create room type if the image is missing. So from here we could simply set error message to, we will say image is required, and we will return from here directly. Now if we came this far, then we are sure that image will be there for sure. So here we could call that method save image async, and now we need to return something from here which we can save with this model.image. Okay, so this model.image, what we will do here, for this one we will Where are we? Here. So what we should do? We should return the file name, sorry, URL, because we will display that URL on the UI. So we need URL, not file path. So there is a difference in file path and URL. URL would be what we can add in the browser with the forward slashes, but for file path we use backward slashes, right? So slashes are different. Now here we can return two pieces of data. First, it's success, or let's say status, and then second one, message. Okay, or maybe we can say URL, image URL. All right, or maybe we can directly return image URL only. Yes, so let's make it string and a label string. So from this one, when everything was successful, then we will simply return the image URL. So we need to get image URL from this image name and these things. We need to construct the image URL. So how can we construct it? We can simply say slash images slash room types, which is this one, and slash image name, like this. And in exception, we will return null. So we can check there if we got the image name, image URL, then the operation was successful. We can continue. If that's not the case, we got some error. So here, let's use var image URL. Here we will check if image URL is null. We will not do anything. We will simply return from here, because the error message we are already displaying from this save image async, right? This error message. So we are good. And if that's not the case, we can set model.image to this image URL. And then everything will be same as it was before. We just added the dynamically generated image URL. Let's try it out. Okay, I'm running it. Let's see if it works. Where is it? Okay, it came. Add room type. Let's say first room, price is 1200, two adults, one child, some random description. We don't have Wi-Fi. We had one bed and one geyser. And if we save it, it is saying image is required. So let's choose the image. We have this image. Save, came back. Now if we check the image, it should be in this images folder, images, room types, and we have this image. And we can see this image. We have this image, and let's navigate to this image in the browser so that we can see this image. Stop, copy the image path, then run the app. And let's go to this URL, and we cannot see it. It is saying 404, but we know we have this image. The reason is our application does not allow direct file serving automatically. We need to enable that. What that mean is, no, we have used static files, right? Yes, we have used static files, so it should have worked. So it was images slash room type slash this, right? Oh, I just copied the name, image name. I did not use the full path. So it should be images, then what was that? Room types slash, then this image name. Yes. And we can see this image. Great. So image saving is working. This looks great. This looks fine. That means using this now our where is it? Save room type page for creating a new room type. This is completed now. The edit functionality we'll work on it later, but right now we are good with this. All right. So next thing we will work on the manage room types page. We will pull up the room types here and we'll display these room types. Uh, all the available room types listing on this page. Let's first create the method to fetch these room types. So for this, we will go to our services, room type service, and in here we need public async task. Now on that page, that manage room types page, what do we need? We need a small subset of room type entity. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll go to our models and let's create a new model. So let's say room type list model. Room type list model. So here, what I will get, let's make it a record, public record. And here, first thing, we will have our ID that is of type short. Then we will have name. Then we will have image. And then we could have price. And I think that's all what we need to display on the main that manage room types page, right? All right. So save this. Here we would return an array of this type. Okay. So get room types uh, list. Yeah, just use this method. This is not making sense. Get room types or manage page, something like this, I think. Okay, we don't need paging on this because room types are going to be a finite number, fixed, maybe 5, 10, not more than this. All right, so from here, first thing we need to have our uh, context. So we can simply get it using our context. Now we have our context. So from this context, what we can do, we can directly return await context dot room types dot select and it would be room type RT. So new room type list model ID, which will be rt.id, rt.name, rt.image, rt.price, and then to array async, and we are good with this. Let's break it to multiple lines. What is happening? Okay, so now we have this method ready. Let's add this to our interface. All right. Now let's inject this and use this on our manage room types page. The first thing, we'll inject I room type service. Then we will have a private uh, room type list model, and here we will say room types with the default value as blank array. Then we will override on initialized async method, and we will fill these room types from our service. Underscore room types equals, here we can say await await room type service dot get room types for managed page async. All right, now we have this list of rooms. We can come here and wrapping everything in container. Yes. So on this page, now what we will do, we will simply add a div class container, div class container. Then we'll have our h1, which will be manage room types. Okay, on this page we can have a link to the create new room type page. So instead of this directly, what I will do here, I will have a div class and let's have it as display flags and justify content between. First, I will have this h1, and then I'm going to have a nav link with href, which will be this slash new. Then let's add a couple of classes, btn, btn sm, btn primary. Here we will say add new room type. All right. After this, we will have one HR tag. Cool. Now we can have this listing. So what I am going to do, instead of displaying a table, what I will do here, I'll have a this row, and then I'll have simple columns. What I mean is, first I will have a div class row. Then first thing, let's check if we have any room type. Room types dot length. If this is equals 0, then we can simply say there is no room type created yet. And then in the else case, we will have one for each loop. So here I'll say RT, which is room type, room types. And then I will simply use div class call sm3. Mhm. And in this, we can display our room types. So let's create a card here. Card, this card class comes from Bootstrap. And then we can have div class card body. And inside this card body, first thing we can have our image. So img src equals, this would be rt dot image class img fluid. All right. After this, I am going to have card footer. Okay. So on this card footer, let's have a display flags and justify content between. Then I'll display the name. So let's have it something like h4. And here we'll say rt.name. And then on the right side, let's have one more h4. And here we'll display the price. rt.price dot to string with our currency format. All right. So this is actually, we could say, per night. All right. Okay. Let's try it out. Let's see how it looks. So run it. It's here. Login. Login. Manage rooms. And we have these rooms, and it looks bad. It does not look good. All right. So what we can do? Sorry. H4 is very big, and one thing, this this subscribe newsletter, we don't need this on these admin pages, right? It is not making any sense. Let's remove this from admin pages. We'll do this, but before that, let's try to fix this design. And this is okay. This is the first one which we checked when we did not have that image upload functionality. Alright, so first thing we'll do, we will make this h4 to small, maybe. Let's see how the last h6 looks. H6 is fine. So maybe we can move this header to the this room name to the top as card header, and then we can have this price in card footer only. And yeah, we need edit link as well, so we'll have that edit link in header. Okay, let's try it out. The first thing, let's make it h6. Instead of h4, we'll do h6. Then we'll add card header as well. Div plus card header. And we'll do the same thing, display flags and justify content center for this as well, justify content center. And in here, we are going to have name and edit link. So name is fine, and then we will have added link. So we cannot use nav link because we need to generate dynamically this added link. Something like we would say added link equals, this would be the staff admin, manage room types, and slash. Then we'll have rt.id and then edit something like this. So here we will have, oh, we can use navlink with href with this edit link. Class btn sm btn default, and then inside this we'll use one uh, font or some icons. Fa, what was that? Pencil or edit? Edit, right? Fa edit. I'm not in touch with this font or some from a long time. I have used font awesome for a very long time actually. Alright, do let me know in the comment if you also used font awesome for icons. I have used this I think from 2015 or 2016 till around 2020. Okay, have this edit link, we have name, then we have price per night. Now we can remove this display flags and this thing. All right. Okay, let's see it how it looks now. Is it any better? So it should be on the very left, it should be on the very right, but it is not. That means we missed some class or something. Card header deflex justify content. Oh, center. It should be between. Between. All right. Now it is on the top, it is in the center. So let's move both of these to center and remove the additional margin. I think this H4 or H6, all these have some margin bottom this. Oh, this is on H5 margin bottom. If I remove this, it will get it from somewhere else. Okay, we'll use margin 0 and this add new room type. This is also looking weird, right? And this H1 manage room type. This is also kind of we should have some spacing in here as well. Okay, let's fix all these things. So first thing on this H6, we would say M0. Remove all the margins, whatever margin we have. And then we will have align items center. This is for vertical alignment. And same this align item center, we'll do this on the top when where we have this header and this thing. So align item center, and on this H1 we will say M0, and that heading H1, it would be same for all the pages, right? So if you go to our layout, and on this page what layout we are using? Inner page layout, inner page layout, inner page layout. Okay, we have not defined any layout. That means it is using main layout. So in main layout we have this body. So for this, and then we have inner page layout where we have this section, then booking small, then we have this body. So on main layout we have this newsletter section. So what we can do, hmm, we can create one more layout, because we need two things. We need to add margin between the main navbar, main header and this heading, and then we want to remove newsletter. Okay, right now this newsletter we have it on main layout. So what we'll do, we'll go to layout, we'll create one more Blazor component and we'll say admin layout. Okay, and it should inherit from layout component base. And for this page, we will have a layout, main layout, and then we can remove all these things. Now what we will do, we will remove this newsletter section from main layout. I'll cut it from here, and this body. For the inner page layout, we need newsletter. So whatever inner page layout is, it will be rendered inside this body, @body. So if you go to inner page layout, we can add this newsletter after this body. So now it will be at the same place as it was in main layout. Right now what we have achieved, we have moved this from here to inner page layout, and now admin layout, we are directly inheriting this main layout. So here uh, that newsletter component, that is not going to be rendered. Cool. Now after this, we need to have some spacing inside that body. So what we can do, we can say div class container fluid. Inside this, we will use our body. But before that, what we will do, we will say my, which is margin top and margin bottom. We could have it something like maybe my3. All right. And then we might have, let's have HR after the very end. So, or we don't need this. Let's see how it looks. Now this admin layout, we will use this admin layout for all the admin pages. All right, so one approach is we could add this on this manage amenities, manage room type, save room type, all these pages, or we can directly add this to underscore imports.razor, because this page is going to be applied in its parents folder. So its parent is staff admin, so it will be applied to all these three pages. So here what we will do, we will say layout, and here we'll say admin layout. Right here we are not adding any layout on manage amenities, manage room types and save room type, so it will automatically get this admin layout. So save everything and let's run it, and let's see if it fixed all the UI issues. Okay, it came. So this is the main, and here okay, we don't have newsletter. Oh, because this is home page. All right, we need to fix this as well, because we moved that to from the main layout, so that is not here. We need to work on this. But if we go to any other page, we have this subscribe newsletter and we have this spacing. Okay, we'll need to add this on home page as well. We'll do this. All right. So all these pages are okay. Now let's go to our manage amenities page first. We have this, and there should be some spacing. That means here is it? It is something. Let's see. Okay, we can at least see the top section, and that subscribe newsletter is not here, but there is some issue maybe with the template. Okay, and you see manage room types and add room type. Both of these are selected. The reason is, if we check the URL for the manage room types, the URL is still here, manage room types, and then new, we including this new, it is for that new, add a new room type. So by default, this nav link matches both of these. So that's why both of these are getting selected. We'll fix this. So fix is simple. On this nav link, we can set the match property. Alright, then we'll go to manage rooms and we are in. Okay, so let's see why this is overlapping with this. So what is this? This one is container float, busy, dark, wow, fading. So footer is saying margin top minus 110 px. Okay, so that's the issue. But why they have this like this? If we go to here, because they wanted to display that subscribe newsletter like this. All right, you see, because they wanted this subscribe newsletter to be halfway through this footer. That's why. So for admin pages, we are not having this subscribe newsletter. So for admin pages, we can simply override this footer and we can remove this margin top. All right. So let's do this. I have copied this footer style. I'll go here. First thing, for the home page, we have two approaches because we have removed that subscribe newsletter. Either we can create one more layout, but because that is single page only, so we can add that directly because in any way body is the index page, home page. So if we will add the subscribe newsletter at the very end of the body, it will be actually here only. So at the same place. So let's go to home page first. And after Teams, let's use that newsletter. And then for admin, we can go to admin layout. And here we can add a style with this footer like this. And this margin top, it should be 0 and we will override it. So save everything. Let's try it out. If it's getting applied. Okay, it came on home page. We have subscribed newsletter fine. Inner pages, we have newsletter and design is intact. Then we'll go to manage amenities and this is fine. We can see this gap, right? And manage rooms, we can see this gap. Okay, so on manage amenities, we have this. Okay, this HR, this is part of this manage amenity page, but we are good. We can see this spacing between these, this nav menu and this header. All right, manage rooms, it is okay. And then manage room type, this is also fine. And I think we should work on this as well, right? So for this one, let's try some approach if it works. But before that, let's fix this selection, manage rooms and add room type. So what we'll do, we'll go to our header. So it should be in component shared header. And here we have this nav link for this new and manage room types. All right. So here we would say match. Excuse me. All right. So for match, we will use nav link match dot prefix and then we have all. So default is prefix. So what it is checking, if this URL, if it comes in the main address bar, main URL, it will automatically add active class to this. But this is not what we want. We want this to all. So when the complete URL is this, then only apply active class. Okay, so save this and let's see if it works. Now we can see this, it is working. Right now this add room type is selected only, manage rooms is not selected. Now if we go to manage rooms, then manage rooms is selected. All right, this thing is also working, so everything looks fine now. All right, now let's try to fix this if it fixes. So what we can do here, we can make it a flex box and we can have an empty div with flex 1 so that the uh, that takes the entire available height. Let's see if we can get that. Call SM6, this is the first one and this is the second one, right? It is taking this entire space and that is great for us. So on this, what if we make it display flex? And it changes this. So let's do this. Inside this call SM6, let's introduce a div. So we'll go to our create or save room type page. We'll go to this call SM6 and here we would have add a div. On this we would say display flex, deflex, and inside this we will have image wrapper, and on this image wrapper we will have flex grow 1, and then this imgsrc we are going to use this inside this image wrapper, and then this div class mb3, it should be after this. We can remove this css class, we'll see it. First, let's see how it looks, if it is fixing the thing or... Okay, we have something. We have display flags. We need to make it flags column. Flags column. And the problem is it is not getting the complete height. What if we set height to 100%? And now it is good. Okay. So on this deflex, we can set height 100%. Now what it does, it will look like this without selecting any image, and if we select image then it should be added here only, so it will look better than before. All right, okay, so let's add this height 100% on this display flags and flags column. Flags column and style height 100%. Cool, save everything and we should be good now. All right, so now we are good. We can see the on managed rooms, we can see this. So this first case, this is actually an exceptional case. Right now we are not allowing creating room types without adding image, so it will not be the case for now. Let it be like this only. We will when we'll work on this edit, then we'll edit this and add that image, or maybe let's work on this right away, right? Because this page is done, we don't have to do anything on this page. Now we will list whatever room types we will add. It will be automatically being displayed on this page. We have the room type name, price, image, and then we have this edit link. So this edit link should open the same save page with the details pre-populated. All right. All right. So first thing we need to fetch the details of this room type when we'll be in edit mode. Okay. So for that, let's go to room type service and we'll create a method here. Public async task, and the edit model is room type create model. So what we should do, let's rename this room type create model, because now this is not just for creating. We are going to use this for saving as well, updating as well. So let's rename this to room type save model. So room type save model, and then we can add the ID property as well. So public short ID. All right. Then let's modify, rename these as well. Room type amenity create model. So instead of this, we'll say room type amenity save model. All right. Okay. Now let's go to our service room type save model. Let's continue on this. So it will be get room type to edit async like this. Okay. And we'll get short ID, this room type ID here. First thing, let's sorry, let's create a context. So using word context equals context factory dot create dv context, and then we can get a room type. So we need to get room type with these room type amenities. Now all these details we can easily get from room type directly, but for these amenities we have a separate entity. If we go to data folder, data entities, room type amenities, which has room type ID, amenity ID and unit. So we have two approaches. So we can actually get context dot room type amenities. We can directly query this, right? Because from this room type amenity, we can easily get room type ID, amenity ID, unit, and from this we have navigation property room type. We can get room type details as well. But if we will use this, we'll have one problem. And that problem is going to be, what if I created a room type and I have not added any amenity to this? In that case, we will have entry in room type, but we will not have any entry in room type amenities. And if we will try to edit it, it will simply return null, so we won't be able to edit it. So that means one option is gone. Now we have only one option, and that is we will directly query room types. So in this room type, we will be having our amenities, which is room type amenity. So we can easily get amenities from this navigation property. All right. So context dot room types, and let's add eager loading. So I'm going to include rt dot amenities. All right. Then I'm going to apply where condition, which will be rt.id equals id, because I need this room type id only. And then we could use our select. So rt equals new room type save model. And then we can fill all our properties here. So name, rt.name, image, price, description, is active, then id, and max adults, max children, and then amenities. So these amenities, how we can access these, here we will say, because this amenity is of type room type amenity save model, but these amenities are of type room type amenity. So here we could add dot select rt, or let's say amenity, that means a equals new room type save model dot room type amenity save model. And here we can use id, which will be a dot id, a dot amenity id, and then unit, a dot unit, like this. And now we are on to array, and now we are good. Our room type model is ready. Then we'll say await first or default async, like this. All right, and then we'll simply return this room type. Now it could be null, so let's make the return type as nullable, and let's add this method to our interface. All right, so I guess our service is ready to fetch the room type details to edit. But now let's modify our create room type method as well, right? So instead of create room type, we should change this to save room type async. First we'll change it to save room type async. After that we will check if we are in edit mode or create mode. So here we will check if model dot id, if this is equals 0, that means we are in create mode. So we can have this condition. Okay, and what are we returning? We're returning room type dot id, right? All right, so let's do this thing, then this thing, add async till this section. I'm going to cut it and I'm going to add it inside this first if condition. So we are first checking for the name existence, then we are creating room type entity, then we are adding it to the context. After this, let's have else condition, which is edit room type. Now first thing we need to check if some other room type has this same name. So here room type any async rt.name, but with this we will say rt.id is not equals to our model.id. Model.id, that means we don't want to check with the same entity with the same room type, because this, so we know that this has the same name. All right, room type with the same name already exists. Fine. Now if that's not the case, we will get the room type from database. So we'll say db room type equal await context dot room type dot first dot default async, and here we would say rt.id equals model.id. Now if this db room type is null, that is rare case. It should not be like this, but if it is, then we can simply return the same thing. The error message would be, we could say invalid attempt or invalid request, something like this. Now if this is also not the case, that means we got db room type from database. Now we need to modify this db room type from the details of this model. Okay, So let's do this. Let's copy all these things, add these here, and I will add db room type dot all this. Then I'll set these commands to saving. Is active, max adults, max children, price. Now this added on and added by. Because we are in edit mode, then these fields does not make sense because this room type was already created. These fields were already set. So we are not going to modify these two fields. Now, what we'll do, we will use, we have last updated by. So this will be this user ID and last updated on, this will be this date time dot now. So we will modify these two values. All right, now we have created this room type. Right now we have on application DB context, we are using no tracking query behavior. It will not be tracked. So what we can do, we can say context dot room types dot update DB room type. Or if we do not want to do this, we can simply remove this line. And when we are querying this context.room type, we could say as tracking. So now it will track the changes for this DB room type and it will automatically add these to DB context change tracker. And then this save changes async, it will automatically get these changes and it will save these changes to the database. All right. So here we are saving it. We are good. We need room type.id. So for this, let's do this. Model. Uh, let's do this. Let's have this room type here. So we'll say room type. And then what we'll do, we'll generate this inside here. And then when we are editing it, so instead of using this DB room type, let's use this same room type and we'll remove this var. So it will be actual room type only. And this is going to be, of course, nullable. All right. So here we can access this room type.id. Automatically, it will be automatically added. All right. So now after saving the room type, then we'll generate our room type entities and we are going to add these. But before these, what we should do, what if we already have that couple of room type amenities added to our database? So one approach could be we can check what we already have, what we now have, so we can check the difference. Then we can say that these needs to be updated, these needs to be inserted, these needs to be deleted. Or we have a simpler approach. What we can do, we can simply remove all the amenities for this room type and then we can add those directly. Okay, because this ID, the unique ID for room type amenities, that is a collection of amenity ID and room type ID, so we are good. So what I mean is, when we are in this edit mode, what we will do, we will fetch all the amenities room type amenities equals await context dot room type amenities dot where room type amenities RTA dot room type ID equals model dot ID. Okay, dot to list async. Now we have this room type amenities and now we can easily say uh, context dot room type amenities dot remove range, and then we can remove this room type amenities. Okay. Now you could say that we could use the bulk delete option from EF core, but the problem with that would be that does not track the changes and that does not work inside this EF core's transaction. So what I mean is, if I have used that context dot room type amenities dot execute delete or execute delete async, these things, the problem here is, so here what I could have done this where, and then execute delete this thing could have done the same thing with these two lines, but the only difference is this execute delete, this operation executes immediately against the database rather than being deferred until db context save changes. So it also does not interact with EF course change tracker. So what this means is, if there is some issue with this save change async, then we will be in an inconsistent state. So room type amenities would be deleted, but room type would not delete it. So we will have an unpredictable state. That is not what we want in this particular case. So that's why we are using this traditional approach. So first we are getting all room type amenities, then we are removing it, and that this remove range, this is not directly removing this is actually adding to the EF course change tracker, and when we will call this save changes async, it will run all these operations in a single transaction. So we will be good within consistent state. All right, so here we are good, and let's say existing room type amenities, let's call this existing room type amenities, and we are removing these. And after this, when we came here, if we modified anything or we have any amenity, we are going to simply add this. So we are good with this approach. It will work for create and edit for both the cases. All right, so that means save room type async method is done, and get room type to edit async method is also working. Let's we don't know if this is working or not, we just have this logic ready. Now we'll go to our pages. Let's go to our component, pages, staff admin, same room type async. We have managed room type async, and here we have this id, this URL, right? So let's go to save room type async, and let's add one more page directive for this thing, slash manage room type, and this should be, we'll have it as id or maybe room type id. So room type id. All right, then we can use this room type id as a parameter here, which we will get from the URL. So we will create a public, it should be nullable int, and room type id, and we will mark it as parameter. Now this room type id we need as short, and short is not allowed as a route constraint. So here we will have integer only, nullable int. Let's rename this, so room type id, let's say raw. So room type id raw, something like this, or maybe room type id, let's use raw only. Then we'll have one more computed property which will be of type short. Let's use nullable short, and here I will have room type id. This I will check if room type id had some value, or maybe room type id is greater than 0. If this is greater than 0, then uh, we will try to, not room type id, room type id raw. we will try to convert this int to this short. So for this we can try short dot try parse room type id raw dot toString outward room type id. Okay. Hmm. So if that's the case, let's move it to second line so that we can make it readable. Okay, short dot try parse. If this is the case, if it was able to successfully parse it, then we'll simply return room type id, this variable which we generated, room type id, this one. If that's not the case, we'll return null. And let's wrap this thing inside this parenthesis so that are uh, these falls in the same group. Then if that's not the case, if room type id was not greater than 0, then we'll simply have null for this room type id. Now we can use this room type id to fetch the room type details to edit those. All right, so save everything. Now when we are in on initialized async, after fetching the amenities, let's check if this room type id, this has value. This is not null. Then what we can do, we can check room type from the database using await room type service, room type service dot get room type to edit async, and here we can provide room type id dot value. Now here is a thing, we might hit null. So if this room type is null, null, we want to return from here. So for this, let's inject our navigation manager. Okay, we already have navigation manager. Let's use this navigation manager. So we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to. So we'll navigate to staff admin slash manage room types to the previous page, and on this we could say, or let's not use replace, we might get that URL later, or yeah, let's use this. So we'll say replace true. Because this URL is invalid, we don't want this URL to be in our browser history. So if you press back, it should not come to this page because this page is invalid. It has invalid room type ID. All right, then we'll simply return from here. We don't want to continue execution. All right, if that's not the case, we have room type that we can add to model. We can directly say model equals room type. Now we have values in this room. All right. Now for this underscore amenities collection. For this also, let's get the actual values. And this actual values, what we can do, we have values in this thing. So amenities dot select. Okay, let's follow a longer approach. Or maybe inside this select only we can do what we can do. Let's make this a body. So we will add some logic in here. Right now this is doing this thing. Now what we need to do, we need to get this false and null, these two things actual values. So id name is fine, but this false, this is if we have this particular amenity in this models amenities collection, we will make it true. That means it was selected. So for this, what we can do here, we will check if models dot amenities dot, or maybe we can simply get var existing amenity, something like this. Here we will say model dot amenities dot first or default ma dot id equals this a dot id. Okay. Now, if we have this existing amenity, that means this was true. So this false, we will say existing amenity is not null. So it will be true, else it will be false. All right. Then this is the unit value. So we will say existing amenity and question mark dot unit. Now we should have the actual values here. Let's try it out. We'll modify this save room type using this method. Right now it is, or should we need do, yes, we should handle room this image change logic only. Okay, yeah, with this, if we are in edit mode, after setting model to room type, we can set image URL equals model.image. Save. Let's run it and let's see it in edit mode. Then we'll work on the save on this page. Let's see first if it works. Okay, login, and this page is broken. And why so? Okay, we'll check it. What is the issue? Maybe we have modified that layout and all those, that's why it is broken. Oh, okay, these pages, login and register pages are also using the same main layout. So we need to add newsletter on this also. All right. So manage rooms. If I press edit, I have all the details. I have first room, this price, maximum children, image, and bed is selected with one, geyser is selected with one. So that means this functionality is working. Okay, we need to modify this create room type also. It should be edit room type or modify room type or update room type. And if you go to add room type, it is also working. Now let's go to manage rooms again and let's check the first one. Here we have all these first three selected with 111 value, and then this geyser without selections. That means fetching data on this page, this is working, and saving should also work directly. So let's add this image. I am saving the first one, let's say updated room type. All right, and let's make bed to 2. So we'll see that things are getting changed. So name, image, and this amenity, these three things I have changed. Let's tap on save. Updated room type, this got updated, image got updated. Let's go to edit mode again, and we can see bed 2. That means saving is also done. What if we change this image? If we save it, image got changed. So image is working out of the box, but there is only one problem. When we change this image, so right now this particular image, this is saved on our physical device, physical disk in our folder. And if I change this image, we are uploading this new image, we are saving it, and then it will be saved, it will be updated in the database. But that existing image, that previous image, that will be in our folder, but that image is not in use anymore. So we need to delete that existing image when we are changing the image, when we are in edit mode. So that is one additional step we need to take. So delete the existing image and modify this heading to update room type. These two things. Let's do this quickly. So stop it. First thing we will do, instead of create room type, we will check if room type ID dot has value. Then we'll say edit or update. And if that's not the case, we'll say create. So create room type, update room type. And after that, we need to we need to delete the image from physical path. So for this, whenever we are selecting any image on image select async in here, we will have one more state, or maybe we can do this instead of having this. When we are in save room type async, we can check where is the image saving here. When we are saying save image async, before this we will check if model dot image this is not null, or we would say not is null or white space. We can hold this, we'll say existing image URL. If this is not null or white space, or maybe we can directly use this, we'll say this model dot image, this is the existing image. Then after doing everything, if we came to this thing, result dot is success, if we came here, we will check if string dot is null or white space existing image URL. If this is not null or white space, that means we have some existing image. If we have this, we will simply delete this. So for this, let's move it to a separate method. So private void delete image string URL, image URL basically. All right. So first we need to generate path, the full path for this image URL, that we can somehow do this thing. So this folder path and this, let's come here, we'll be here. So folder path, no folder path, it will be having this image URL, it will be having images, room types, and then image name. So for this, what we can do, full file path, we could say web host environment, web root path. Then this image URL, we need to get the image path, var image path. So to generate the image URL, we use this forward slashes. To generate path, we will replace forward slash to backward slash. So here we would say image URL dot replace is this with this. We need to use double because we need to escape it. All right, now we have this image path. So we have web root path, then image path. We are combining these, and now we can simply check if file dot exists, this full file path. If this exists, then we'll say file dot delete and this full file path. Now there could be some there it could throw some exception. So let's wrap it inside try catch block, and we can simply eat out this exception because it is not breaking anything. We are just this file will not be deleted from the physical storage. That's the only issue. So we can simply, if you want, we can log this exception, and we are okay to skip this exception. We don't need to throw it. All right, let's use this delete image uh, here. So if we have existing image URL, we'll simply say delete image, and we'll pass this existing image URL, and it shouldn't be prefixed with underscore. All right. So now we are deleting this image file. Save everything, and now everything is fine. Our complete flow for add and edit should work. Let's try it for one more time, and we'll be good with this. Okay, this is here. Manage rooms. We'll come here. We will change this image, and if we save it, it should save it without any issue, and that image should have been deleted from the physical storage. All right, we can check if we want, but we are good. All right, so that means this thing is also working, everything is fine. So manage room types page and add a new room type page and edit room type, these things are working. Yeah, and this heading also got changed. Now this says update room type, and here it says create room type. All right, so we are good. Let's see what next we can implement.